The horizon glowed faintly as the morning sun crept over it, revealing only half its golden face. Soft, rosy clouds stretched like gentle brushstrokes across the early sky. By the window, Harrison Clark sat curled up in silence, motionless. His eyes stared blankly at the dawn, and his face reflected a storm of emotion: melancholy, confusion, lingering awe, and the quiet weight of regret. He turned his gaze to his modest apartment. Clean, minimal, lifeless. A worn shirt dangled from a makeshift line. 3 mismatched bowls and a single pair of chopsticks sat idly on the dining table, surrounded by cheap condiments. In the small wardrobe, a few suits, faded casual wear, and seasonal shirts were all neatly folded. On a desk sat an old laptop, lid half shut like a tired eye. It was a room built for survival, not comfort. Harrison rubbed his forehead. The dizziness was fading, but his heart still refused to believe what his senses insisted. He was back. Not in the year 3020. Not in a world where technology cradled him like a king, where AI attended to his whims, and where the burden of purpose had been lifted entirely. Just here, just now, an ordinary man in an ordinary apartment. 10 minutes passed before he could fully accept the truth. It had all been a dream. A vivid, strange, beautiful, terrifying dream. But dream nonetheless. Or was it? The details lingered too clearly. He remembered becoming a man of the future, a welfare recipient in a utopian dystopia where work had become obsolete. He remembered being cared for by an AI named Vivian, watching holographic films, playing immersive brainwave games, listening to 1,000 years of music. He had time traveled, or thought he had. The body he inhabited shared his name, his face, nearly the same features. But without the original's memories, he was lost, confused, inept, discharged from the military, and labeled a non-contributor. Still, even that life felt like paradise. Housing was free, healthcare unrivaled, entertainment infinite, a 200-square-meter home, gourmet meals, and no responsibilities. And then, the sky went dark. A massive, impossible object appeared, blotting out the sun. Metallic and silent, it hovered above the world. A glow emerged from its center, brighter than the sun, consuming everything. Then came the pain, a searing, bone-deep agony, blood oozing from pores, a scream caught in his throat, and death. When Harrison opened his eyes again, he was back in his bed, sweating, shaking, alive. A dream, he told himself. He stood, almost mechanically. "Vivian, get my clothes," he said instinctively. Silence. Right? No Vivian. Just a dream, he muttered. Thank God. The clock read, October 27th, 2019, 7:20 a.m. Only one night had passed. He splashed water on his face, dressed in his old suit, and stepped out into the corridor, and collided with someone. A slender woman in a white coat staggered back, catching herself against the wall. Her long hair fell in loose waves, and pale skin clung beneath tired eyes. "What the hell are you doing?" she snapped, her voice sharp but melodic. Harrison blinked. He knew that voice. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Who are you?" She rolled her eyes. "Really? Apartment manager playing dumb now? Don't tell me you don't know your new tenant. That pickup trick's a decade old." She brushed past him with a huff, disappearing into the stairwell. The door slammed shut. Harrison stood frozen. That face, that name, it couldn't be. He rushed back to his room, logged into the apartment database, and pulled up the tenant's info. Name, Carrie Thomas. Age, 21. Former student, Bayduo Music Academy. His hands trembled. Carrie Thomas, the name from the dream. The future idol, one of the top 100 musical legends spanning the next 1,000 years. A woman whose music he had worshipped, whose songs he'd listened to over and over. He stared at her photo, then recalled the real-life encounter moments ago. The same face, same tone, same tired, stubborn expression. It wasn't possible. Unless, was it really a dream? Had he truly glimpsed the future? Or had the future come looking for him? Harrison Clark's mind was in disarray, his thoughts looping endlessly throughout the day. Fortunately, his job as an apartment manager was monotonous, routine tasks, no real mental effort required. It was the kind of day he could drift through without consequence. No tenant complaints, no unexpected issues. Just a few minor tasks and an afternoon meeting. Still, even during the company's monthly summary meeting, Harrison remained distracted. He kept trying to piece together the remnants of his dream, and the more he recalled, the more inconsistencies gnawed at him. In that dream, or whatever it was, he had time-traveled into the far future. And as anyone would, the first thing he did was dive into the history books. What he discovered, however, was deeply unsettling. The past, the part leading up to his present, matched perfectly. That, at first, made sense. A dream born of his own mind would naturally use known history as its foundation. But everything that came after, the next 1,000 years, was a mystery. It wasn't that the information wasn't there. It was so vague, so devoid of substance, that it might as well have been missing. 100 years summed up in a single line. Whole centuries skipped. No details, no policies, no wars, no lottery numbers, no tech breakthroughs. Nothing. It was like a fog had rolled over the timeline, obscuring everything important. Harrison remembered thinking at the time how odd it was. 1,000 years of history, and yet he'd gained no advantage from it. It had made no sense. But the entertainment? That was another story. The games, movies, novels, and especially the music, those were vivid. Incredibly so. Complete, immersive, and detailed down to the finest note or plot twist. They didn't feel like something conjured by his imagination. He knew he didn't have the creativity or knowledge to fabricate something that polished. And then he met her, Carrie Thomas. He hadn't known her before, had never seen her, never even heard her name. Yet she existed exactly as she had in his dream. She wasn't just anyone in that future. She was a legend, one of the greatest musical figures of the next 1,000 years. Her name was etched into the archives, her songs performed by generations. And now, she was just a tired, unemployed college dropout living upstairs. He tried to convince himself it was a coincidence, but his heart wouldn't accept that. In the dream, Carrie's biography never mentioned Harrison, likely because he was just a footnote in her life, a neighbor with no real connection. But now that he knew who she was, how could he ignore it? If someone told you your neighbor was the next Da Vinci or Beethoven, wouldn't you try to make friends? Harrison Clark wasn't a schemer. He had no tech superpowers, no supernatural tools. But opportunity had just knocked. Loudly. They shared an entrance. Practically roommates. The odds couldn't be better. Carrie was still unknown, still vulnerable, still approachable. This was his chance. He didn't aim for fame or fortune. Just a connection. Just the possibility of being remembered. Maybe helping her, even in some small way, on her path to greatness. Determined, Harrison started rehearsing ways to introduce himself properly. He played out different dialogues in his head. But then reality set in. He wasn't good at talking to people, especially women. He'd grown up reserved, shy. Social interaction had always felt like a maze he didn't know how to navigate. Still, he told himself he'd try. Maybe, when the time was right. After work, he grabbed a simple dinner and headed home. It was around 7:30 when he stepped into the building and, once again, ran right into Carrie Thomas. She was coming down the stairs, looking half awake. Her face wore traces of light makeup, but her expression suggested she hadn't been up long. She looked like someone who'd spent the whole day sleeping. Harrison hesitated, then forced a polite smile. "Good evening." Carrie paused, slightly caught off guard by the greeting. She gave him a brief look, her expression unreadable.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The air suddenly fell silent for 10 seconds. "Oh, good evening." Carrie Thomas's tone was flat and emotionless, like a robot. Harrison Clark was somewhat satisfied with this, at least both sides had a rare and proper conversation for the first time. Having taken the crucial first step, he wanted to strike while the iron was hot, so Harrison asked again, "By the way, where are you going so late at night?" Carrie was first taken aback, then suddenly her expression turned cold like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She stiffly said, "It's none of your business." She even rolled her eyes fiercely, pouted, and went on her way. The conversation was even more awkward than this morning. Harrison stood there, dumbfounded. Something seemed off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. A few minutes passed before Harrison could catch his breath. Returning to his room, he was still puzzled. Meanwhile, after leaving her house, Carrie Thomas took a taxi to an upscale bar in downtown Oxfordshire. Because of her dropping out, she had a falling out with her family. This meant that, starting now, she had to learn to survive on her own. So she found a job as a resident singer in a bar. She didn't like this job at all. As a conservatory-trained musician, she was very proud and looked down on being a bar singer, considering it a disgrace. However, life had to go on. Even though she despised it, she had to accept this job with a pinched nose. So when Harrison asked her where she was going earlier, it actually touched upon her inner pain. Even though his expression was serious, she felt as if he had seen through her job and his smile carried a hint of sarcasm and ridicule. He was deliberately mocking her for doing something immoral by going out late and returning early. That's why Carrie had such a strong reaction and even continued to be upset on her way in the car. This series of psychological activities in Carrie's mind were, of course, something Harrison couldn't know or even imagine. The plan to cling on to powerful figures had just started and suffered a crushing defeat, which left Harrison feeling rather disheartened. Carrie Thomas was too capricious, unpredictable, and even more reclusive than him. It was extremely difficult to deal with her, making him feel like there was no way to get through to her. Should I just give up? Harrison mused with some regret. She's one of the top 100 artists in the history of 1,000 years. Although the entertainment industry today is thriving with numerous stars and celebrities, it's all useless. In the first 50 years of the 21st century, there were countless actors, singers, composers, directors, painters, and writers both inside and outside China. However, only Carrie Thomas and a few others could be ranked among the top 100 in the 1,000-year history of art. What a great achievement that was. There were one or two who had not yet been born, and Harrison couldn't possibly approach their parents in advance. Even if he could, by the time these people achieved their accomplishments, he'd probably be in his 70s or 80s. There were also several who had been famous for a long time already, but while Harrison knew them, they didn't know him, and he didn't have a chance to get close to them. There were also a few struggling painters who were easy to approach. But you know how it is with painters, they remain unknown while alive and only gain recognition after death. For example, one painter Harrison knew achieved artistic recognition from the public 300 years after his death. Neither Harrison nor the painter himself could wait 300 years. So, after much consideration, the only one with any real potential value was Carrie Thomas. Harrison couldn't help but regret not being more diligent in his past life and copying something more valuable back then. If he had, he would already have a plan in place and wouldn't be in this situation now. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Who would have thought that being a slacker in a dream could lead to a lifetime of regrets? They say that the difference between a genius and a madman is just a fine line. It's not too strange for Carrie Thomas to have some unique aspects to her personality, considering her achievements, right? With this in mind, he shrugged his shoulders and decided to let it be, and plan for the long run. If the direct approach doesn't work, try a different approach, outflank the problem. Harrison tossed and turned, unable to sleep that night. After careful consideration, he gradually came up with a new plan. He decided to forcefully copy songs. Since he had wasted a whole year in his dreams, indulging in play and entertainment all day long, he had seen quite a lot of TV, movies, novels, games, and songs. Why not make the best use of them? Focusing only on clinging to powerful figures was a mistake. He needed to exploit his own strengths. First, I need to become strong myself, and then let the big shots in the fledgling stage actively embrace me. The works I've experienced in my dreams are my advantages. So, what do I plagiarize? Movies and television shows are too large in scale, making it difficult to monetize. Novels? There are too many words. I only vaguely remember the general plots of most, and I can't recite them even if I try. Write a novel based on vague plot lines? Don't joke around. Writing so many words is exhausting, and there is no guarantee that it'll be a hit in this time and age. The input-to-output ratio is too low. Besides, my writing is so bad it hurts my eyes to read it. Harrison Clarke has self-awareness, at least for now. He's not up to the task. The same goes for scripts. As for developing games, that's even more absurd. The investment is not small, and with current technology levels, it's not possible to develop those high-end games he once played. So, taking into account various factors, the simplest and easiest way to make money is to plagiarize songs. It's just a pity that Harrison Clarke has no artistic background. He has never learned music before. Even though he's listened to those songs many times, he can barely recall some melodies now, humming them intermittently and off-tune. But he has to give it a try. Harrison Clarke sets up a plan, digging deep into his memories for the most prominent songs while learning basic music theory and attempting to restore the song melodies as much as possible with the simplest tunes. Of course, this process is challenging, but at least he has some vague song ideas in his head, unlike ordinary people who have none. There is another advantage to plagiarizing songs. After all, Carrie Thomas lives upstairs. Now you are still strangers, so it's challenging to approach each other. But if you become comrades with the same goals, you won't be so ruthless, right? You both live upstairs and downstairs, and can learn and progress together. Isn't that wonderful? Harrison Clark just couldn't sleep. He jumped out of bed, turned on the computer, and began typing frantically. He decided to write down the most critical lyrics from his most memorable songs, humming them a few times to avoid forgetting them later. After 10 minutes, he looked at the 7 or 8 lines of lyrics in front of him and froze. How did I end up plagiarizing her song unknowingly? The song's title, Boring. This is one of Carrie Thomas's early works. Both the lyrics and the tune are immature, but her enchanting voice and perfect emotional outbursts make the song very touching. The song's creative level is not high, and its influence comes from the singer's excellent performance. The first time Harrison Clark heard the song, he felt as if the loneliness and solitude of being an ordinary person in real life was sung. He was deeply moved. Unexpectedly, after more than half a year, the first song he thinks of is Boring. Is it really a good idea to plagiarize Carrie Thomas's song first? Would that be going too far? What if she's already written it, but hasn't published it yet? Hold on. If she hasn't written it yet but will in the future, does that mean this song represents her mood during a certain period? If I write it and let her sing it, she should feel like we have a special connection, right? Will she consider me her confidant? When she sings my song and becomes popular, should she be grateful to me or hate me? Honestly, she should hate me, but who told you to treat me with cold indifference so often? Moreover, she seems to have just moved in, so she probably hasn't been out of school long. Now she goes out at night and comes back in the morning. Action. She doesn't look like someone who enjoys clubbing, so considering her background, is she a resident singer at a bar? After singing at the bar for a while, did she grow tired of life and then write Boring with the bar as the backdrop? So, she hasn't written the song yet. Harrison Clark racked his brain, using detective-level reasoning powers, frantically analyzing the situation, and accurately guessed many things just by chance. So I'll start writing now and show her in a few days. The next evening at 7 o'clock, the Hemingway bookstore. Harrison Clark appeared in the reference book area of the bookstore. During the day, when he was at work, he had already looked up online which books he should read for a complete beginner to start learning music composition from scratch. He has to start from the beginning. Ordinary people who study composition need to have a considerable degree of research on theoretical systems such as music theory, harmony, rhythm, and form, forming a cognitive intertwining of rationality and sensibility in their hearts, so that they can have a deep understanding of music and be able to write complete pieces. With cognition, there must be emotions, rhythm, and structure. These realms are too far away for Harrison Clark. He can't even read music scores, let alone compose independently. But he's not in a hurry. Great things are accomplished step by step. He doesn't plan to be a real composer. He is taking the standard answers to reverse the process of solving problems, much simpler than real creation. He doesn't need inspiration, he just needs to be a carrier. After soaking in the bookstore for 2 hours, Harrison left the bookstore with basic music theory, start learning composition from 3 strings, learn guitar from 0 basis, and other reference books to solidify his basic knowledge, until the salesperson reminded him of closing time. He also bought a poor quality guitar for 300 yuan online, which would take another 2 or 3 days to arrive. When he returned home, it was already past 9 in the evening, and Carrie Thomas had long since left her apartment upstairs. Harrison temporarily abandoned the idea of getting closer to Carrie, and decided to rely on himself instead of trying to stick to her. Unconsciously, a month had passed. At 8:30 in the evening, Harrison Clark clenched his teeth and fiddled with the guitar strings in his room. The noises were intermittent, completely out of tune, and without any rhythm to speak of. Beads of sweat the size of beans sprouted from Harrison's head, slid down his cheeks, and dripped onto the floor. He gritted his teeth, his expression slightly ferocious. He never thought learning a musical instrument would be so difficult. The musical symbols in the basic sheet music were basically recognizable, he could barely memorize them in his heart. But the performance was simply unbearable. After enduring a few more minutes, Harrison threw the guitar on the bed and lay down, staring blankly, feeling lost. This was the 50th time he had wanted to give up in nearly 30 days. An adult's way of thinking has been set, and a lack of artistic taste makes it very difficult to learn music from scratch. If you have no talent, even if your eyes understand, your ears remember, and your heart thinks you can, your hands won't. During these days, Harrison slept only 4 or 5 hours a night. He had to work during the day, and he couldn't afford a teacher, so he could only learn by himself at a low efficiency during his spare time at night. Too little sleep left him listless during the day. Harrison felt that if he went on like this, he might work himself to death before he even had a chance to plagiarize a song. What's even more frustrating is that as time went on, the classic melodies and lyrics he had barely remembered were gradually fading away. Apart from the song Boring, whose lyrics he wrote at the beginning, he couldn't remember any of the other songs' full lyrics. Worse still, even for the song Boring, he couldn't remember the whole melody, only the catchy chorus part. The harder he tried to recall, the faster the memories ran away. The more he racked his brains to figure it out, the more empty-handed he became. Memory was like sand in his hand, the tighter he held it, the more it slipped through his fingers. If only he hadn't considered the fact that he would need to copy those songs when he listened to them in his dreams. At that time, he would have hummed along a bit more if he had thought about it. Sigh, maybe by the time I learn, I will have forgotten everything. If only time could flow backward and give him another chance to dream, Harrison felt he would cherish it even more. From the start, he would have had to work hard and practice diligently, striving to use a year's time to steal a few songs, even if by rote memorization. Unfortunately, not only had the dream ended now, it had shattered as well. Harrison chuckled bitterly, muttering to himself, never mind, never mind. What's meant to be will be, what's not meant to be cannot be forced. I won't practice anymore. He suddenly sat up straight, grabbed the guitar, and strummed it wildly, wishing he could snap the strings. After all, Carrie must not be at home right now, so no one would be disturbed by him. If it weren't for the fact that their biological clocks were completely off, Harrison really wouldn't dare practice in his room. Unexpectedly, 30 seconds later, he heard heavy footsteps coming down the stairs outside his door. Thump, thump, thump. Harrison's door was knocked on heavily. Opening the door, Carrie Thomas, wearing a light blue nightgown and a messy bun, stood in the doorway, her beautiful and sleepy eyes staring angrily at Harrison. Her pajama collar was slightly lower than usual, and Harrison didn't dare look too much. To his surprise, Carrie was still at home. What are you trying to do in the middle of the night? Do you want me to sleep or not? Harrison awkwardly waved his hand. I'm learning to play the guitar. Who are you kidding? I can tell you straight away that after listening to you play for 5 minutes, you have no musical talent. In plain terms, you can't even sing properly, and your sense of rhythm is a mess. After a month of diligent practice, Harrison knew that Carrie's words were absolutely true. Though what Carrie said was true, but it was still insulting. It was infuriating to be so bluntly reprimanded. He wanted to say something to save face, but found it difficult to open his mouth. Carrie spoke again, her tone softening, even pleading. Please, can you just stop playing? I finally managed to get some time off to catch up on sleep. Just leave me be. Seeing her tone improve a bit, Harrison was about to agree, as he had planned to give up anyway. However, she added, I'm begging you on behalf of your guitar, too. Please stop playing it. Even though it's cheap, being played like this is just too cruel for it. Why don't you just set it on fire and let it rest in peace, all right? Hiss. Harrison Clark nearly gasped at the bottom of his heart. That was a cruel remark. Even knowing that she could become a contemporary Beethoven, Harrison really wanted to slap her. Carrie Thomas didn't give him a chance to burst out, and turned back upstairs. Anyway, don't blame me for not warning you. If I hear that noise again, I will definitely complain about you. She then slammed the door shut again. Downstairs, Harrison was so angry that he was choking, his heart filled with hatred. But he had no choice. After all, his job was to manage the apartment, and dealing with neighborhood noise disturbances was part of his responsibility, especially since he was the one making the noise. If Carrie Thomas complained, at least half a month's performance bonus would be deducted. Harrison wanted to say something like, 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side of the river, never bully a poor young man, sooner or later there will be a time when you need my help. But when he thought of the miserable self-study experience in the past month, he was even more depressed. Action. It seemed like there was no chance for him to redeem himself. Forget it, that's it. That night, Harrison tossed and turned in bed for nearly 2 hours before finally falling into a difficult sleep. Private Harrison Clark? Step forward. Harrison suddenly opened his eyes. The hazy sunlight was a little unusually dazzling. Looking around, it was a vast, boundless square. In the distant sky, some cone-shaped flying vehicles were taking off at varying speeds. Up close was a familiar, yet strange, square-face simpleton. The owner of the square face was glaring at him with a murderous look. Same place, same person, same furious gaze. It was exactly the same as at the beginning of the dream a month ago. Harrison was lost in a momentary trance. Am I dreaming again? After a month, have I entered that dreamscape again? And I'm still a reservist private? Even the first sentence of the instructor, Daniel Thompson, waking me up is exactly the same? What's going on? Are you still daydreaming? Go run 10 laps around the playground. Daniel Thompson's deafening roar sounded in Harrison's ears. Harrison shuddered. Even the lines about running laps were the same. Last time he dreamt, Harrison didn't run the laps right away, but stood there dazed, asking who I am, where am I, what are we doing, and why should I run laps? As a result, 10 laps turned into 20 laps, and he almost died on the playground from exhaustion. This time, Harrison was clever, saluted quickly, and then turned around and sprinted to the playground track. At the same time, he glanced at the electronic clock on the distant tower. October 26, 2019, 8 a.m. It's really this day again, back to the beginning of the dreamscape. He was still clueless about the situation. Why am I having the same dream exactly 1 month later? Why are the two dreams' beginnings exactly the same? What does this dream mean? Carrie Thomas's existence has already proven that the dreamscape is a real world. What does the ending of everyone dying mean then? Am I really dreaming? Or has my soul traveled thousands of years to this place? But why can I go back again? Why is the second dream a fresh start? Has time reversed? There are still countless questions in my mind that I can't figure out, but it doesn't prevent Harrison from quickly sorting out his thoughts. If you can't understand something, don't think about it, just focus on the important things at hand. At least it means I can really start over, and this time I won't waste time. Feeling great, his running pace became much lighter. That's right, this time he has to learn music well. After a month of hard practice, he's still a noob. What about practicing for a year? Low-income people don't have to work, so they can focus on their own things. And he can always refer to the original songs for comparison. This dream came at just the right time. To study music or gather more materials, Harrison Clark first had to leave the army and become an honorably discharged recipient of welfare. Although military training was strict, it was not a time of forced conscription, and disqualifying soldiers was straightforward. Harrison ended up in the military camp only because his previous physical and neurological test results showed potential to become an excellent soldier. However, if he showed poor behavior and attitude, he would be sent back home soon. Last time he was disqualified due to his lack of common sense. This time he wouldn't make the same mistake. Instead, he would pretend to be crazy and stupid. 2 months later, Harrison succeeded. He packed his bags and boarded the time machine. Sitting by the window, Harrison waved goodbye to his comrades outside. With a hum, the time machine started up. The figures of his comrades on the platform quickly receded into the distance. The time machine, dragging a long blue tail flame, left the military camp at the foot of the Pennine Hills and headed straight to the welfare housing area thousands of kilometers away. After changing out of his uniform, Harrison wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved that he had finally been disqualified. Last time he entered the dream world, he only lasted a month in the military camp. He had some regrets then and didn't want to leave, thinking that if he had adapted to this world earlier, he might not have performed so poorly during the reserves training. But this time, he actively hoped to be disqualified. However, once he understood things, he couldn't make the same common sense mistakes again. This time, his performance was much better than before, and he even unexpectedly became friends with several new soldiers. When he was disqualified last time, he left alone and dejected. This time, several comrades bid him farewell and expressed their regret for his tragic disqualification. Little did they know that it was a relief for Harrison. Harrison didn't really want their friendship, but he couldn't refuse their kindness. How could he bear to tell them that a year from now, they would all be dead, including him? During his 2 months in the military camp, aside from slacking off during daily training, he also used the military's database to gather more information. Like before, he couldn't find any detailed historical materials, only a few very general records. Harrison didn't care about this. He had learned new psychological coping techniques. As long as he didn't have any extra hopes, he would never be disappointed. After 3 or 4 days, Harrison settled down in the welfare housing area in his hometown. No one welcomed him back home in his glory. He didn't have any old acquaintances here. In the real world, although Harrison had a weak sense of family, at least he had foster parents. But in this life, it seemed worse, as if he had sprung out of a crack in a rock. He didn't have a single relative apart from a file stating that he was originally from Boston. Harrison knew he only had a year to live, so there was no regret, only a peacefulness. In the spacious and bright living room of the welfare housing, Harrison snapped his fingers. Click. He said, "Smart assistant, your name is Vivian from now on." "Okay, master." "Vivian, show me all the information about the famous singer Carrie Thomas from the early 21st century." In less than 0.1 seconds, a holographic projection appeared 2 meters in front of him. Carrie's detailed information table appeared before him. Basic information, works, and anecdotes were all available. Harrison sat on the sofa, and the screen automatically adjusted, maintaining a distance of 1 meter from him and tilting at a 45-degree angle to the ground. Harrison looked at the material and said, "Prepare my lunch. I'd like the 7th Sichuan meal, medium spicy." This time, Carrie's information was almost unchanged from before, with the same number of works, titles, and even the times and backgrounds of those works remaining identical. Everything seemed unchanged. Harrison focused his gaze on the anecdotes section, concentrated slightly, and opened the detailed information. Appearing before him were various reports related to Carrie, from her debut to the biographies written by others hundreds of years after her death. The database's historical materials were very general, but its entertainment and cultural materials were well preserved. Harrison had already read these materials before. Action. In order to uncover history, he had put in a lot of effort. Since he couldn't find information in the official history, he had tried to search for clues in these side materials. Unfortunately, the information he collected from these articles was fragmented and inconsistent, with no substantial help in his understanding of history. Harrison casually opened an interview, the first one Carrie had taken after her fame, which took place when she was 26 years old in the real world, in 2024. Back then, Harrison had scrutinized this interview multiple times. After all, it was the closest written record to the time he lived in. Harrison read it again from beginning to end. 3 minutes later, he was stunned. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. "That's not right." When the journalist asked her this question before, she didn't answer like this. "Did I remember it wrong? That can't be." Harrison pulled at his hair. The interview went like this. The journalist asked, "Now that you've achieved success, do you have anything to say to those newcomers in the industry who aspire to pursue music but are still groping in the dark?" This was a very common question. Almost every successful person was asked similar questions in different situations and expressions. The standard answer was usually some insincere encouragement towards the younger generation, discussing the weight of ideals and the meaning of perseverance. However, Harrison clearly remembered that when he read the interview last time, Carrie's answer was just 2 brief words, quite bluntly, no. This reply was very characteristic of her, making her appear cold and unapproachable. The atmosphere immediately froze, forcing the journalist to quickly change topics and say that she was indeed straightforward, just like the rumors. But this time, the interview read. Carrie replied, "Music requires more talent than any other industry. Before choosing this path, it's best to figure out if you have the talent for it. Otherwise, it's a waste of life." Journalist, "So efforts cannot make up for the lack of talent." Carrie, "That's right. 5 years ago, I had a neighbor. I only listened to him play the guitar for less than half an hour and told him bluntly that he had no musical sense, and this path was a dead end for him. So tragic." Yes, that tragic. If the average musical talent of an ordinary person is 5 and mine is 10, then his musical talent would be 0. Well, maybe not 0, more like 0.5. The journalist was silent for a long time, probably mourning for someone, and asked again, "Did he listen to you? What happened to him later?" Carrie Thomas, "He probably did listen, as I never heard that annoying noise again. As for what happened to him later, I don't know. We never really knew each other." Journalist, "You are indeed straightforward, just like the rumors. Let's talk about your new song." The rest of the interview was the same as before. Harrison Clark's expression kept changing. "This is ridiculous. What's with the 0 and 0.5? Isn't the neighbor Carrie Thomas was talking about, who made annoying noises, himself? Does it mean that she took notice of him after he practiced guitar for a month?" Although he still didn't make a name for himself in history, he got some recognition as Carrie Thomas's untalented neighbor. Harrison Clark continued to read other information. In several different versions of Carrie Thomas's biography, he saw her talent-only theory using him as an example. Anyway, he was indeed miserable, repeatedly mentioned by Carrie Thomas on various occasions in different ways. Who knows how much grudge Carrie Thomas held? Perhaps his 30-minute guitar performance pierced her eardrums, resulting in her deep resentment. She almost didn't go as far as writing a song specifically to curse him. Wait a minute. Harrison Clark suddenly remembered a weird song by Carrie Thomas that he rarely listened to and didn't like at all. The song was called Waste. Too real? I hate it. It took Harrison a long time to calm his emotions. Combining various pieces of information, it was clear that the incident where he played guitar and was criticized by Carrie Thomas had really happened. A small change in history 1,000 years ago eventually affected the present through Carrie Thomas. History had indeed changed, just a tiny bit. Of course, the overall process and direction remained unchanged, with only some trivial words added to historical materials related to Carrie Thomas. Though Harrison Clark changed history, the impact was not strong enough and was easily offset by the thick historical currents. After closing the holographic screen, Harrison Clark sat on the sofa, thinking deeply. His mind was a bit foggy and not very clear. It wasn't his fault. He was not a genius but an ordinary person. His brain was overloaded with too much information, so it crashed frequently. Through changes in historical materials related to Carrie Thomas, he realized a new problem. The real world and his dream world were truly connected across 1,000 years. What on earth is going on? Is my dream a dream or real? If it's a dream, why would historical materials change? Why did it all feel so real? What about those immersive movies with engaging plots, classic songs that surpassed one another, and immersive games with great texture? My imagination is not that strong. But if it's real, why would I wake up in my bed after death? Shouldn't death be simple and final? And, having awakened in the present, why did I end up here again in my dream a month later? Why did the time return to October 26, 2019, 8 a.m.? 100,000 questions turned into 100,000 chains, wrapping him up like a mummy. Having read many web novels, especially those about time travel, Harrison Clark thought he had seen enough and was open-minded. Even if he had really traveled to a world where powerful warriors and magic users were all over the place, he felt he could accept it. Yet his own situation left him completely at a loss. He was stunned for half the day, only snapping out of it when his stomach growled with hunger. Harrison Clark sighed, admitting that he couldn't understand such a profound and complex philosophical question with his ordinary talent. Since he couldn't figure it out, why think about it? Screw it. I should hurry up and learn guitar and plagiarize songs instead. As Harrison Clark ate, he asked Vivian to play Boring. Right, this is Carrie Thomas's first song. If I plagiarize it, will I completely change her fate and make her success disappear? Well, he hesitated for about 10 seconds, envisioning Carrie Thomas's repulsive face in his mind quite ugly. For some unknown reason, she was full of offensive words and had a very unyielding attitude. He had tried to avoid her while working hard to practice his guitar for a month. The one time she ran into him was just an accident, and it wasn't even very late, around 8 or 9 at night. Yet she still wanted to complain about him. And then there were her various assertions of talent, and even that terrible song Waste that she must have secretly given to him. That was too much. Harrison Clark felt he hadn't wronged her at all, yet she treated him like an enemy. So the guilt that had just started to surface in his heart was instantly beaten to a pulp by his morality, giving up the fight. Plagiarize? If she becomes a nobody, it's her own fault. Isn't her song the one closest to 2019, with the most suitable style, highest chance of success, and the safest choice? I've tried to please you in any way I could. It's your fault for not giving me the chance? Harrison Clark had a sense of revenge. I'll make you underestimate me. I'll plagiarize you to death. There are some things in this world that can be done well through hard work and relentless dedication. However, there are some things that no matter how hard you try or how much you invest, success remains elusive without talent. A prime example of this is artistic creation. Within the realm of art, talent can be roughly divided into two categories. One is the talent for learning and performing, the other is the talent for creation. Those with creative talent usually have the talent for learning and performing as well. However, many people possess only the talent for learning and performing and lack creative talent. While diligent practice can compensate for a lack of learning and performing talent, it cannot for a lack of creative talent, without which, one cannot even find the entrance. With systematic training and persistent learning, almost everyone can become a skilled craftsman, but not an artist. Many piano teachers spend their entire lives teaching piano, yet they can't compose a single captivating piano piece. Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Of course, the importance of this inspiration, which refers to creative talent, cannot be overstated. Harrison Clark neither has creative talent nor does he pass the test of learning and performing talent. Fortunately, he can first obtain the standard answers and then reverse engineer the process. He doesn't create, he merely transports. So, now, Harrison's task is to work hard to make his untalented self a qualified performing craftsman. Harrison is also particularly lucky in one aspect. With his level of talent, if he were to painstakingly practice in the real world during his spare time, it would take him at least 5 or 6 years to gain basic proficiency in performing. For those with average talent, it would take about 2 or 3 years. Carrie Thomas wasn't wrong, her assessment of Harrison's talent was spot on. If not for this dreamlike state, by the time he could learn and completely reproduce a piece of music in reality, 5 or 6 years would have passed, and he would have long forgotten everything. Moreover, if he were to focus solely on learning music in the real world, he would have ended up starving on the streets. This endeavor would have been utterly unfeasible in reality. But now, he has entered this dream and gained an extra year. Although he wasted 2 months in the military camp, he still has 10 months left. And these 10 months are completely free from work, social obligations, or distractions of any kind. Therefore, these 10 months are equivalent to 5 or 6 years. Time stolen is particularly precious, so Harrison devised a strict schedule for himself. Every day, he wakes up at 7 a.m., spends the morning reading to learn music theory and notation. After lunch, he takes a half-hour nap and spends the afternoon practicing guitar, repeatedly playing the accompaniment even if it's interrupted by frequent mistakes. The evenings are relatively more flexible. He can watch tutorial videos on art and then go to bed promptly at midnight. Although history has been concealed, information on entertainment and art is quite comprehensive and readily available. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, more than 9 months have passed. Calluses gradually formed on Harrison's fingers. The floor of the balcony where he practiced had 2 smooth, shiny footprints worn by his shoes. The corner of the room was filled with dozens of old strings he had changed himself. His posture while playing still wasn't elegant and even looked a bit clumsy, but he could finally play 2 complete accompanying tunes accurately and smoothly on the guitar. Besides Boring, the other piece was Deep in the Night, both early works by Carrie Thomas. Compared to Boring, Deep in the Night was relatively more mature. Though the title might sound poetic, the song was actually a powerful rock anthem. Harrison Clark painstakingly memorized the 2 songs, which was a huge workload. The accompaniment included not only the guitar but also a combination of various instruments such as piano, bass, drums, violin, organ, cellos, and trombones. Experienced musicians know how to find rhythm and notes, and facilitate memory by analyzing and summarizing patterns. It's not that difficult to memorize a song. For some catchy songs, even though the entire piece lasts several minutes, it's actually just a combination of 2 or 3 chords constantly repeated. Understand the chords thoroughly, then combine them, and the framework of the whole song emerges. But Harrison Clark couldn't do it. He hadn't been learning for long enough, was inexperienced, didn't know how to play other instruments, had poor musicality, and could only force himself to memorize every note from each instrument. It was like someone who is not sensitive to numbers reciting pi to hundreds or thousands of decimal places, or like a high school student memorizing an ancient text. He was completely contorted. In the narrow and dim underground room, Harrison Clark lay quietly on a slightly moldy leather sofa, eyes closed tightly, muttering under his breath like chanting prayers. He was repeatedly recalling the complete arrangements of Boring and Deep in the Night in his mind. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, making sure he remembered each rhythm firmly and would not make mistakes, and breathed a sigh of relief. Harrison Clark then looked up at the clock on the wall. Action. It was almost time. October 27, 3020 AD, 9:43 a.m. If he remembered correctly, that bizarre thing would appear in the sky in a few minutes. This time he decided to hide in the basement, not looking at the light, to see if he could survive. During this year, besides practicing music hard, he hardly cared about worldly affairs. However, about half a year ago, he did cautiously spread the news of the impending end of the world through social networks. But the rumor he released was quickly covered up by others. At the same time, he received a level 1 warning from the world government, telling him not to make sensational claims or face the consequences. After that, Harrison Clark stopped meddling in other affairs. He was just an ordinary man, doing his best to take care of himself. Why bother to lament for others' misfortunes? He made only a little preparation for himself. He exchanged his accumulated welfare points for a long vacant underground air raid shelter, and prepared a large amount of food and drinking water in the shelter. He wanted to try again to see what would happen if he didn't die, and if he could live a few more days in this dream. If there was enough time, he would learn a few more songs. Click. Harrison Clark turned on the old-fashioned, flexible screen television. Last time the dream ended, he ascended while playing tennis with other welfare recipients on an outdoor court. This time he could see if there was any explanation on TV. After an extremely brief flicker, the TV picture appeared, and the default channel was set to the Chinese Channel 1. A recorded interview program was playing on TV at the moment. A military expert was communicating with numerous journalists and civilian opinion leaders, explaining why the vast and seemingly redundant military system still needed to be maintained. Yes, now is the era of eternal peace. But the 6,000-year history of mankind tells us that war is the driving force of civilization. In order to maintain social order's stability, our military should be maintained at an adequate level. This would not only promote technological progress, but also prevent potential risks. The military expert spoke confidently. A respected civil scholar sneered discontentedly, "That's absurd. We would still be promoting basic science without engaging in military activities. Preventing potential risks? What risks? You are just wasting taxpayers' money and the productive force of technological progress." As the scholar's words subsided, the TV flickered, the signal briefly interrupted, and the program was replaced. Harrison Clark glanced at his watch. There were about 4 minutes left until that time. A few seconds later, the TV signal resumed. Seeing the newly cut-out picture, Harrison Clark's pupils suddenly contracted and his breathing stopped. The television displayed silent images. The camera was shooting from outer space. In the dark and vast expanse of space, stars twinkled and adorned the background. At a distance, numerous cone-shaped objects floated eerily and spectacularly. Harrison Clark, who had spent 2 months in the military, recognized these cone-shaped objects. They were the pride of the world government, representing the pinnacle of human technology, the starry sky fleet that was said to usher in the next era. With over 1,000 large main ships, tens of thousands of escort ships, and nearly 100,000 small and medium-sized battle cruisers. Next to the fleet, several large space stations were busily manufacturing colonial ships capable of carrying up to 200,000 people. Nearly 100 colonial ships had been built, just waiting for the breakthrough in cryogenic technology's reliability, after which 20 million people would board the colonial ships and take the most distant step into space. The enormous fleet, when stacked together, looked awe-inspiring. Suddenly, a glimmer of light emerged from the cosmic background in the fleet. Then, points of light began to flicker and burst in waves, almost illuminating the pitch-black universe. This was an explosion. In a very short time, these more than 100,000 warships exploded simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, these 100,000 spaceships turned into brilliant fireworks, completely dissipating in space. The beautiful scenes on television were filled with despair. In the fleet, tens of millions of lives were lost in an instant. Human civilization's proudest military force vanished in an instant. A voiceover appeared on the television. This was the scene 5 minutes ago. Our starry sky fleet has been annihilated. The voice was calm, but there was an undertone of sadness and despair. Action. Harrison Clark knew who the voice belonged to. When he was in the military, he often heard this voice speaking on television. He was the current leader of the world government. The voice had barely fallen on the television screen when a huge, disc-shaped black shadow suddenly appeared, quickly approaching the camera. The speed of the black shadow's flight was unimaginably fast, yet there was no propulsive medium being ejected from its rear, indicating that the propulsion technology of the black shadow was different from all known energy technologies possessed by humanity. This was the very object Harrison had seen hovering in the air on a previous occasion. After breaking through the fragmented belt of the Starry Sky Fleet's wreckage, the black shadow suddenly stopped in space. Seeing an enormous object transitioning from extreme motion to extreme stillness, defying the law of inertia, produced an unbearable discomfort in Harrison. It was like a cat scratching glass by his ear, making him dizzy, nauseous, and wanting to vomit. Then, the television picture disappeared, leaving only darkness, but the voiceover continued. In an indescribable tone, the voice said, "I'm sorry. We have lost. We prepared for this day for 500 years, and still, we lost. We couldn't even put up the slightest resistance. I'm sorry." The voice gradually faded. 4 words suddenly appeared on the television screen. Signal interrupted. It turned out that these people knew all along that this day would come. The Starry Sky Fleet, the military system, and other structures were all prepared for this day. However, the gap in power between the two sides was too great, just as an ant's nest, no matter how sturdy, was futile in the face of a world-ending flood. This was not even a case of a mantis trying to block a car. As he contemplated this, Harrison suddenly felt an itch in his nose, rubbed it unconsciously, and looked down. His hand was covered in sticky, crimson blood, but he had no idea when it had started to flow. That ghostly thing should have entered the atmosphere by now, right? Just like the last time. Without warning, the television exploded, and the room light dimmed. Harrison's vision turned white again, and the familiar yet strange tearing pain surged through his body from various points. Despite having experienced this once before and being mentally prepared for it, he still couldn't resist the soul-wrenching pain. He slowly slumped to the ground. Just before succumbing, he managed a vague curse in his mind. He knew it would be like this. Hiding underground was useless. He opened his eyes. The sky was getting light again. As Harrison lay quietly in bed, he caressed the quilt with his fingers. As the pain receded and his mind cleared, he silently recalled the melodies of Boring and Deep in the Night twice. Only then did he slowly sit up, hugging his knees and lost in thoughts, with a faint sense of melancholy in his heart. The first time he had died in his dream, it had been so sudden that he had no idea what had happened and therefore had no feelings about it. This time, knowing some of the causes and consequences, and being shocked that humanity would actually be destroyed 1,000 years later, he felt a newfound emotional turbulence. But in reality, he had no real connection with that world, nothing he couldn't let go of, so he always felt a sense of isolation from the world 1,000 years later. Up until now, he still couldn't be 100% sure whether it was reality or an extraordinarily realistic dream because, be it a dream or reality, there were many illogical things. But he just couldn't help feeling regretful for the demise of the entire human civilization. It was too sad. The entire civilization had worked together for 500 years, but in the end, it was still destroyed in the blink of an eye. In the vast universe, humans were just too insignificant and tiny. It was a difficult feeling to describe, with a sense of lamenting the fate of others, a bit of helplessness, and a touch of regret and loss. It took a long time for Harrison Clark to free himself from this complex emotion. He laughed at himself mockingly and thought, even if it were true, so what? Even if humans really perished 1,000 years later, so what? What does it have to do with me? Whether it's now or 1,000 years later, I'm just an insignificant ordinary person. What can I change? What can I meddle with? I am already trying my best to take care of myself. Harrison Clark jumped off the bed and instinctively said, Vivian, please make me a cup of. Forget it, how could I make the same mistake again? Harrison Clark shrugged, made breakfast himself, put a cup of hot milk and 2 buns in the microwave, and pressed the button. There was a crackling sound, and a light crunch came from the microwave. The ceiling light in the kitchen went out, and the power tripped. White smoke rose from the back of the microwave, and a burnt smell filled the kitchen. The microwave was burnt. He hadn't used the microwave in a year, and he was a bit absent-minded, forgetting that metal objects couldn't be put inside. Bad luck, at least $100 or $2 lost. Harrison Clark grumbled and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. As he poured water into the mouthwash cup, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of his slightly pale face in the mirror, and he paused momentarily. He clearly remembered that his complexion wasn't like this before. Although being an apartment manager wasn't an outdoor high-intensity job, he still had to walk around outside quite a bit. Harrison Clark's original physique wasn't particularly strong, but it wasn't weak either, and his skin color was standard, neither yellow nor white. But the face in the mirror had a sickly paleness to it, a clear sign of severe subhealth caused by not going outside for too long and lacking exercise and sunlight exposure. Harrison Clark was puzzled. I just slept for one night, what happened? Did the changes in my physical condition in my dreams get inherited outside? This time, he hardly went out in the dream. Anyway, Vivian would have everything prepared, and he knew that sooner or later he would die, so whether he exercised or not didn't matter. So, in the last 2 or 3 months of his dream, his health and complexion had indeed changed to this state. Considering that there was no difference before and after the last awakening, he thought it would be the same this time, so he didn't pay any attention to it. Now he knew the reason. Last time, when he was a welfare recipient, although he was also immersed in pleasure, he didn't lock himself in his room as a shut-in, but went out and played basketball and ran from time to time. After all, last time he was still thinking about the pretty girls among the other welfare recipients and maintained a moderate amount of exercise, so the change in his skin color before and after wasn't obvious. But this time, after being a reserve soldier for 2 months and training a bit, he then became a shut-in for 10 months, and it was the kind of shut-in without seeing the sun, resulting in some serious problems. Harrison Clark rubbed his face, then clenched his fist, feeling a little weak. Never mind, he'd pay more attention from now on and resume his running habit this month. But before that, he should copy the songs. Harrison Clark took a day off during the day, locked himself in his room all day, and didn't even go out for lunch, painstakingly wrote down the complete score arrangements for the 2 songs by hand. He hadn't yet mastered the digital arrangement technique, so he had to rely on pure manual work. Although it was a little harder, when he looked at the notebook filled with sheet music, Harrison Clark's heart felt unprecedentedly full. Outside the window, the sun was setting, and its rays streamed in through the window, shining on the black man-made leather cover of the notebook, reflecting a hazy light. Harrison Clark gently stroked the cover, his heart filled with expectation. No matter if I can continue to have these dreams, or if I can copy more songs later, as long as I manage these 2 songs well, there should be some difference in my fate, right? What should I do with the first bucket of gold I make? How much can I make from this first bucket of gold? Looking at the man in front of her, Carrie Thomas clenched her teeth a little tighter. She was trying hard to control her temper, fearing that she might not be able to help but start a fight with this guy. It was now exactly 7 in the evening. Not wanting to deal with him any longer, she had left half an hour earlier today, but she still bumped into him. No, to be more precise, he was probably waiting for her on purpose. As soon as she left the building, he immediately opened the door and positioned himself just right to block the entrance. He was also holding that broken guitar in his arms, his face looking a bit excited and a little nervous. Harrison Clark's appearance at this time made Carrie's temper flare for no apparent reason. What on earth do you want? The perceptive Carrie had already noticed that Harrison was trying to get closer to her, and she even believed that he had an ulterior motive for playing the guitar. After all, Harrison was the apartment manager, so he should have known some information about her and that she was into music. Move. After a moment's thought, Carrie hummed through her nose, thinking to herself, why won't this guy give up? Didn't I make it clear yesterday? So he thought that by thinking it over for a day, he would suddenly get it right? Is this his attempt to prove his strength? Stop messing around, okay? Carrie couldn't help but laugh. Over the past month, since that embarrassing conversation that day, they had only briefly exchanged a few words yesterday. But that couldn't even be counted as an exchange, it was just Carrie's protest out of pure exasperation. In fact, she had heard Harrison play the guitar more than once before, but she had never said anything since she just occasionally caught a bit of the sound. Yesterday, when she wanted to sleep for an extra 2 hours, she had endured the torment of his playing and remembered Harrison's impure motive for learning the guitar, finally reaching her limit. Carrie was very clear about Harrison's skill level. He was a complete beginner with no talent whatsoever, and playing the guitar was simply a waste of time for him. While her advice yesterday had been harsh but well-intentioned, she did not think that Harrison could make any significant progress in just one day. Harrison smiled awkwardly but did not move aside as requested. Instead he said, I know I'm a beginner, but that's not important. I actually wrote a song, and I want you to listen to it and give me some feedback. Carrie widened her eyes, her face showing a look of disbelief. Yes, Harrison had actually come to prove himself. But he wasn't planning to perform someone else's piece, instead he was here to show off his own original music. You want to create original music? Are you out of your mind? Ha ha. Carrie laughed, both amused by his overconfidence and annoyed by his persistence. After a brief cold laugh, Carrie's tone suddenly turned 3 degrees colder. What kind of joke is this? Write a song? You? Do you really think I won't complain about you? Harrison looked at her silently, his mood a bit complicated, wanting to turn around and leave. Being a good person seemed harder than he thought. Yes, he was planning to give Carrie the song Boring. Boring was originally Carrie's song, and he had copied 2 of her songs. It would weigh on his conscience if he didn't give her any. There was another reason, the artistic achievement and production quality of Boring were not very high. In another time and space, Boring became popular as Carrie's debut song because of her unique voice, extraordinary singing skills, and subtle emotional capture. So Harrison believed that if he sold Boring to someone else, it might not achieve the desired results. The best option was indeed to give it to the original singer herself. Although Carrie Thomas is still a few years ahead of her time and her singing skills might be a bit immature, she is at least reliable. As long as she sings, even if it doesn't get popular, there would still be a guaranteed minimum effect it can achieve in theory. Of course, this would definitely change Carrie Thomas's fate, making her debut much earlier and her life experiences completely different from another timeline, possibly depriving her of many life experiences. No one knows what kind of changes Harrison Clark's fierce flapping of the butterfly's wings will bring to Carrie Thomas and the future. But does it matter? Harrison Clark doesn't care when Carrie Thomas becomes popular, or how popular she becomes. He only cares whether he is close to her when she becomes popular and whether she can take him along after her rise to fame. Moreover, helping her get popular sooner is helping her. Harrison Clark doesn't care about the future either. After all, humans will be extinct after 1,000 years. Could it get any worse? I know it's not your working hours yet. Listening to a song will only take a few minutes and won't delay you. As for whether to complain or not, you can decide after listening to it, said Harrison Clark. In the end, he decided to give it a try. Without waiting for Carrie Thomas to respond, he picked up his guitar and his fingers swiftly glided over the strings. Just as he made this move, the words Carrie Thomas was about to curse got stuck in her throat. Laymen watch the spectacle, while professionals see the doorways. Just from Harrison Clark's movement, Carrie Thomas had keenly perceived his tremendous change. Whether a person can play guitar or not, or has worked hard on their performance, can basically be seen by a professional just by looking at their starting posture and observing their fingerings for pressing and plucking strings. With Harrison Clark's level of proficiency shown in that instant, it was impossible for him to play the same harsh cacophony as yesterday. As expected, along with the melody, Carrie Thomas no longer experiences the torture she did yesterday. Harrison Clark's guitar playing may lack soul, but he has practiced this piece's guitar accompaniment for over 1,000 hours, reaching the proficiency level of a trainee who has practiced for 3.5 years. Therefore, his performance of the guitar accompaniment in Boring is top-notch and impeccable. Although the absence of proper accompaniment reduces the appeal of the song, it is still good enough for a small theater performance. Carrie Thomas's originally slightly agitated emotions gradually eased under Harrison Clark's skilled performance. However, new doubts arose in her heart. How did he change so much overnight when he played so poorly yesterday? Was he pretending to be bad before? What was the point? Action. Forget it, he did put in the effort. considering that he also loves music. Just listen to what kind of song this is. Carrie Thomas never thought that Harrison Clark really couldn't play yesterday, and he really can play today. The fact that someone can transform from a layman to a professional in guitar playing overnight completely defies her common sense and is beyond her imagination. Seeing that his prelude successfully calmed Carrie Thomas, Harrison Clark felt a little relieved, thinking that he had taken another big step towards success, and played even more carefully and devotedly. Carrie Thomas is truly a future female Beethoven, serious and devout about music. Once her attitude was in place, she quickly recognized the charm of Harrison Clark's song. She couldn't help but be amazed. It was indeed an unheard-of chord combination. Could it really be his original creation? It sounded a bit immature, but sincere. It had a touch of vicissitudes and a hint of young people's pretend moaning, showing dissatisfaction with the status quo, but powerless to change it and therefore going with the flow. However, at the deepest level of all the negative emotions, it seemed to hide a flicker of flame, urging him to pursue his own dreams as if a wounded phoenix was hibernating deep in the magma, waiting for the day it heals and rises again. Carrie Thomas's breathing gradually slowed down, her emotions involuntarily drawn into the music, and she even felt a sense of sympathy towards the previously disliked performer, Harrison Clark. This was just a prelude of less than 20 seconds. Harrison Clark hadn't even started singing yet, but Carrie Thomas had already heard so many emotions. It was not that Carrie Thomas's music appreciation skills were so high that they broke through the sky, but simply because this song was written by her. This melody was like a giant boulder, smashing heavily into her heart, resonating and echoing. Harrison Clark began to sing. His voice had no distinctive characteristics, and his singing skills were unremarkable. For him to sing this song with his own croaky voice was simply a waste of its beauty. However, he was well aware of his limitations, so he had spent quite some time practicing this song in his dreams. Now, although it couldn't be said that he sang well, his performance was just barely at the level of a KTV song king, and he could show about 30 to 40% of the charm of this song. Harrison Clark put everything into his singing. He only glanced at Carrie Thomas's expression at the beginning of the song. Well, just as he had expected, this encounter was destined. The song was perfect for her, and the look on her face was one of complete enchantment. Great things were ahead. Indeed, Carrie Thomas was shocked. At first, she had been harboring some regrets, feeling that she shouldn't have been so sarcastic towards Harrison Clark yesterday. The man had real skills. No matter how he performed and sang, Harrison Clark's revealed ability to create music was impressive to Carrie Thomas, whose output of mature works up to now was zero. Carrie Thomas asked herself honestly, and she realized that she couldn't write a song like this right now. But, as she listened further, her face gradually changed. The lyrics of the song seemed a bit strange, as if they held a hidden meaning. Finally, Harrison Clark reached the chorus, which required a high range and was quite demanding in terms of vocal skills and voice quality. He didn't force himself to attempt it, as it would be embarrassing if his voice cracked or went out of tune. His singing and playing came to an abrupt halt. Since he wanted to sell this song to her, it wouldn't be appropriate to sing it all the way through. He should leave something to be desired. By now, the bait should be attractive enough for her, right? Harrison Clark slowly put down the guitar and looked at Carrie Thomas with expectant eyes. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the look in Carrie Thomas's eyes seemed to be that of someone who wanted to charge forward and beat him up. What do you think of my song? I haven't finished yet, but if you like it. Enough, Harrison Clark. Carrie Thomas interrupted him, her teeth grinding audibly. Harrison Clark was taken aback. Huh? What's wrong? What did I do? Harrison Clark, I don't need you to look up to me, nor do I need your pity. But I won't allow you to mock me. I warn you, this is the last time you'll harass me. Goodbye. Carrie Thomas suddenly snapped these harsh words, then pushed past Harrison Clark, slamming the door behind her and leaving him standing alone in the narrow corridor, utterly disheveled. He couldn't understand what had happened. How did things suddenly explode while they seemed to be going well? You're too temperamental like Beethoven, aren't you? After leaving, Carrie Thomas's face was still flushed red, and she appeared mortified and humiliated. She muttered under her breath, yes, I'm singing in a bar now. I'm vulgar, I'm lowly, but did you really have to write a song specifically to mock me? And you wrote it so well that I was actually moved? I must be crazy, and so are you. Yes, she thought Harrison Clark had written this song as a way to mock and ridicule her job. She was already feeling inferior and lost because of her work as a resident singer in a bar. After hearing the implications of Harrison Clark's lyrics, her feelings of embarrassment and anger had erupted suddenly. It's no wonder she seems so temperamental. Any normal woman would most likely have reacted in the same way. Harrison Clark thought he was being kind, but in reality, he had stabbed right into Carrie Thomas's fragile self-esteem. At this moment, Carrie Thomas was in the lowest point of her life, unable to see any hope. She hadn't yet managed to break through to a new stage and soar as a butterfly. Instead, she was at her most sensitive and vulnerable. Life at the bar was already suffocating enough. On top of that, she had to engage in constant mental battles with those who coveted her beauty. She despised everything and was disillusioned with the world, but she was helpless. Now, she couldn't accept any unusual gaze from others. Instead, she used a layer of prickly armor to firmly wrap up her lonely heart. Carrie's anger persisted until she finally managed to calm down a bit after getting on the bus. Deep down, however, a wave of sadness welled up inside her inexplicably. A guy she had never paid attention to before, one she had just bitterly mocked the day before, actually possessed such amazing creative talent. He probably never meant to mock me, did he? Maybe it was because of my words yesterday that made him upset, so he wrote this song in just one day? Why don't I have that kind of talent? There was, in fact, a bit of jealousy and frustration hidden within Carrie's earlier anger. She looked away, watching the passing traffic and bustling crowds outside the bus. She didn't want to admit it, but she actually felt a little regretful. Not having heard the whole song was a bit of a pity. She didn't know how the rest of the chorus would loop or how the melody might change within the loop. And would the lyrics that followed be less harsh, less ironic? A song's lyrics should include a setup, development, twist, and conclusion, with emotions building progressively. Would the entire song just be about mocking my plight? It was all his fault. If he had sung it all in one go, maybe I could have endured listening till the end. How could he not finish the depressing first half and then just stop there? It's such a shame that I won't get a chance to hear the rest now. At this moment, Harrison was sulking by himself, sitting on a bench. He was utterly puzzled. It was utterly embarrassing. This is your song, right? I sang it for you, ready to help you soar. Shouldn't you have been moved to tears by your own song? Why didn't you follow the script and get so angry? Which nerve of yours did I poke this time? How did I belittle you? The plan to present Boring to its original singer failed miserably. It seemed that he would have to sell Boring to someone else now. This made things a bit more complicated. Harrison wasn't in the music industry and didn't know any insiders. He had no fame and didn't know how to sell the song. So, it seems he could only rely on sheer luck. Sing it himself? Harrison never considered it. That would be a waste of resources, a sheer recklessness. Oxfordshire was located in England. As the provincial capital with a permanent population of over 10 million, it couldn't compete with first-tier cities like London, Nottingham, and Liverpool, but it was still among the top tier in the second-tier cities in the country. The Oxfordshire city government valued the cultural and creative industry, and more than 5 years ago, it built the largest cultural and creative industrial park in Asia. After several years of development, thousands of enterprises settled in the industrial park, covering various fields such as film and television dramas, animation, games, literature, new media, and music. The entire industrial park generated annual GDP output of hundreds of billions, which has now become the face card of Oxfordshire. On the weekend, Harrison, dressed in a suit, appeared at the entrance of Building 8D section in the industrial park. Carrying a guitar on his back, he looked somewhat melancholic. Over a week had passed since his return from the dream world, and he had had a fairly unsuccessful week. I don't understand why some readers keep saying that the main character can't get over copying songs. I clearly explained the situation earlier in the story. It's not that he doesn't want to, he just can't right now. Does the current web fiction environment suck that much? People just keep spraying without even reading the story. Fortunately, I've been writing for more than a decade and have excellent stress resistance. Otherwise, a newcomer might indeed explode. The main character will, of course, climb the technology tree, but it might not be the way everyone likes. Just becoming a super invincible genius right from the start. There are still many web novels with overpowered main characters armed with black technology, so why can't they get past the hurdle with me? Harrison Clark intermittently took 3 or 4 half-days off from work, repeatedly traveling to the cultural and creative industry park and stubbornly visiting one company after another to talk. Regrettably, he always ran into walls. People didn't even give him a chance to play the guitar, they merely asked him if he was a professional musician or if he had any representative works in the past. Harrison didn't want to lie. He honestly admitted that he had never studied music and had no representative works, and then that was it. There was nothing Harrison could do about this. The fake could not become real, and the real could not become fake. He genuinely did not have any relevant artistic education or work experience. Lying would be of no use, and he believed that whatever he had done before had nothing to do with the songs he wanted to sell. I'm trying to sell you songs, not myself. What does it matter what I did before? Does it matter if I haven't produced any works before? Does everyone have representative works before they write their first song? Do you not care about creators who haven't released any works yet? So where do I go to release my first work? But he knew that complaining about others wouldn't help. Perhaps this was just reality. Facing reality, accepting reality, and then overcoming reality. Everyone has to go through this once. 5 minutes later. Mr. Clark, I'm really sorry. I know you have songs to sell, but our director is really busy, and he's on a business trip. The rest of us don't know how to appreciate music, so please leave. The receptionist at this music production studio had a sweet smile and spoke very politely, but she just wouldn't let him in. No, even if your director is not here, there must be someone who collects songs, right? My request isn't high, just let me play once. Is that so difficult? At this point, a middle-aged woman came over from the side, looking like she was in charge. Sir, our company has an email address for external submissions. If you are confident about your work, you can record a sample and send it to us. We have someone regularly reviewing submissions. Harrison was at a loss. He had never sold songs before and didn't know the market. First of all, with his level of singing, the quality of the recording would definitely not be great. Secondly, his songs had an unorthodox origin, and there were only 2 of them. If he foolishly handed them over only for someone to plagiarize or adapt them, who would he turn to for justice? All right, I'll leave for now. Seeing that there was no point in discussing, Harrison didn't press further and turned to take the elevator down the building. Harrison reluctantly looked back at the building. Then he shook his head, took out his notebook, and drew a line through the name of a company on it. He had originally written down more than 10 company names in the notebook, and now there was only one left. The last company was called Coastline Studio, which was not very large but covered various fields, including artist management, music production, and album distribution. As a small company, Coastline Studio managed to be small but complete in every aspect, relying solely on its only artist, the popular domestic female singer Avril Green. Initially, Harrison didn't want to come to this company. Avril Green debuted early, and although she was only 20 years old, she was already very popular. In fact, Harrison might know more about her than Avril herself. In Carrie Thomas's biography from the future, Avril was mentioned multiple times. For a long time, Avril and Carrie were rivals, but eventually, perhaps due to Avril's early fame or her too-good family background, she lost her edge and fell behind. She was only popular for 20 or 30 years and couldn't create her own niche but became a foil for Carrie instead. However, Avril was now not only younger than Carrie but also more popular. She could single-handedly support a company. Harrison knew from the biographies of people from the future that her background was extraordinary and intimidating. Any elder relative from her family could be considered a sensitive issue. Because of his unpleasant experience dealing with Carrie, Harrison subconsciously believed that Avril would be even more difficult. So he didn't expect anything from this company at all. But now he had no other choice. Harrison turned and went to another building, heading straight for Coastline Studio. Coastline Studio's office location didn't look impressive, and there wasn't even a reception desk at the entrance. As Harrison Clark poked his head in, a young woman carrying a folder walked right towards him. She glanced at Harrison, then at the guitar case on his back. "Hello, sir. What can I do for you?" The woman was polite, which Harrison had expected. After all, although he wasn't terribly handsome, he had an honest face that seemed dependable, maybe even pleasant with a longer look. Harrison smiled. "I want to talk to the person in charge here. I have a song I'd like to sell to your company." The woman hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. "You're here to sell a song?" A curvy, long-haired woman in a tight suit came over. Her outfit accentuated her figure perfectly. The young woman who spoke to Harrison earlier bent over quickly and said, "Hello, Bella." Bella waved her hand. "You go do your work. I'll take it from here." The woman quickly lowered her head and left in haste. Bella crossed her arms, turned to Harrison with a slightly mocking smile. "Hello, sir. I am Avril Green's agent and the general manager of this company, Bella Ross. Can you please repeat, you are here to sell a song?" As she spoke, her eyes glanced at the guitar case behind Harrison. Seeing the words Yangtze River, she couldn't help but let out a meaningful grin. By now, Harrison knew the answer. He really wanted to turn around and leave, but since Bella hadn't driven him away yet, he might as well say a few more words. "Maybe, it could work?" Harrison nodded. "Yes, this is my masterpiece that I put my heart and soul into. I have great confidence in this song." Bella suddenly laughed. "Didn't you know? Our Coastline Studio never accepts songs from outsiders. Avril Green never sings other people's songs. She writes all her own lyrics." "Thank you." Harrison was taken aback. "Oh? Is that so?" This was indeed beyond his expectations. In the music library of his later life, Avril Green had sung many songs written by others. However, Harrison did not pay much attention to Avril Green and was not familiar with her artistic development, so he assumed she had always been like this. Now he knew that early on, Avril Green only sang her own compositions. He came 10 years too early. Harrison felt quite emotional. Avril Green's approach seemed to be responsible for her works, but she was actually exhausting her creative talent. There should be limits to a person's talent. Avril Green was indeed extremely talented, but she could only be considered a once-in-a-decade genius, unlike Carrie Thomas, who possessed a once-in-a-century talent that eventually became unmatched in generations. There was a clear gap between them. So, in the middle and later stages of Avril Green's artistic career, as her inspiration dried up, she could only sing others' works. That was probably the reason why she ultimately fell behind in her competition with Carrie Thomas. But now, at the peak of her creative inspiration, Avril Green had a few more years at the top. Naturally, her agent Bella Ross had every reason to be proud. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience. I'll be on my way." Seeing that nothing could be done, Harrison decided to make a quick exit. The more setbacks he encountered, the stronger his resilience grew, and his emotional endurance improved daily. At first, rejection had left Harrison feeling dejected and embarrassed, but after numerous attempts, he had become numb. Now, he had no expectations from the very beginning, so there was no room for disappointment. "Wait a second." Just as Harrison turned to leave, a crisp voice came from behind. Harrison turned back around. She was a woman wearing a long, green dress, about 1.7 meters tall, very tall and slim, with fair skin and a high nose. Her facial features were quite pronounced, her eyes clear, and her demeanor unique, as if she were a noble lady who had stepped out of an ancient painting. Bella Ross, her agent, immediately turned to her and whispered, "Lucia, why did you come out? Hurry and go back in, you don't have to bother with this little matter." Harrison Clark came to his senses, and this must be Avril Green. Just like the rumors said, she was an ethereal beauty who seemed to be untouched by earthly matters. She seemed very approachable, and her expression wasn't arrogant, but Harrison always felt a sense of indifference in her gaze when she looked at people. Ignoring Bella's advice to leave, Avril quickly walked up to Harrison and said, looking him directly in the eye, "The entire music world knows how picky I am, and you're the first songwriter to dare to come and sell me a song. You're quite interesting." Harrison felt very awkward. Terrible dialogue, too middle school-like. It gave him the impression of a cheesy TV drama filled with overbearing CEOs. He dared to come here simply because he had nowhere else to go. He also didn't know that Avril didn't accept songs from outside sources, otherwise, he wouldn't have come. Seeing that he didn't respond, Avril walked away with her hands behind her back and said, "I'll give you 5 minutes." Watching her retreating figure, Harrison took a deep breath. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, it all depended on whether he could seize it. He quickly followed her, and Bella hurried to his side as if to keep an eye on him, like watching a thief. In the soundproofed makeshift recording studio, Harrison gently strummed the guitar strings and sang softly. Compared to those gifted singers, Harrison's voice sounded quite ordinary. If he hadn't practiced so much, he might have been off tune. In short, Harrison sang very average, while Avril listened quietly. Bella, on the other hand, wore a playful smile from time to time. After finishing the first part of the song, Harrison stopped before starting the chorus. Avril slowly opened her eyes, showing no change in her expression. "Mr. Clark, are you sure this is a song you wrote yourself?" Instead of commenting on how the song was, she suddenly asked a question. Harrison felt a slight shock in his heart, but his face remained calm. "Yes." Avril nodded lightly, her eyes gradually becoming more meaningful. Harrison felt uneasy under her gaze, losing confidence. He even began to doubt himself. When Carrie Thomas wrote Boring back in the day, did she have a prior conversation with Avril, drawing inspiration from her and getting the bass melody from Avril's side? Had he walked right into a trap? The style of this song is very innovative, and the lyrics are quite interesting. It's a fairly good song. Avril finally spoke. Harrison's hanging heart gradually settled down. "Thank you for the compliment. But it's not stunning enough, nor does it catch my eye. Besides, your performance and singing skills still have a long way to go, which might be the reason I couldn't be moved any further. In short, it's good, but not good enough. So I'm sorry." Avril really knew how to speak. Compared to Carrie Thomas, she was at the other extreme. Her words were watertight, and even in rejection, one couldn't feel the slightest resentment. Harrison felt helpless. "Well, I guess I really bothered you today." He didn't understand. How could the debut song that established Carrie Thomas's status in the music world 1,000 years ago be not good enough for Avril? Although this was just one of Carrie's early works, it wasn't so bad that people wouldn't want to hear it, right? "Mr. Clark, don't be sad. Actually, there are 2 reasons why I refused this song. First, as Bella said earlier, I now mostly only sing my own songs. So to make me buy someone else's song, it must be stunning enough to make my heart race. Secondly, this song has a bit of a cynical and bleak emotional background, which doesn't quite fit the style I've been pursuing." Harrison Clark felt a little better. "Understood. In that case, although I won't buy it myself, if I have a friend in the industry who's releasing a new album and wants a song, and I think the style suits them, I'll recommend your song to them." After saying that, Avril Green turned her face away and yawned, seeming a bit sleepy. Bella Ross, who had been standing beside her, immediately stepped forward and said, "Lucia, you didn't sleep well last night. You should go eat and rest soon." Avril Green agreed and looked at Harrison Clark. "I'm sorry, that's it for now. Leave your number for Bella. If there's a chance, she'll contact you." Harrison Clark nodded and bowed. "Thank you. I'll leave now." He quickly packed up his guitar and left. When he was far enough away, probably in the elevator, the previously drowsy Avril Green regained her spirits and burst into laughter, covering her stomach. Bella Ross was puzzled. "Why, Lucia, what are you laughing at? I really didn't see it coming. Harrison Clark looks like a tough guy on the outside, but there's a little girl in his heart," Avril Green said while laughing. Bella Ross wondered, "Why would you say that?" There's a saying that goes, "The writing reflects the writer." In fact, it's even more appropriate when applied to music creation. Each song, especially those written and composed by the same person, is almost a true reflection of their inner self. The essence of songwriter is to unfold one's inner world and spread it through music. For a creator, the greatest achievement is not fame, but finding more resonance with their inner world. "You thought the song was written by a woman, so you asked him if it was his own work?" Bella Ross asked. Avril Green nodded. "Yes." Bella Ross, "But it sounds quite bold to me. Some female composers also have bold compositions." Avril Green laughed. "Bella, there are specialties in the art industry. I can't explain it to you, it's a kind of indescribable intuition." Bella Ross shook her head with a bitter smile. "Never mind, anyway, I'll just be your manager. I don't need to understand these things since they're not my expertise. But speaking of it, Harrison Clark is quite interesting." "Yes, so I was serious when I said that we can't deceive him. I'll help him keep an eye out for opportunities." "Why help him? Action." "I don't know, it's just rare to see someone with such clear eyes and no distracting thoughts. It feels interesting. And Bella, didn't you hear him? He has never studied music before and learned everything himself. If he can learn to write such songs by himself, it means he has strong creative talent. Maybe he'll surprise me in the future." "That's true." Harrison Clark was unaware of the conversation upstairs. He took Avril Green's recommendation as a mere courtesy and didn't hold out any hope. If Avril Green really valued him, she should have asked for his contact information herself or at least added each other on WeChat, instead of just letting Bella Ross take down his number. He had seen too much of such worldly wisdom and had become numb to it. He flipped through the notebook and marked off the last line under Coastline Studio. In Oxfordshire, he had tried almost all the reputable music companies and studios. No luck. Harrison Clark checked the upcoming schedule of the Chesterton Apartment Company. With the holiday season approaching, many landlord and tenant contracts would expire, and he would be busy. He felt bitter. It was impossible for him to quit his job and travel around selling these 2 songs. Although his life was now meager, he at least had a stable and formal job. Taking these 2 songs and starting his journey down the unknown path of song selling was unpredictable. What if he still couldn't sell them after a year or even longer? Wait for death? Let's just live like this for the time being and see if there are any suitable opportunities later on. Time always slips away unnoticed, and before Harrison Clark realized it, he had wasted another week. Compared to his clear goals in the dream world, after waking up, there were many more trivial matters weighing him down. He still had to go to work, handle frequent apartment matters, and from time to time attend meaningless meetings in the company headquarters that he couldn't afford to miss. This was the daily life of the vast majority of urban white-collar workers. They kept themselves busy with mundane tasks, always talking about making good use of their spare time, but in the blink of an eye, their precious time vanished mysteriously. Action. Harrison originally planned to gather more music-related company information in these days, regardless of the city, then request a vacation to visit them all at once. Alternatively, he wanted to follow entertainment news, see if any famous personalities from the music world were coming to Oxfordshire for events, and then, like those star chasers, rush to see if he could bump into a potential patron along the way. Unfortunately, he was not part of the fandom, so he couldn't access first-hand information. By the time he saw it in the entertainment news, the person had already come and gone. In the past half-month, the only thing Harrison had done well was maintaining his daily exercise, running 10 kilometers punctually every night. He didn't run fast, focusing more on recovery, and the results were mostly achieved. In just 2 weeks, his physical fitness improved a lot. When he first started running, he ran for a full 2 hours, from 9 to 11, to finish 10 kilometers, which meant a pace of 12, showing his weak physical condition. 2 weeks later, using the fartlek running method, he could finish 10 kilometers in about 70 minutes, with a pace of 7, showing great progress. Being young was great, as the recovery was fast. That night at 9, he put on his sportswear, cheap running shoes, went downstairs, and left the residential area. Winter was approaching quickly and the night air in Oxfordshire was chilly. Harrison tightened his collar, looked left and right to choose a direction, and began jogging forward. For the first 2 weeks, he only ran circles around his residential area, with 5 loops totaling 10 kilometers. But running the same route was getting dull, and this time he decided to run further where his planned route had 4 traffic lights. But it didn't matter, waiting for the traffic lights would be his chance to rest. About 400 to 500 meters later, he reached the first intersection with traffic lights. By now, fine beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, he was warm, and his feet were hurting slightly due to the poor shoes. Harrison stopped, pressed his tongue against his palate, and carefully controlled his breathing rhythm. As the temperature dropped, he had to avoid breathing too hard to prevent side stitches. About 20 or 30 people were waiting for the traffic light together, most of them young men and women dressed in fashionable outfits. Despite the chilly night, the girls were not wearing heavy clothing, short skirts, shorts, and black or white stockings of unknown thickness. Their conversations were loud and lively, mostly referring to each other with odd online names like Wolfman, Witch Horse, Red Sleeve, Treasure, and Dream Hunter. Their conversations ranged from various topics, as if describing their lives to promote themselves while carefully probing and gauging the authenticity of each other's identities, perhaps even making different strategic plans in their minds. Harrison glanced at the neon lights in the street ahead, realizing where he was. This street was called Margaret Road, a well-known bar district in Oxfordshire, and many famous brands like Super Club and Section 8 had sizable flagship stores here. These young men and women were probably going to party in the nightclubs. Carrie Thomas lived in Weston Apartments, mainly because it was close to Margaret Road, with most of the nightclubs she frequented being concentrated here. Harrison felt like turning around and leaving. Given his current age and his single status, going to bars and nightclubs should be part of his entertainment life. But he couldn't bear to part with the hard-earned money he had saved. Unlike his peers, Harrison had to rely solely on himself to settle down in the city. Even if he scrimped and saved every month, he could only save $2,000 to $3,000. 6 months of savings would only be enough to buy 1 square meter of a house in Oxfordshire, but at least it was a goal. So although Margaret Road was close, Harrison didn't like going there. He was afraid of his own jealousy. Today, he also wanted to turn back and not go to Margaret Road to avoid embarrassment. Just as he thought about this, the red light turned green, and he could cross the street. As the men and women in front of Harrison Clark were about to step forward, a bright red Ferrari roared past them like a muffled bull, brushing past everyone, thrilling and exciting. It startled everyone, causing a flurry of curses, turning the scene into a chaotic mess. The fiery tail lights cast 4 twisted rays of light as they streaked away on the dim street. Young men and women who were chatting passionately just a moment ago fell silent after swearing, engulfed in an awkward atmosphere. Harrison Clark had sharp eyes and managed to catch a glimpse of the scene inside the car as it sped by. A young man at the wheel held it with his left hand, while his right hand held up a woman's head. Harrison Clark couldn't see the woman's face clearly, but he figured she must be attractive. It wasn't difficult for him to guess what she was doing. Damn these rich second-generation kids. Well, the jealousy came out anyway. Some people are born at the finish line of happiness, unbeatable. His shoulder was bumped, causing him to lose balance slightly and take a step forward. Harrison Clark went with the flow of the crowd, whatever. He had already been jealous once today, he wouldn't easily be so again. He crossed the road and continued running. After crossing one street, the residential area by Weston was just a few hundred meters away, but they were already worlds apart. On one side, it was quiet and cold, on the other, it was bustling with lights and sounds. Harrison Clark kept his head down, not paying attention to the people coming and going around him, just running on his own. While running, his mind was busy thinking about what to do next. He had already copied 2 songs and was supposed to make a move, but 2 weeks had passed, and he still couldn't break through. He didn't understand. In all the novels he'd read, once the protagonist got their golden finger, they took off in minutes. Why was it so difficult for him? Was it because he used the golden finger the wrong way? Should he not have copied songs? Should he have copied something else? Next time, he should try another approach, perhaps read more biographies and try to discover some emerging entertainment figures who would rise in the next few years. If he couldn't latch on to Carrie Thomas's leg, a superstar from 1,000 years ago, he could at least try to develop relationships with a few less powerful figures. What are you doing? Let go? I'm going to call the police. A scream came from nearby. Harrison Clark stopped in his tracks reflexively. The sudden halt almost made him stumble to the ground. Harrison Clark held onto a lamppost and looked to the side. A woman with a guitar on her back was struggling to break free from a young man's grip. This man seemed to want to pull her into the red Ferrari parked by the side of the road. It was unclear if it was the same one that had passed by earlier. The woman broke free, and the man tried to grab her again, but she slapped him across the face. The crisp sound of the slap was like a firecracker. A few men were standing next to the two, and they quickly surrounded the woman. But the woman wasn't afraid. She stepped back slightly, shook her shoulders, and let the guitar case fall off. She then held the guitar case with both hands. She wielded the guitar case like a big cleaver, wildly swinging it around. No one dared to approach her for a moment. The woman seemed deranged, like a lone weed on a cliff being whipped back and forth by the wind. There were many onlookers around. After all, everyone liked a crowd. But they couldn't help but back away. Harrison Clark watched all of this from a distance, inexplicably feeling sad. He wanted to do something but instead found himself involuntarily turning his feet towards the side, unable to move. Once she had driven everyone away, the woman finally stopped, cradling her guitar case with both hands, glaring at everyone present with hateful, disgusted eyes. When the woman stopped acting crazy, the young man she had slapped came forward, holding his face. "Miss Thomas, it's just a late-night supper. Is it worth risking your life like this?" Harrison finally saw the woman's face clearly. It was Carrie Thomas. His mouth fell open slowly. To intervene or not? Could he even help? Was it worth it? Once the young man finished speaking, the other men silently surrounded Carrie from all sides. Carrie gritted her teeth and slowly said, "I told you I don't know you. I'm not interested in dealing with you. Get out of my way." "I'm leaving?" The young man shrugged. "I know you're going to the world's end next. No problem, I'll call the boss there. Tell him you can't make it tonight due to some last-minute issues, and I'll help you get a leave. Come on, give me some face. Look, I haven't even argued with you about the slap." Carrie didn't submit. "Get lost? What do I care about saving your face?" Seeing that she couldn't be persuaded, the young man signaled to his accomplices, intending to get tough. At that moment, there was a loud commotion nearby. Wow, what a sight. It's the year 9012, and there are still people trying to rob women in broad daylight like a feudal lord? So capable? With a little money and a sports car, you think you can settle everything with cash? Did you grow up eating the Manchu banquet? Harrison appeared next to them with his phone in hand, the flash on, the camera pointing at everyone. He was recording. He came over after all. As he filmed, Harrison shouted, "Hey, come check this out. Pretty ladies, beware. If your girlfriend is pretty, you better watch over her too. See, these rich second-generation kids are so capable, they'll tie up your girl, take her away in a car, and then throw money at you to forget about it. Are you scared yet?" Action. With Harrison's loud and bold intervention, the crowd who had been indifferent before now flocked to the scene. The group of young people was caught off guard. In the past, they had been able to bully people on the streets without anyone saying anything. Everyone knew that getting involved in other people's business wouldn't end well. If someone really did intervene, they would just use money to settle the matter after beating them up. As rich people, they had a whole set of methods for dealing with the poor. But all of their actions were always done in secret. If they were filmed and the videos went viral online, it would be a trouble, big or small. "Who are you? What nonsense are you talking? Miss Thomas and I are friends. What's wrong with inviting a friend to dinner? Mind your own business." After a brief thought, the young man who had been slapped earlier retorted. Harrison smiled and took another step forward. Friends? If you're friends, shouldn't you be considerate of each other? He then looked over to Carrie, with his eyes signaling her to come closer. Carrie, holding her guitar, stood there hesitating. She subconsciously didn't want to get close to Harrison because he was also an annoying person. And today, her embarrassing situation had been seen by him, making her feel even more humiliated. If she stood beside him now, wouldn't she owe him something? Ultimately, however, Carrie took advantage of the situation and ran to Harrison's side. She had to choose the lesser of two evils. That young man shouted from behind her, Miss Thomas, you better think it through. I know you want to be famous and sing. You should understand your current situation. You know how hard it is to get famous nowadays. I said I can help you. It's easy for me. You can ask around about who I, Eric Mitchell, am. There are many who want to suck up to me. I'm giving you the opportunity. You should cherish it. If you walk away today, don't bother coming back to the bars on Margaret Road. So this young man was called Eric Mitchell. Eric Mitchell's words were unmistakable. He was threatening Carrie Thomas. Harrison Clark faintly remembered something. In another future timeline, Carrie indeed had a difficult life before attaining fame. It wasn't until years later, when she became world-renowned, that the truth was uncovered. It was said that she had offended a second-generation noble named Joe in her early years, and was severely suppressed as a result. Harrison hadn't expected to witness it firsthand, and even become involved. He felt as if he had accidentally stepped into a significant historical event as an ordinary person. However, the eventual outcome showed that Carrie eventually resisted, so even if he hadn't intervened, she should still have been all right. Harrison felt slightly embarrassed and could only remark on the fickleness of fate. Upon hearing Eric's threat, Carrie, who was by Harrison's side, only shrugged indifferently. Hey, I don't care. Do whatever you want. If she were afraid of others' threats, she wouldn't be herself. All right, as you wish. Eric immediately pulled out his phone and called the major shareholder of the 21 Club, her next intended destination. Carrie didn't pay any more attention to Eric, she just turned around and left with her guitar in her arms. After a brief thought, Harrison followed her from behind. Within 2 minutes, Carrie's phone rang. She answered with a couple of mms before hanging up, then turned around and headed back home. She was going home already. Just as Eric said, starting from today, it seemed Carrie wouldn't be able to continue singing in the bars of Margaret Road. The pair headed towards Weston together. Since she didn't initiate conversation, and Harrison didn't have anything to say, he decided to fall back a couple of steps, avoiding the awkwardness. They walked in silence. Carrie, carrying her guitar, appeared somewhat desolate. When they reached the apartment building, she finally spoke in a barely audible whisper. Thank you. Oh, it's nothing. They exchanged speechless glances as they entered the elevator, exited the elevator, and went inside the apartment. Before going upstairs, Carrie hesitated a bit. By getting involved, you've offended the Joe family too. I'm afraid he might come after you. Harrison waved his hand nonchalantly. I have nothing anyway, how can he cause me any trouble? That's true. Seeing his unconcerned attitude, Carrie forced a smile. Your mentality is really good. What do you plan to do next? Keep singing. Harrison stopped Carrie, who had been about to go upstairs. Carrie shook her head and then nodded. I don't know. I've rejected many people before, but none as persistent as Eric Mitchell. I'm probably a bit sick of it myself. This kind of life is indeed meaningless, and I can't see any hope. As she spoke, she gave her guitar a wistful glance. My family has spent too much money for me to study music. If there's really no other way, I might leave Oxfordshire altogether. Her tone was desolate and filled with weariness. Harrison desperately wanted to tell her not to give up, that she would become a person of Beethoven's caliber in the future. But in the end, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Speaking might prevent that future from happening. You have your own plans. Get some rest. Carrie lay in bed, propped up by pillows, her mind finally settling as she recalled the earlier events. Upon calming down, she felt a slight sense of lingering fear. Carrie knew her disposition was strong, but she was ultimately a woman. She had already slapped Eric once. If it hadn't been for Harrison appearing with his phone, forcing Eric's gang to hesitate, she wouldn't have escaped her predicament. Even if she hadn't been kidnapped, she might not have avoided getting beaten up. For a villain like Eric, there probably wasn't any principle of not hitting women. Just giving a simple thank you to Harrison Clark wasn't enough, it seemed impolite. But she understood the reasons, it was just difficult for her to say more. Carrie Thomas was not used to socializing with people, especially men. Talking to them made her feel very uncomfortable. But now, owing Harrison Clark a favor made communication inevitable. Carrie racked her brain, trying to figure out how she could repay this debt of gratitude. By Harrison's song? Carrie shook her head. It was not realistic. It was a very mature piece, worth at least tens of thousands. If sold to the right person, the price could go up to 100,000 or even 200,000 without anyone being surprised. Perhaps even more. If she bought his song herself, it might just be taking advantage of Harrison again. By then, she might owe him even more. That night, maybe it was her biological clock not adjusting, or maybe her mind was filled with too many things. Carrie had trouble falling asleep. It wasn't until the next morning when she heard Harrison's footsteps leaving downstairs that she finally dozed off. She got up from bed, stood by the window, and watched Harrison walk quickly out of the neighborhood in the chilly early winter's morning. Carrie couldn't help but feel envious. She recalled her days as a resident singer in clubs, which lasted only a little over a month, and it felt like a lifetime ago. Initially, she was rejected by the first club. Then she performed her own song, and they recognized her talent, signing her to the lowest standard contract for a resident singer. Fortunately, her talent shone through. Within just a couple of days, clubs nearby approached her one after the other, offering better and better contracts. She originally thought that going down this path, in 1 or 2 years, she would have saved enough money to self-fund an album and then break away from the constraints of being a club singer. However, she didn't realize that her dreams were too beautiful, while reality was too cruel. Accidentally offending a big shot, her future became bleak. But Carrie had no regrets. If given 10 chances to choose, she would still slap that person. She knew with her personality, she would inevitably offend such people sooner or later. Rather than waiting for the future to fall from a higher place, it's better to learn from reality early on. Carrie suddenly felt the world was ridiculous and absurd. Hardworking people didn't get rewarded, while scumbags were born with golden keys to success. Then these scumbags would step on everyone's heads, acting willfully and recklessly. She felt the world was unfair, recalling her reluctant experiences as a resident singer in recent months, and the way she had to pretend to smile at the club agents despite feeling nauseated. It was agonizing. Some monsters and ghosts would reward her, clearly annoyed, but she could only pinch her nose, accept their money, say thank you, and keep an eye out for their wandering hands. What did I gain in the end? Carrie asked herself this question. This kind of life was really boring, really unfair, truly annoying. After a long time, she unconsciously remembered the song Harrison sang that day and began softly humming it. When she reached the chorus, she didn't realize it was over, and unconsciously hummed a couple times more. The melody after the chorus naturally flowed from her lips, just needing lyrics. If Harrison heard this, he would be shocked. The melody he hadn't played was supplemented by Carrie's intuition. After singing the extra part, Carrie's mind became extremely agitated. An indescribable emotion erupted like a volcano, startling her awake. Although she still didn't know the lyrics of the second half, her intuition told her that there must be a reversal in the song's development. The emotions wouldn't be so somber anymore. Instead, they would become passionate and soaring. I misunderstood him? Harrison's song was not mocking me? He saw through my discontent, and also saw through my weariness of life. He even saw through my pride. He didn't look down on me, on the contrary, he knew that I was looking down on my own work. The motivation behind creating this song was actually to encourage me. Carrie was speechless for a moment. At this moment, she felt as if she was standing naked in front of Harrison, completely exposed, all her secrets seen through by him. How could he understand me so well? But we had only met a few times, and the words we had spoken probably added up to fewer than 20 sentences, right? How is this possible? But it was the truth. That song boring was like a sharp knife, piercing her heart and cutting through the protective shell she had painstakingly built. The melody in her heart grew louder, and a strong desire emerged invisibly, as if trying to ignite her. For some reason, Carrie really wanted to know how the rest of the song progressed. I really want to sing this song. Before falling asleep, she murmured this deep in her heart. That evening, the sound of the door opening downstairs woke Carrie up. She quickly jumped off the bed and hurried downstairs. She was so flustered that she didn't even change out of her pajamas. As she opened the door, Harrison was looking down, changing his shoes. Harrison. Carrie called out softly. Just finished changing to slippers. Harrison seemed preoccupied. He got startled by her sudden call and stood up. Carrie, hi. It was their first greeting after more than a month of knowing each other. He wasn't accustomed to it yet. Unexpectedly, Carrie didn't know how to continue the conversation. She even regretted rushing down so impulsively. She initially wanted to tell Harrison that she really wanted to sing that song, but the words were stuck in her throat, unable to come out. Oh, right, I have something to ask a favor of you. It was Harrison who spoke first. The heavy feeling in Carrie's heart dissipated. It seemed he needed her help. That's great, that way, she could return the favor she owed him first, then discuss the song with him later. Action. Although at that time Harrison only mentioned letting her review the song, Carrie couldn't deny that the more she thought about its melody, the more she liked it. She even felt that she and the song were connected by fate. So she decided, even if she had to sell everything, to find a way to get the money to buy Harrison's song. If she still couldn't get her family's support, she would just have to swallow her pride and buy it on credit, repaying him more in the future when she earned enough money. What is it? Just tell me. Her tone was a little cheerful. Harrison hesitated for a moment before saying, well, it's like this. I have a friend who can introduce me to a singer. That singer would buy my song, the one I sang to you once. But they want a demo. As you know, my singing skills aren't that great. I figured you're a singer and probably sing much better than me. So I thought I could trouble you to help me record a demo. There's a reward, just 2,000 yuan. That was the reason Harrison hesitated. In the afternoon, he received an unexpected phone call from Bella Ross. To his surprise, Avril Green was actually serious about recommending him. The other party really contacted a somewhat famous second-tier female singer. It wasn't time to discuss prices yet. Despite Avril's introduction, the other party still required a singing sample first. Since this person was introduced by Avril, it was as if Avril was vouching for them. They were trustworthy, unlikely to listen to the sample and then claim the song as their own. Harrison Clark had considered singing the sample himself, but self-awareness told him he could very well miss this invaluable opportunity that way. It would be best to have a pro sing it, to fully showcase the charm of this song. Harrison thought about it and concluded that the only person he could trust, who also had the ability, and whom he could afford to ask, was indeed Carrie Thomas. It's just that, Boring was originally Carrie Thomas's song. Now to have her sing the demo and then sell it to someone else, seemed too harsh even to him. He felt terribly unfair to Carrie. Harrison felt a bit remorseful. But the matter of the sample couldn't be delayed. Late changes could be disastrous. If he missed this opportunity, he might not get another one in the future. Just as Harrison was hesitating, Carrie proactively came over to say hello. Without thinking, he blurted out the subject. But he only mentioned it casually, not really expecting Carrie to agree. Carrie's reaction was as he had predicted. She remained silent and thoughtful for a long time, without giving a response. Seeing her dilemma, Harrison did not insist anymore. At worst, he could find a student from a music school. There was a certain risk, but who could make money without taking risks? Harrison was about to retract the proposal. I was perhaps too presumptuous, let's just forget about it. No, that's fine, I'll sing, no need for your money. Carrie Thomas suddenly said. Harrison was still in shock. No problem, I know you don't like this song. Huh? What did you say? Action. Carrie, I said, I can help you with the singing sample, without charging a commission. But you have to give me 2 days. I need some time to adjust my mindset to perfectly capture the emotion of this song. Harrison waved his hands repeatedly. How can I not pay you? If I say I won't take payment, I truly won't. I'm not just being polite. Now, I need to go practice. Harrison raised his voice from behind her as she walked away. Wait, I haven't given you the lyrics yet. Should I sing it to you a couple more times? Carrie turned her head back. No need, I remember it after hearing just once. Carrie closed the door. Downstairs, a perplexed Harrison scratched his head. Even though things were going well, and he should feel quite good, he couldn't shake off the feeling that her mood wasn't high and she seemed unhappy. It was weird. In her room, Carrie Thomas was leaning against the door, her eyes dim. It was strange. She's just letting go of a song that was never hers in the first place. Why does it hurt so much? Why did she feel that Harrison was being unfair to her? Was she actually losing her mind? It was his song to begin with. How he chooses to dispose of it is up to him, of course. She really had no right to interfere. From the beginning, he had thought about selling it to her. Otherwise, why would he sing it for her? She only missed out on the opportunity. The next day, Carrie practiced in her room the entire day. She didn't ask Harrison for the song's lyrics or sheet music. She just repeatedly sang the first half of the song. The first half was indeed depressing. The deeper she immersed herself in the emotions, the more impact she felt in her inner world, plunging to the lower depths of emotion. The feeling of her singing was getting better and better. Some emotions hidden beneath the surface were being excavated by her, the singer, layer by layer, like an onion being peeled. In the evening, Harrison Clark returned home from work, originally intending to ask Carrie Thomas if she would join him for dinner, but heard her practicing singing. She seemed to use a unique singing style, her voice both ethereal and aged, reverberating repeatedly as if it were an echo. Her guitar skills were far superior to Harrison's. Probably her equipment was in a much higher league too. The beautiful singing and rhythmic guitar blended together, creating an overwhelming wave that crashed against his mind, as if a devil was gently scraping his periosteum with a small knife. It appeared the same feeling when he first heard this song in the dream world. Harrison was shocked to the core, goosebumps spreading all over his body. This was too terrifying. Was this what they called talent? Was this truly the same song Boring that I had sung? The same song, identical melody, but such a stark difference when sung by another? Was it that I was too weak, or that Carrie Thomas was too strong? He had previously been puzzled. After all, this was a song that could be sung for a millennium, so how come Avril Green couldn't appreciate it? Now he understood the problem lay with him. Like the 18 dragons subduing palms, a remarkable martial art, when Xiao Feng performed it, he could sweep the world. However, when it was Ye Luqi performing, it was comedic. Even a supreme divine weapon needed skilled hands to wield it in order to command the world. Harrison could only display 30 to 40% of the charm of the song Boring. An average famous singer might achieve 70 to 80%, but for Carrie Thomas herself, it was an absolute force of 100%. Like how it's easy to pass an exam with a passing grade, but aiming for full marks would be a world only accessible to overachievers, a world regular people could only look up to and never touch. Carrie was finally singing the chorus, but there was no abrupt stop. She neatly tied the ends with 2 more lines before finally slowing down. Harrison was further astonished. Was this the legendary Destiny's Constraint? In just a few days' time, she had managed to add the subsequent content to the song. The lyrics varied slightly, but the rhythm was spot on. That was the most amazing part. Had Harrison kept delaying, she might have finished filling in the entire song. He was contemplating whether he should knock and ask her to stop practicing and they could start recording a sample when he heard low sobbing from the room. Carrie Thomas had made herself cry with her singing. With her strong pride, if she were seen crying by him, she would probably kill. Not wanting to disturb her further, Harrison returned to his room, his fists clenched until his knuckles turned somewhat white. Somehow, perhaps due to the overwhelming emotional power of Carrie's raw vocals, Harrison felt extremely awkward. letting the original singer record a sample, then selling it to others, especially when the original singer had been reduced to tears, seemed somewhat excessive. Perhaps I should speak to her again tomorrow. The next morning, Harrison Clark tried knocking on her door, only to find Carrie Thomas's apartment door wide open. He called out a few times, but the apartment was empty. Only then did he notice a small note stuck on the door. I went to a friend's recording studio to practice. I'll send you the sample today. My WeChat ID is. That's it. We'll talk after work then. Harrison added her on WeChat from his phone and then went to work. Around 3 in the afternoon, he received a message on WeChat. It was a high-quality audio file sent by Carrie. Another low-quality audio file followed it. Carrie sent another message. The high-quality audio is for you to listen to the effect. Don't use it as a sample. The low-quality one below is the sample final product. This is safer and less likely to be pirated. If you write more songs in the future, be more mindful when dealing with people. A sample can only be a sample. Good luck. Looking at these messages, Harrison felt a heavy load on his heart. He hesitated for a while, but finally sent it to Bella Ross, asking Bella Ross to forward it to the singer who wanted to buy the song. However, he made a small change in his tone. He didn't promise that he would sell it but asked the other party to review it and assess their interest. After waiting for about 2 or 3 hours, when Harrison was on his way home from work, Bella finally called him. Mr. Clark, Leah thinks your song is not bad. If the rest of the content can maintain this level, she is willing to buy the full copyright of the song for $200,000. Ah, I see. Thank you, Bella. Well, that's their offer. It's not a high price, but it's not bad for a new music producer. Whether to sell it or not is up to you. Just let me know tomorrow. Harrison nodded through the phone. All right. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. After hanging up, Harrison didn't feel the joy and excitement he had anticipated. It was a good thing, but he didn't know what was wrong. 200,000. That's almost 2 or 3 years of his salary. With his savings, he could even afford a down payment on a small apartment in the suburbs of Oxfordshire. But strangely, he felt empty inside, not satisfied or fulfilled. Upon self-reflection, Harrison didn't think he was a bad person. If he didn't know Carrie, if their relationship hadn't changed, if he hadn't heard her sobbing yesterday, then he probably could have sold the song without any hesitation. But there were no ifs. He couldn't deceive himself. People always have the illusion that if they see evil people living well, they assume they can also turn into evil people and live better lives, as they simply choose not to do so. But at this point, Harrison realized that being a bad person isn't as easy as imagined. Deceiving oneself seems simple, but in reality, it's the hardest thing in the world, and it requires talent. In the evening, Harrison and Carrie sat together at a kebab restaurant near the entrance of Weston Community. This meal was Harrison's treat, a celebration for the successful sale of the song. However, there was no festive atmosphere at the table, just a heavy silence. When a man and a woman eat together, if one of them is not good at interacting with the opposite sex, it can easily get awkward, let alone if both of them share this trait. There was a silver lining, though. The two of them were quite used to this kind of situation. They felt comfortable despite looking strange to others. They were just eating. There was no need for small talk. Carrie finally broke the silence. She raised her teacup, forcing a smile at the corner of her lips. Congratulations on your successful song sale. Leah may not be a top-tier singer, but she's talented and has many fans. Once this is successful, you can seriously consider changing careers. With your talent, you'll make it in this industry. Harrison really wanted to tell her not to force a smile. She's a singer, not an actor, and it's too fake. Harrison, I'll thank you in advance for your kind words. What are your plans for the future? Carrie pondered for a few seconds. In a few days, I'll go back home to visit. I'm not sure if I'll come back to Oxfordshire. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble you to help me cancel my lease. It's part of your job, after all. Really? Harrison clearly remembered that for several years before Carrie became famous, she had always lived in Oxfordshire. If she were to leave now, her life would take a significant turn, and whether she could become the person she was in history would be uncertain. No, I need to think of a way to help her. I can't let her fail here and leave. By the way, I have to be honest with you. I actually heard you practicing your song yesterday when I got home from work. What? What else did you hear? Harrison forced a poker face. No, just the song. And then, you sing really well. Thank you for the compliment. Carrie didn't act too humble since she clearly understood her own level. Compared to famous singers, what she lacked was not ability, but a proper opportunity. Also, I noticed that you added a new melody on top of the sample I sang. Why didn't you record it? Carrie was momentarily taken aback. She wanted to expose Harrison. Yesterday, she had only added the new melody during the last practice session when she lost control of her emotions. How could he have only heard the song? She must have heard her crying too. Damn it. A smart person would play dumb and act as if nothing happened, but Carrie wasn't good at it. She felt embarrassed and annoyed, visibly displeased. She said sullenly, "This is your song, I shouldn't just add something to it. But I think the melody you added is quite good, so I plan to use the rhythm you sang for the subsequent parts." Carrie Thomas firmly refused. How can that be? It will destroy the harmony of your entire song. Everyone has different creative styles. If you use mine, it will naturally become uncoordinated. Harrison Clark wanted to laugh, thinking to himself, what a fuss, you think too much, and you're really modest. It was all originally yours? No, the part you added is exactly the feeling I wanted. I've decided. I think it will make this song better, even if you don't agree. Harrison Clark said firmly. The original rhythm was like this, if not this, how could he change it? Not letting him use it, is basically not letting him play. You. Carrie Thomas was somewhat angry. She originally wanted to say, that was my inspiration, how can you just take it? But she thought again, her inspiration was built on the foundation Harrison Clark laid, so in a sense, it indeed belongs to Harrison Clark's intellectual property. Here's my plan for the 200,000. Since I used your melody, you don't need to pay for the demo recording, but I have to give you some extra money. 50,000. When saying this, Harrison Clark felt a little bit painful, but he felt slightly better thinking that she could earn 50,000, which might be enough to keep her in Oxfordshire. Unexpectedly, Carrie Thomas suddenly became furious. She yelled uncontrollably, no, I don't want your money. Her voice was so loud that everyone in the restaurant couldn't help but turn their heads to look over. Wild gossip flames ignited in the diners' hearts. People's glances at the two were very meaningful. Tisk tisk, this guy doesn't look very rich. This girl doesn't want his money, probably because it's too little. Harrison Clark and Carrie Thomas noticed the strange gazes from other people. Harrison Clark was a bit embarrassed, but Carrie Thomas didn't care at all. Harrison Clark continued to insist, that's not it, this is what you deserve. There's no need for you to refuse. Enough? I told you I don't want your sympathy or charity. Having said that, Carrie Thomas tossed down her chopsticks and left. By the time Harrison Clark settled the bill and ran out, she had already disappeared. What a strangely stubborn person. No wonder she ended up single for life in the other timeline. She deserved it. When he got back home, he knocked on Carrie Thomas's door again. There came an angry shout from inside. You helped me before, and I helped you by singing the demo. Now we're even, and you don't owe me anything, nor do I owe you anything. What I want to do is my business, and doesn't concern you. Don't bother me again, or I'll really complain about you. Harrison Clark thought giving Carrie Thomas the money was an equal exchange, as the song Boring was originally hers. But Carrie Thomas didn't know that. She thought she only added a little melody, and Harrison Clark wanted to give her 50,000. Clearly, he was being charitable. He looked down on her. He was no different than those men who wanted to keep her. It's better to draw the line sooner rather than later for a potential conflict in the future. She went back to her unyielding and obstinate ways, and Harrison Clark didn't know what to say, so he simply left. Back in his room, Harrison Clark picked up his guitar out of boredom and gently played the intro of Deep in the Night. Just like the name of the song, it was indeed the beginning of a radiant night. Harrison Clark put down his guitar and looked out the window. He was seriously and solemnly considering a question. Bella Ross said Leah Clark's side would answer tomorrow, so he had to make his final decision tonight. Sell, or not sell? Selling the song was his original intention, for which he had worked hard for more than 2 weeks. He experienced many setbacks, but thought it couldn't be done, yet, somehow, things turned around. Now, all he needed was to nod, and it would be done. But when it came to crunch time, he hesitated again. Harrison Clark could see Carrie Thomas's true thoughts. She loved this song and really wanted to sing it. Not just singing a demo, but as the real performer of the song, interpreting it with her own understanding. Because the song was written about her, and after understanding it, it held a fatal attraction for her like a shackle. Hence, Carrie had pretended to be happy during dinner, congratulating insincerely. She was very lost, so much so that when Harrison said he would share the proceeds with her, she was easily angered. Unconsciously, Harrison had been pondering in his room for an hour already. Glancing at his watch, it was already 9 o'clock at night. He made a decision. Harrison took out his cell phone and found Bella Ross's number. Bella, sorry to disturb. Bella on the other end seemed to be eating, and muffledly said, what's up? Didn't I tell you to reply tomorrow? Well, Bella, about the song Boring. You're not selling it, right? How did you know? Lucia said so. If you didn't agree on the spot, most likely you wouldn't sell it. And Lucia also said that you intended to let the girl who sang the demo sing it, right? Armed with the short end of the stick, Harrison felt embarrassed for refusing the help of others, and didn't know how to respond. It's all right, you don't have to worry. Lucia said that choosing a song isn't just about buying and selling, but also about destiny. Just like dating, it's not just about looks, but rather compatibility. Radium is honey to her but arsenic to others. While listening to the demo, Lucia felt that the owner of that voice was the most suitable person for this song, and Leah Clark was only the second best option. I believe you must have felt the same way after listening. Of course, since we promised to help you, we won't go back on our word. So, we didn't take the initiative to mention it to you. Now that you have realized it on your own, it's even better. Harrison, let me tell you another thing. Lucia also said that if you eventually decided to sell the song to Leah, she would be quite disappointed. Because it would mean that you are good at creating but not at finding the best voice for your work. Alright, I'm still out with Lucia shooting a MV right now, so I'll hang up. I'll help you reply to Leah Clark soon. This is quite common in the industry, so don't feel burdened. After hanging up, Harrison was silent for a long time. He was really surprised that Avril Green, once defeated by Carrie Thomas, had such strong music skills. Come to think of it, Avril seemed to have only lost to Carrie during their time. Looking at Avril's lifetime achievements, if it weren't for the brilliant Carrie of the same era, Avril should have been the highest achieving female singer in the past few decades. One should never underestimate anyone. Harrison breathed deeply, went upstairs, and knocked on the door. Carrie didn't answer him. Harrison shouted outside the door, "I've just replied to the other party that I'm not selling this song. I want you to sing it." "What?" Carrie opened the door abruptly. "Have you gone mad?" It turned out she had been standing at the door all along. Harrison shook his head. "No, I'm clear-headed." "Have you taken the wrong medication? Leah Clark is at her peak right now. Do you know what it means for you if your song is successfully sold to Leah? It means that from now on, as long as you work harder, you will continuously receive invitations to write songs." "I know, but it doesn't matter. I'm just an unknown newcomer. It's a waste for me to sing this song, and I can't offer you any help. Moreover, I can't afford it." Harrison shook his head. "If the song is popular, both you and I will be popular. The popularity of a song is related to the singer's fame, but it's not the decisive factor. More importantly, it lies in the quality of the song itself. In my opinion, you are the most suitable performer for this song. Don't you have confidence in yourself? Do you really think your rendition won't be as good as Leah's? Just because others are more famous than you now, should you belittle yourself and only look up to others? Are you doubting yourself? What gave you the courage to drop out of school? Wasn't it absolute confidence?" Harrison Clark threw out several questions in a row, making Carrie Thomas fall silent. Carrie Thomas took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Do you really think so?" She was shaken. "Yes, I've thought so since I heard you practicing singing. Thank you for your approval, but I really can't afford $200,000 now. And even if I buy your song, I have no way to make it happen." Harrison Clark thought for a moment. "You sing it, we make it ourselves, just a single. Then release it on the platform and follow the paid download route." Carrie Thomas shook her head immediately. "That's unrealistic. Nowadays, listeners only listen to free music, and the habit of paying hasn't been developed yet. Unless they are die-hard fans, very few people will pay for downloads. Even when famous artists release new songs, they have to be free for members. Not to mention it's just a single from a complete newcomer. No one will pay for it." Harrison Clark shook his head. "Just because others can't do it doesn't mean you can't. In fact, 5 years later, Boring, as Carrie Thomas's debut, was recorded by herself, released on the platform, and went viral quickly. This made her famous in a short time and brought about her rapid transformation. Of course, at that time, many people thought she was just an internet singer who would fade away quickly. No one expected her to have been accumulating strength and be ready to soar once she entered the spotlight. Before she became famous, Carrie Thomas hadn't thought about all these possibilities. She was just unwilling to give up at that time and decided to do her best in this final struggle, ultimately succeeding. Now, Harrison Clark brought this moment forward by a few years. She hadn't experienced all that yet and hadn't reached the point of complete desperation, so she naturally had some reservations. Action. As expected, Carrie Thomas asked in confusion, "How much do you really believe in my abilities? Have you ever heard me sing a complete song?" Harrison Clark was alert and almost gave himself away. He simply smiled mysteriously and pointed to his head. "Intuition. My intuition tells me that this is the best answer. How do we know the outcome if we don't try? If we fail, we'll just use the free model and share the revenue based on the traffic. The traffic sharing ratio is very low. You can't earn back the $200,000 this way." Carrie Thomas seriously considered the feasibility of Harrison Clark's proposal and finally said. Harrison Clark shook his head indifferently. "Fame is money. Even though I let you sing it, the copyright is still mine. No matter how low the platform's revenue sharing ratio is, as long as the song becomes popular and has enough fame, the next time I sell a song, the price won't be $200,000. Afterwards, whether it's you or anyone else who wants to use this song for commercial performances or any other media performance, they'll have to pay me. If I sold it to Leah Clark, I wouldn't have the copyright, and I can't be sure if she would give me credit. All the subsequent income would be out of my reach. I let you sing it because I'm actually considering a longer-term plan." To persuade Carrie Thomas to let go of her suspicions, Harrison Clark came up with countless reasons to convince her. She was finally convinced. "Is this your real plan then?" Harrison Clark laughed. "You can understand it that way if you want." After settling things, the two immediately took action and began to work out the details together. Harrison Clark wasn't familiar with the specific steps, so he let her figure it out. Carrie Thomas calculated the cost. "I only have $50,000 in savings. But in the next step, I need to spend more than $100,000 to find someone to arrange the music. Just having a guitar accompaniment is definitely not enough. Then the production of the accompaniment and the recording of the master in the studio need about $100,000 as well. In total, we need at least $200,000 to start." Harrison Clark interrupted her. "We don't need to arrange the music. I've already done it. I have the complete sheet music here." Carrie Thomas was dumbfounded. "How many instruments are there in total?" Harrison Clark started to count. "Guitar, bass, drums, piano, celesta, organ, harmonica, 12 in total." Sharp inhaling sounds echoed in the room as Carrie Thomas looked at Harrison Clark with incredulous eyes, trying to determine if he was lying. "Did you make all of this?" Harrison Clark shamelessly nodded. "Yes. Are you sure you're not a second generation from a music family who's never studied music before? Harrison Clark asked back, why would I lie to you? Carrie Thomas looked away, I give up. I'm only proficient in 2 or 3 of the instruments you mentioned, and only dabble in others. Although it was annoying how you played dumb, I should apologize for my previous sarcasm. Lamely, Harrison Clark laughed. It's nothing, I was just joking with you. No, for someone who can already ride a bicycle to pretend like they can't, that's quite tricky. You even fooled me, which only shows the gap between us is vast, or that I'm not skilled enough. Harrison Clark was speechless. If he didn't know better, he would almost believe Carrie Thomas's insinuations and start getting complacent. Didn't see it coming, this dark-haired, big-eyed girl also betraying the revolution, speaking so sweetly. Looking at the original songwriter of Boring, Carrie Thomas, being awed by her own work, Harrison Clark had mixed feelings. But then he thought, wouldn't that imply that in the next 5 years, Carrie Thomas has gone from only mastering 2 or 3 instruments, to a full-fledged master? Come to think of it, you're the cooler one. Relinquish the superiority, let's keep doing our best, he responded modestly. I'll believe that when hell freezes over. Okay, we've saved 100,000, but we're still 50,000 short. Carrie Thomas brought up the main matter again. Harrison Clark thought about it, I can throw in another 50,000. But since this is my song and I'm doing the arrangement, when it comes to royalties, I want 70%. And for the copyright of the version you sang, I'll take 70% too. Carrie Thomas hesitated. In reality, this left her at a slight disadvantage. What if the song becomes a hit? She would lose quite a lot in the future. But she quickly realized, if this song really does become popular, would she be short of money? Both she and Harrison Clark urgently needed this leapfrog opportunity. Isn't he still the one helping her? Why the fuss? Deal. She accepted without hesitation. Upon settling this, a weight was lifted from Harrison Clark's chest. Although giving up 200,000, and even throwing in his last 50,000, he felt no regret. Instead, he felt satisfaction and fulfillment. He was even calculating, this was not just a one-off sale worth 200,000, but a long-term investment. As long as Carrie Thomas's path doesn't deviate too much from the alternate timeline, the profits from the 70% copyright he could recoup in the future are immeasurable. An investment of only 50,000. It's a steal? A super steal? But Carrie Thomas didn't see it this way. She didn't think her performance was a valuable asset. The core of Harrison Clark's investment was the song Boring. So much so, that she only had to pay 50,000 to get a 30% share of the profits, but she still felt like she owed Harrison Clark. Carrie Thomas didn't understand why a stranger like him was being so nice to her. Harrison Clark, can I ask you something? Shoot. You don't happen to be trying to hit on me, do you? Carrie Thomas asked with a full guard up. Harrison Clark froze, wanting to tell her not to flatter herself. What do you mean? Have I gone crazy? He played the fool. If that's not the case, then why are you writing songs for me? And singing for me? I suddenly feel like with your ability, it shouldn't be too bad if you write songs for others instead. There was no way for Harrison Clark to explain now. God, save me. You sure ask a lot. Stop flattering yourself. I may not have any plans of pursuing you. I wrote Boring because I was inspired by getting to know you. Don't say cheesy things like I wrote the song for you. Only then did Carrie Thomas relax a bit. That's good. Let me clarify in advance, I'm a firm believer in not getting married. Enough already. Why are you so self-assured? On one hand, you despise being pursued. On the other hand, you think everyone in the world will fall in love with you. Don't you get tired living like that? Harrison Clark said impatiently. Carrie Thomas was embarrassed by his comments. Ahem, it's better to clarify things from the start than to become enemies later. Harrison Clark was a bit irritated. Can't we just sing and make some money? Can we stop with the romantic drama? I have 2 questions. Were we close before? Carrie Thomas thought about it and shook her head. Not really. What about now? Are we close? Carrie Thomas gave a fairly candid assessment. I guess we're all right. Harrison Clark nodded. Isn't that enough? Since we're not even close, how are we going to become enemies? That's true. Ha, ha ha. The conversation hit an awkward lull, signaling its end. The next day was a weekend, and Harrison Clark was off work. He and Carrie Thomas decided to head to a law firm and sign their contract. Like brothers meticulously dividing property, they clearly stated each other's responsibilities and rights in advance to avoid any future disputes. Neither of them had a manager, they had to do everything themselves. After signing the contract, Harrison gave Carrie the completed sheet music. I'll sing it through in its entirety first. Harrison suggested while Carrie was looking at the sheet music. No, let me try to sing it using the sheet music. If there's any issue, you can guide me. All right. An hour later, Carrie Thomas finished. At that moment, her eyes glittered intensely. She finally got to know what the song Boring was like in its entirety. It was like a foodie tasting a renowned chef's signature cuisine at a national banquet or a wine connoisseur savoring a top-notch motai aged for 80 years. The satisfaction was beyond words. From the beginning, she could sense the emotional reversal in the latter half of Boring. She'd also been imagining and guessing what the reversal of the lyrics and rhythm might be. Having seen the complete sheet music and sung through it upstairs with a heart full of reverence, everything clicked. All she wanted to say was, Harrison Clark was spectacular. This was perfection? The suppressed and somber tones of the first half, contrasted with the passionate and defiant ambience of the second half, formed a perfect juxtaposition. Whether it was the lyrics, rhythm, or emotional infusion, everything cohered flawlessly. When singing the first half, one might feel so despondent that they'd shed tears. But when singing the latter half, the blood would gush, goosebumps would form, as if they wanted to see how high the sky is or how vast the universe is. What was even more astonishing was that this was exactly what Carrie had vaguely figured out after pondering over it for several days. She believed that the song's nuances were meant to be just this way, just as she'd guessed and expected in her heart. Thus, even though she was prepared, her admiration for Harrison Clark was overwhelming, like a torrent that couldn't be stopped. "What are you looking at me like that for?" Carrie's gaze was making Harrison uncomfortable, insecurity stirring in his heart. He was a bit flustered. "Please, don't fall for me." The thing that solidified Carrie's history was not a love song. Historically, she'd never been infatuated with anyone. If she fell for him, her future writings would either be about love or the lament of a broken heart. That would be the end. "I realize I have underestimated you." After a while, Carrie Thomas managed to say slowly, "Enough of that. Sing." Harrison Clark didn't want to prolong the conversation, urging her on. Carrie took a deep breath, picked up her high-end guitar worth $3,000 and strummed its strings. The melodic guitar sounds filled the room. Harrison merely sensed that the same tune was altered as Carrie played the prelude. From the very beginning, she'd firmly grasped the reversal and progression of emotions. She started to sing. A good while later, the melody and the lingering sound of her guitar notes gradually faded. The room was immersed in prolonged silence. Carrie didn't utter a word. She was nervous. Harrison Clark's comments held significant meaning to her, considering that he was the composer. Harrison stayed silent because he was taken aback. Rattled. Good God, action. She did not need his guidance to sing. Just by reading the sheet music once, she could impart the desired feel to the song. This time, it was truly a perfect recreation, identical to the rendition in the dream that had been passed down for thousands of years, boring. Every detail, every concealed breath adjustment, the pitch, accuracy, and emotion were flawless. All Harrison wanted to say was, "Carrie is truly talented." Her talent was off the charts. If this song doesn't gain popularity when released, it would be a travesty. The next day, Carrie Thomas boarded the plane to Voyager Music Academy with the 100,000 they had scraped together by selling everything they had. After all, she had studied at Voyager Music Academy, and her shallow connections in the music circle were mostly concentrated there, so it was easier to get things done there. Although the sheet music was ready-made, there were still many steps to transform it into a complete accompaniment. Rich tyrants could afford to invite various excellent instrumentalists to form a complete orchestra and record slowly in high-fidelity top recording studios. Instrumentalist skill level was crucial. Anyone with a little understanding could easily hear the difference and make a quick judgment. Unfortunately, with Carrie and Harrison's budget, recording live instruments was unfeasible and could only be done through electronic synthesis. The advantage was the stable level of the accompaniment, definitely better than randomly hiring low-end performers. The disadvantage was that the synthesized accompaniment lacked the spark of real performers, no variables, and less spirituality. Carrie felt regretful in her heart, but she had no choice. Making a big production required spending a lot of money, and 100,000 was far from enough. They needed at least 3 or 4 times that to have a chance. Upon arriving at Voyager Music Academy, Carrie Thomas suggested to Harrison Clark that they take out a loan to raise the budget to 200,000. She didn't even ask for additional shares, just wanted the song to be done well. However, Harrison firmly refused. In another timeline, Carrie's independently produced Boring was pure electronic arrangement. Harrison had changed a lot of history and didn't want to overproduce the song. He wanted it to be authentic. In the original history, Carrie had created the prototype of Boring about 2 or 3 years later, and it should have been completed 4 years later. The quality of the song remained the same, but the timeline had advanced significantly. Before everything settled, Harrison wasn't sure if history could continue to develop along its original trajectory. Although he had tried to be cautious, what if there were too many variables and the song was rejected once it was sung? Time flew, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Carrie Thomas brought back the finished product, which she had personally supervised and worked overtime to produce, to Oxfordshire. Harrison didn't go to pick her up and chose to wait at home instead. Carrie wanted to send the master tape to him online, but he stopped her, saying there was no need and it would only increase the risk. Having not seen her for 10 days, Carrie looked a bit weary. Her whole demeanor had changed in a peculiar way. Although Carrie had a temper, there was an indelible gloom and depression on her persona previously. But now, although seemingly unchanged on the surface, her eyes were full of vigor and vitality. It felt as if the night was about to end, and the dawn was upon them. Indeed, she knew her destiny was about to change. Just looking at the music wasn't enough, but after the song had been produced, she only needed to listen to it once to understand a fact. She thought the level of the song was beyond her imagination. Harrison's accompaniment sheet was not just icing on the cake, it was the finishing touch. Even though she had been taking his abilities seriously, Carrie's perception of Harrison had been refreshed time and time again. Every time she thought she understood his talent, she would quickly see something new in this treasure-like man. What was even stranger was that he never boasted or showed off. Everything had to be discovered on its own. Was this the legendary concept of great music being hidden and blending in with the world? Carrie Thomas handed the USB drive to Harrison Clark as she entered. Now can you listen to it? Harrison nodded, disconnected the laptop from the internet, and prepared to listen with the USB drive plugged in. In the small apartment room, Harrison listened to the song with cheap headphones, while Carrie stood behind him, not daring to breathe. Finally, he put down the headphones and closed his eyes to contemplate. Carrie thought he was appreciating the details with a high degree of realm, but little did she know that Harrison was merely comparing the differences between this new version and the one he heard in his dreams. Thanks to his previous forced memorization, his comparison was slow but meticulous. About 15 minutes later, Harrison opened his eyes and looked at Carrie with admiration, albeit concealed on the surface. He gave a thumbs up. Not bad, very impressive. Perfect. He was convinced. Carrie Thomas possessed true skill. Her becoming a historically great figure was no accident. Even though he had helped her grow faster and the conditions were very simple and rushed, she still managed to deliver a perfect result. How awe-inspiring would the realm be when Carrie truly became proficient and entered the inner circle? As a limited-level plagiarist, Harrison sincerely couldn't imagine. Carrie Thomas blushed slightly at the praise. Thank you, I'm glad I didn't disappoint. Harrison Clark watched Carrie, who was modest and humble at the moment, and reminded himself to cherish these moments. For once she realized her incredible talent, this humble side of her might not appear again. Right, these are the general conditions and contact information for several domestic platforms I've sorted out. Let's discuss which platform to sell the song to. These days, Carrie was in charge of recording the song, but her partner Harrison wasn't idle either. Yet Carrie didn't look at his list. She said, I think Spotify Top is not bad. Harrison looked down at the list. There were 5 or 6 large-scale music platforms in the country, with Spotify Top ranking second, currently trying to acquire copyrights to overtake number 1 Fly, which is ranked first. As a result, the platform's policy towards singers and copyright holders was quite generous, making many concessions. Overall, Spotify Top seemed like a good choice. Of course, another important factor contributing to the decision was the location. The headquarters of the other platforms were located in cities such as Nottingham, London, Leeds, and Carlisle. Only Spotify Top's headquarters was in Oxfordshire, meaning that they wouldn't have to travel around and could save money. Harrison nodded. All right, let's settle on this one. Carrie said, you still have to work, I'll go negotiate. After reaching an agreement, you can come sign. Since both of them signed private contracts, business authorization required both signatures to be legally binding. Harrison wasn't worried that Carrie would strand him. After sorting everything out, they went their separate ways. Before going upstairs, Carrie said something that seemed both true and false, scaring Harrison. First, she thanked Harrison for his trust in her. Harrison replied it was his pleasure to help. Then, she seemed to be testing Harrison's background, really wanting to know why he understood her so well. Action. Every lyric and melody perfectly hit the softest spot in her heart. Harrison could only bluff his way through. Next, she actually expressed a desire to become Harrison's apprentice. Although she spoke shyly and subtly, she was earnest about learning creative ideas from Harrison, which was the general idea. Harrison's face went stiff. He had no ideas to teach her. He could only memorize her songs, and had no creative talent or musical ideas. There was no way he could take an apprentice in this lifetime. He could only be a porter, doing odd jobs and waiting to die. Carrie's attempt failed as Harrison evaded with his defense, temporarily resolving the situation. Harrison thought about it afterward. While boring was already settled, he definitely couldn't let Carrie sing Deep in the Night later. If someone else sang it, Carrie might not feel as deeply and not realize that Harrison knew her so well. But if she sang it, there was no guarantee she wouldn't fall for the trick. For the next few days, Carrie constantly went back and forth to the Spotify Top headquarters, negotiating and preparing for the contract signing. Although Spotify Top was currently a bit desperate for music copyrights, Carrie and Harrison's backgrounds in the industry were too weak to easily get ideal terms, so there was a lot of negotiation needed. Meanwhile, Harrison spent most of his time working at Chesterton apartment. Lately, he had neglected his work due to his side business, slacking off whenever he could. Many people in the company already had complaints about him, and Harrison couldn't afford to lose this job, so he had to put in more effort. One evening, Harrison overheard 2 employees from other companies chatting as he rode the elevator down from a meeting. Did you hear? Jenny Hart is holding a fan meeting at Solemnis Club on Margaret Road tonight. Really? Such a big star is hosting a fan meeting in a nightclub. Why not? She's almost a first-tier singer. Are you going? Of course. But there's no need to rush. I heard that Solemnis Club spent a lot of money to invite her, and since Jenny has other business in Oxfordshire, she'll be there for 3 days. 1 hour each time, singing at least 5 songs a day. Harrison suddenly became interested. Should he try his luck? He decisively went home first to get his guitar, just as Carrie Thomas came back. The 2 of them chatted briefly. Carrie's mood didn't seem too high. She originally thought it would be easy to sell their song, but she didn't expect it to still be difficult to do. She said, and quote, I can't meet with the higher UPS at Spotify Top, so I can only talk to the basic employees of the copyright department. But their authority is too low, and the conditions they offer are very harsh, end quote. Harrison Clark asked curiously, end quote, I thought that Spotify Top's conditions were very favorable nowadays, end quote. End quote, that's just relatively speaking. To others, newcomers are still newcomers. Compared to other people's harsh conditions, they're only slightly more lenient. If we don't fight for it, we'll still be at a disadvantage, end quote. Harrison nodded, end quote, that's true, end quote. End quote, I have to find a way to meet their copyright department's superiors. It's pointless to talk to the basic employees, end quote. Harrison thought for a moment, end quote, after all, this is our first song, and it's normal for the other party to be conservative in offering conditions. If it doesn't work out, there's no need to force it. I have a saying for you, end quote. End quote, what saying, end quote. End quote, you may ignore me today, but tomorrow you won't be able to reach me. Don't worry about the gains and losses in one city or place. What's important is to seize the opportunity and take the first step, end quote. Carrie chuckled, end quote, if you didn't add that last line, you'd have to pay for the copyright, end quote. End quote, by the way, where are you going, end quote. Seeing him carrying his guitar and looking like he's about to leave, Carrie casually asked. But as soon as she asked, she realized that it was Harrison's freedom to decide what he wanted to do, and she was asking too much. End quote, I'm going to find inspiration and write our second song as soon as possible, end quote. Carrie tilted her head slightly, end quote, I originally wanted to advise you not to rush your creation, as inspiration can never be forced. But it seems that I don't have the qualifications to teach you. You must have your own plans. So, good luck, end quote. End quote, well, thank you for the kind words, end quote. Harrison's response was very aloof, but his face was slightly red when he left. The second song, end quote, Deep in the Night, end quote, was already written, and it's your song. You're welcome. Harrison had passed by Margaret Road countless times but had never entered a nightclub. This place was very new to him. As he walked through the door of Solemnus Club, a little episode occurred. Other customers saw him with a guitar on his back and thought he was a new resident singer. Two female customers approached him enthusiastically, wanting to leave their phone numbers. Harrison, who had never seen such a scene before, waved his hands in a row, end quote, no, I'm not a singer, end quote. End quote, huh, you're so cool, end quote. The girl with brown curly hair said. End quote, exactly, modest and low-key. I love your artistic vibe, end quote. Harrison gave in, decisively turned around, and ran away. Teasing came from behind him. End quote, wait until you get on stage, let's see how you'll explain, end quote. He didn't even know which girl shouted. Action. Harrison wiped the sweat from his forehead. What's wrong with the world? What happened to your reserve? But it can't be blamed on these two people. His image was easily misunderstood. Harrison had been running every day for the past month, and his physique had greatly improved compared to his previous week appearance, with a very well-proportioned figure. With a good figure and above-average dress, a guitar on his back, and slightly melancholic eyes, he did have a bit of an extraordinary taste. Not to mention the customers, even the nightclub staff were confused by Harrison. As soon as Harrison entered, he casually chose a direction to find a place to sit and wait for an opportunity, but a staff member in uniform grabbed his clothes. End quote, where are you running? The artist's lounge is this way, end quote. Harrison quickly adapted, bowing his hands repeatedly, end quote, I'm sorry, it's my first time here, and I'm not very familiar with the place, end quote. End quote, I saw you're a fresh face, that's why I called you. The lounge is just around the corner to the left, I'll take you there, end quote. The staff smiled, end quote, you must have strong connections, end quote. Harrison was startled, end quote, what do you mean, end quote. End quote, Jenny Hart is hosting a singing party, and there are plenty of singers who want to sing at our club. That's Jenny Hart, and if someone takes a video of you warming up in the middle and posts it online, you might become famous overnight. You might even get into the entertainment news together. The fact that you, a newcomer, were chosen by director Lewis, means it wouldn't have been possible without some pie trade, end quote. Harrison was stunned, giving silent praise. A true talent? This guy was a master conniver and a great deducer. No wonder he was so enthusiastic, the reasons were sufficient and convincing. End quote, ha ha ha, end quote. Harrison felt that he'd be exposed if he said too much, so he awkwardly laughed it off. Luckily, this crafty guy didn't ask too many questions. After showing him the place, he left, saying they'd have a chance to drink together later. Solemnus Club was quite large, and the artist's lounge was over 100 square meters. After entering, Harrison didn't wander around. Instead, he sat in a corner, trying his best to minimize his presence. People were coming and going, but no one noticed him, the unwelcome guest. Unknowingly, it was already 7:30, and a fat man walked in through the door. The people in the lounge greeted him warmly as soon as they saw him. End quote, hello, Director Lewis, end quote. End quote, Lewis, when will Sister Hart arrive, end quote. Fat Director Lewis waved his hand, end quote, she's already here, and her car is parked outside. Everyone, listen up, get out in 1 minute. Sister Hart needs the lounge, end quote. End quote, what? Director Lewis? We haven't even changed our clothes yet? Does Sister Hart need such a big place all to herself? Where are we supposed to change, end quote. Director Lewis spread his hands, end quote, there's no way out. She's a big shot. We can only accommodate others, not the other way around. Hurry up, those who need to change clothes can go outside and find a bathroom. I'm not joking with you, hurry up, end quote. Harrison originally planned to squat here and see if there was a chance to strike up a conversation with Jenny Hart's agent, but he was driven out without even seeing the person. A group of grassroots performers hurriedly left like refugees. After Harrison left, he turned a corner, put the guitar at his feet, and stopped at the entrance to the artist's lounge. But he had a premonition about tonight. Jenny Hart, although not as famous as Avril Green, made quite an entrance. An artist's style is basically determined by their agent. Harrison was unlikely to have a chance to speak directly to Jenny Hart, so he could only deal with the other party's agent, and the hope was slim. It's a pity that Harrison had just stood up Avril once, and he was too thin-skinned to ask for her help again now. They weren't that close yet, almost like strangers. Since he had a chance today, Harrison considered trying it himself first, and if it didn't work out, he would go to Avril and Bella Ross. Less than 5 minutes later, 4 black bodyguards led the way, and a large crowd entered the nightclub from the door. It must be Jenny Hart's party. Director Lewis led the way in front, leading the crowd straight to the lounge. Harrison Clark didn't have a chance to speak throughout the whole process. He only vaguely saw an arrogant figure striding through the crowd surrounded by bodyguards as they passed by him. Many real or fake fans in the nightclub were yelling Jenny Hart's name frantically at the crowd. But the crowd didn't pause or linger for a moment. After Jenny Hart entered, the bodyguards dispersed outside, not allowing anyone to get within 5 meters of the resting room door. Half an hour later, she finally came out, her makeup looking bright and beautiful, and her clothes having a strong stage presence. At this time, a whole row of security personnel were already standing below the nightclub's performance stage, all of them strong and fit, with their hands behind their backs. Under the flickering stage lights, these people seemed like the Heavenly Gates guardians. Harrison Clark kept an eye on Jenny Hart throughout the whole time, still not having an opportunity to talk to her, but at least he could confirm who her agent was. He was a man with a somewhat effeminate demeanor, and his face was so heavily powdered that one couldn't tell his specific age. Eventually, after Jenny Hart had taken the stage to sing, the man started to walk back alone. Harrison Clark approached him and tried to squeeze out a smile. "Hello." At first, the man didn't respond, he just kept walking towards the resting room. Harrison Clark shouted again from behind, and the man turned around. "Are you calling me?" His voice was indeed quite coquettish, and it was not clear whether it was a natural tone or due to an oversecretion of female hormones that caused his speech to sound both weak and somewhat shrill. Harrison Clark nodded. "Yes, sir. Do I know you very well? Has anyone ever told you that it's rude to casually greet strangers?" The agent seemed to suddenly become angry. Harrison Clark was stupefied, but immediately said to him, "I'm sorry, I'm being a bit presumptuous, but I do have something I'd like to discuss with you and Mr. Hart." But the effeminate man just snorted disdainfully. "If you want an autograph, just say so. Don't talk so grandly. I've seen many clueless people like you. Go away." After saying that, he pushed past Harrison Clark's shoulder and continued walking inward. Harrison Clark hurriedly said from behind, "I'm not asking for an autograph, I'm a music producer. I've written a song and want to sell it to Mr. Hart." The effeminate man suddenly turned his head and sized Harrison Clark up and down with squinting eyes. The lighting in the nightclub was a bit dim, making the effeminate man's gaze seem somewhat gloomy. "I know all the famous musicians in China like the palm of my hand. But I don't know you. If you can't tell me your teacher's name in 5 seconds, I'll call security to kick you out." Harrison Clark didn't have a teacher, of course. He decided to give up, as expected. "All right, I hope you don't regret it in the future." Harrison Clark shrugged, picked up his guitar and walked away. In the nightclub, Jenny Hart's singing sounded very noisy. Although the agent was annoying, it was undeniable that Jenny Hart's rock singing style was unique. Her voice was high and had excellent penetration. Harrison Clark truly regretted that her rock and roll voice would be perfect for deep in the night. "What are you up to, Mr. Martin?" As soon as Harrison Clark walked away, the plump Lewis saw the situation and approached. The agent spat and said, "Manager Lewis, please control the performers in your club. Don't bother me with nonsense. I'm very busy. And that guy wants to sell a song to our Jenny? What a joke. Tisk, he wasted my time." As he watched the effeminate agent walk away, Lewis turned around and glared at the staff behind him. "Who's that guy with the guitar just now? Call him over." The deputy director in charge of today's opening act singers quickly checked his phone's memo and wondered, "There's no such person today? Maybe it's someone from outside? Are we being blamed for nothing?" Lewis shrugged. "Well, forget it. Actually, I don't think it's a big deal. Young people have dreams, maybe the song he wrote is not bad. Nobody is born an expert, right?" People around him chimed in, "Yeah, but I've heard before that this agent called Martin is quite neurotic, and it's true. Mr. Hart, on the other hand, is actually quite approachable." Lewis laughed. "That's what you don't understand. Artists just need to be nice and smile at everyone. But an artist's agent has to play the bad guy. It's all about learning. You guys can't do it." As the middle managers of Solemnis Club were chatting, the overly arrogant, effeminate agent, Adam Martin, walked out of the room at a very fast pace. As he walked, he was talking on the phone. Okay, Bella, I'm on my way out. Gosh, the small things between Jenny and me are nothing to trouble you with. We didn't want to disturb you and Lucia before, so we didn't mention it to you. If you had said earlier that you wanted to chat with us, I would have set a time to visit you tomorrow." All right, I'll be right there." Seeing this, Lewis hurried to follow. What happened to Mr. Hart? Adam raised his head proudly. Avril Green's agent Bella Ross just heard that our Jenny is hosting a karaoke event at Solemnis Club, so she decided to come over to greet us and talk to our Jenny. Everyone was shocked inside the Solemnis Club. In Oxfordshire's nightlife scene, everyone knew that Avril Green was the biggest name in town and one of the hottest young stars in the country. Every nightclub owner would be eager to invite this big shot to their club, even if she just came in for a drink and a chat, let alone sing. However, no one ever succeeded in inviting her, not even daring to ask if Miss Green did not initiate the invite herself. She was a true goddess, not easily entering humble places. Now, although Avril Green had not come in person, the fact that her agent Bella Ross was willing to come and say hello was giving them enough face, and they could not be careless. Just as everyone rushed out, Harrison Clark bumped into Bella Ross outside. Harrison was walking with his head down, lost in his thoughts, while Bella, the agent, had a knack for remembering faces and recognized him immediately. Mr. Clark, are you here to sing tonight? Seeing that he was wearing a guitar around his back, Bella Ross also thought he was the resident singer. Harrison snapped out of his daze, looked up at Bella, smiled, and shook his head. No, I just heard that Jenny Hart is going to sing tonight, so I came to watch. He was too embarrassed to say that he was here to sell songs and was rejected. Firstly, they had decided not to find Avril Green, and secondly, it was not long ago that they came up with their song Boring. It would be too quick to have a complete new song out and seemed to be fooling people. Bella nodded. Jenny Hart is indeed a good singer, but she specializes in rock and is not quite suitable for your folk style, Mr. Clark. Right, what brings you here, Bella? Since we are the local hosts in Oxfordshire, and Jenny voted for Lucia in the recent singer selection, I came over to say hello. I won't hold you up any longer, Bella. You go inside. Harrison made a gesture to leave. However, Bella Ross seemed not to want to end the conversation so quickly and stopped him. No need, I'll wait here for Jenny's agent Adam Martin to come out. Adam is a bit effeminate but very warm and approachable. He has a wide network in the industry. Mr. Clark, as a new artist, it's good to get to know him. I'll introduce you later. Bella's curiosity about Harrison was based on Avril Green's evaluation. Since Avril had said that he had great talent, it wouldn't hurt to form a good relationship with him. Avril Green was busy and had a high status, and did not have time or energy to engage in socializing much. As Avril's agent, Bella was responsible for these trivial matters involving personal connections. Harrison listened to Bella's evaluation of Adam and was surprised. Warm? Good at handling things? Was the Adam I just encountered from a parallel world? As the two were chatting, a sharp shout came from afar. Bella. Both of them looked back at the same time. The tall, thin figure of Adam stood at the entrance of the Solemnis Club. He waved his right hand wildly and stretched his neck while running towards them, looking like an ear of wheat fluttering in the autumn wind. Harrison's face was somewhat dazed. Was this really the same person? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe that one person could have such a huge difference in size. But Harrison didn't plan to get involved with this guy again. He turned to Bella Ross and said apologetically, I'm sorry Bella, but I have urgent matters to attend to. I'll come to visit another time. Bella saw that he seemed to be genuinely busy and did not insist on staying. All right, I wish you success with your next great work, Mr. Clark. Thank you. Harrison Clark had just walked away, and Adam Martin had already come forward. Bella, you came all the way here late at night, that's so sweet of you. Bella smiled. It's not a big deal, I'll just go sit inside. By the way, Mr. Hart is attending a provincial TV variety show tomorrow, right? Yes, he is. Here's the thing. There will be 7 or 8 newcomers warming up the stage during tomorrow's show. One of the girls, named Tamsin Bell, is the niece of one of my friends. Mr. Hart will need to support her during the show, talk to her a little more, anything will do. It'll help her get more screen time. This was the real reason Bella had come all the way here. On the one hand, it was about showing their influential power. On the other hand, for this kind of request, it was still better to talk about it face to face, which was also good in terms of etiquette. Adam Martin nodded repeatedly. Since Bella has ordered, I will emphasize this to Jenny later. Having settled her own request, Bella couldn't help but ask one more question. You seem to have some conflict with that guy Harrison Clark who was chatting with me just now. Harrison Clark thought he was hiding it well, but someone as sensitive as Bella noticed the way he hurried away, as if he was afraid to be approached by Adam Martin. That's not just hate. So, now Bella asked a bit more, thinking if the conflict wasn't too intense, she could act as a peacemaker. However, Adam Martin was quite confused. Harrison Clark? The guy with the guitar who just talked to you? I was actually going to ask if he was harassing you too and was about to call security. Bella was startled. What? How come? You don't know this guy, he's crazy. When Jenny was still singing on stage, I was planning to go backstage to take a break, and he blocked my way, saying he'd written a song that he wanted to sell to me. He's insane. Bella was slightly surprised. He wrote another song. Another. Adam Martin quickly noticed something was off. Yes, some time ago, he wrote a nice new song that he wanted to sell to Avril Green. She liked it, but it didn't quite fit her style, so she introduced it to someone else. It's a shame he changed his mind later and couldn't close the deal. Now, it was Adam Martin's turn to be dumbfounded. Adam Martin knew very well that Avril Green always composed her own music and never considered others' works. But the reason she rejected Harrison Clark's song was not that it wasn't good, but because it didn't fit her style. And even though Avril Green didn't buy the song herself, she still acted as an intermediary, which indirectly proved the quality of the song. Is this guy really that talented? Adam Martin asked hastily. How good is his song, really? Bella replied, I can't really say how good exactly, as I don't know much about music, but if Avril Green said it's good, then it must be good. She also advised me to stay in touch with him so that if he writes a song suitable for Avril Green, we can buy it and keep it in our song library. Hiss. Adam Martin took a deep breath of cold air. This is so awkward now. Oh no, I just rejected him, and my tone wasn't very nice. When Harrison Clark was about to reach the entrance of his building, his phone rang. It was Bella calling. He answered the call. Action. However, the person speaking on the other end wasn't Bella, but Adam Martin with his effeminate voice. Mr. Clark, this is Adam Martin. I'm not selling it. I'm sorry. My work is not mature enough and doesn't deserve it. Harrison Clark replied bluntly, then hung up the phone. Half an hour later, the phone rang again, and it was Bella who called again. Mr. Clark, I'm sorry, Adam Martin insisted on having me act as a peacemaker. It's okay, it's okay. Bella, you've gone to a lot of trouble. Actually, I think it's better to ease misunderstandings than keep them. It's just a small matter anyway. So how about this? Someday I'll treat you two to dinner, and you can sit down and have a good chat. Harrison Clark laughed through the phone. Bella, you're being too kind. I don't even want to bother with him. I just thought about my new song and realized it's not mature enough, it needs more polish. Oh, I see. Avril Green was also surprised that you came up with a new song so quickly. After a brief chat and hanging up the phone, Harrison Clark's ordinary yet fulfilling day finally came to an end. With nothing to do, he opened up his computer and listened to Boring again before going back to bed. If everything goes smoothly tomorrow, Carrie Thomas should be able to meet the person in charge at Spotify Top, get some relatively good terms, and then sign the contract. I hope everything goes well. Turn off the light. Bang! There came a loud noise from upstairs, as if something had fallen to the floor. Startled, Harrison Clark jumped out of bed and ran up the stairs. What happened? What's going on? Harrison? Good news. Carrie Thomas flung the door open. She was holding a phone in her hand, her face beaming with joy that she was trying hard to contain. But it was because of her restraint that others could notice her excitement and just how incredible the good news she just received must be. At this point, Carrie's forehead bore a slight red mark, presumably from her carelessly falling off the bed after receiving the good news. What's the news? Harrison Clark asked happily. Carrie didn't answer, her eyes drifting downward. Harrison paused after asking, only to realize that both of them were wearing only their undergarments. Carrie slammed the door shut again, while Harrison dashed back downstairs. It took several more minutes for the two of them to talk over the phone and straighten things out. Apparently, a staff member from Spotify Top had just called her, saying that the supervisor had carefully listened to the demo of Boring and was very satisfied, deciding to offer a Tier 2 contract, and they could sign the contract directly tomorrow. As for Spotify Top's copyright authorization contracts, apart from special case contracts, they were divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. The trashiest was the D-class contract, which neither Carrie nor Harrison was happy with, as it was specifically designed for newcomers. A slightly less desirable one was the C-class, which the two of them had always wanted to strive for. But surprisingly, the other party offered them a B-class contract directly, which was the highest level contract the copyright supervisor could personally sign off on. Usually, only at least Tier 2 singers could sign a B-class contract. Although she didn't know exactly what had happened, Carrie was indeed very happy. Harrison also thought it was time for celebration. It took almost half an hour of excitement before Harrison finally fell asleep. Private Harrison Clark? Step forward. Harrison's eyes shot open. Once again, he found himself face to face with a familiar yet strange scene. The playground, the hovercraft, the cloudless sky, the high-tech-looking Ben Tower, and Daniel Thompson's despicable square face. His mind raced, realizing that another month had unknowingly passed. I had a dream again? No, I am back again? He started counting down. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Still daydreaming? Run 10 laps around the field? As soon as the countdown ended, Daniel Thompson came close again, his face as ferocious as ever and his tone screeching. Returning to 1,000 years later, everything began, as always, with running laps. All is under control. Harrison made up his mind. The situation had become more or less clear. This was the 3rd time, and there shouldn't be any more surprises. So, on the nights of the 26th of each month, he would inevitably have this dream, and he would come to 1,000 years later. Next month would be the same. The job of copying songs and working as a porter could be sustained. So, as the creator of Boring, had I left my name in the records 1,000 years later? And what about Carrie Thomas? Is she still here? Harrison wished he could grow wings and hurry back to the dormitory area after training to check the internet on his personal computer. You're still laughing while running? Run another 10 laps. 20 laps altogether. Daniel Thompson's voice carried from afar. Harrison, fuck. Thanks to the 10-kilometer night run he had been sticking to for a month, Harrison Clark was exhausted but managed to hold on. After finishing the run, he didn't collapse on the field but held his knees, gasping for air. He dared not sit down, fearing he wouldn't be able to get up again and would have to be carried away. Having had 2 military camp experiences, he knew that if this happened, he would be looked down upon. At the same time, Harrison noticed something beyond his understanding. It was that his body had inherited the benefits of exercise, even though his soul had traveled through time 1,000 years ago and his body had been enhanced through physical training. He was baffled. Could it be that I didn't travel through time with my soul but rather my body? But why did my journey start here, in front of everyone? Don't these people think it's strange? What exactly happened in the second before I traveled through time? Harrison found that every time he came over, he turned into an adorable little creature full of questions. What was worse, he would never get the answers. Anyway, he had to accept the situation and make the best of it. The other soldiers had already finished their training and dispersed, some heading to the cafeteria, some to make up for their cultural classes, and others to engage in leisure and entertainment. Daniel Thompson walked over leisurely, holding a small container in one hand and his other hand in his pocket. Despite his thick eyebrows and big eyes, this instructor was actually quite mischievous. Harrison knew him well and turned his face away, not wanting to talk to him. After all, nothing good would come out of Daniel's mouth. Yo, not bad. You've got some temper? Do you have a problem with me? Seeing Harrison turning his face away, Daniel took another small container out of his pocket and placed it in front of Harrison. Harrison was puzzled. Why was the opening method different from before? He recognized this container. It was the military's energy drink. It wasn't the low-end taurine blended beverage from 1,000 years ago, but a real high-tech product that could effectively relieve muscle fatigue, quickly replenish energy, and had no side effects. Top physical laborers, such as athletes or outstanding soldiers, would consider this drink a necessity for their daily training. Even in the highly developed technology of 1,000 years later, its cost remained high. In the military, at least non-commissioned officers and above would have a quota of 10 bottles a month. In the past, Harrison had seen this drink in the military but had never tasted it. After being demoted to a minimal welfare recipient, he needed to save up several months of welfare points to exchange for a functional drink like this. He could only envy it, never having had the heart to really taste it. But he didn't expect that after this run, Daniel actually gave him a bottle, fulfilling a long-held desire. Reporting to the instructor, "I have no complaints." Harrison shouted loudly and saluted before he took the bottle. Daniel smiled. "No complaints are good. You might think I'm too strict with you, but I'm helping you. The better you train now, the greater your chance of survival when facing the enemy." Hearing this, Harrison paused. He had never heard such words from Daniel's mouth in his previous 2 military service experiences. It must be because he successfully completed the running this time that Daniel saw him in a new light. This was a good opportunity to glean information, so Harrison quickly asked, "Instructor, isn't the world at peace now? Do we really have a chance to go to the battlefield?" Daniel shook his head. "We raise soldiers for 1,000 days, but use them for a moment. Soldiers aren't born for war, but they are constantly preparing for it. It's the soldiers in peacetime that are the hardest. Anyway, go and get some rest." Harrison smiled and took a sip of the energy drink. "Yes, instructor." It wasn't until Daniel walked away that the smile on Harrison's face gradually faded. His mood began to weigh heavily. As he had expected, the world government knew about the impending apocalypse a year later, and the scope of this knowledge was even larger than he had previously anticipated. Even a regular new soldier training instructor like Daniel seemed to know something, but he just held his tongue. Harrison realized that sometimes people's curiosity is like a cat's, unable to control themselves even when they know that asking too many questions is pointless. He had to remind himself again, what's the point of asking so many questions when you have no power to change anything? As for the chance to survive that Daniel mentioned, Harrison didn't care at all. There was no hope of survival when the enemy was so powerful beyond human understanding. There was not even the slightest chance of winning. The world government officials who wielded power, after spending dozens of generations and hundreds of years, still found no solution to resist it, facing a disgraceful demise. Harrison Clark, a mere commoner, knew he had no exceptional talent to change history and fight against a dimensionality reduction attack that couldn't be understood. "Lion, you're overthinking it. We're all going to die anyway." On the way back to the dormitory, his fellow soldiers saw the small jar in his hand and flocked to admire and marvel at it. "Yo, Harrison, you're amazing, huh? Was it given to you by Daniel Thompson? That's really rare. Let me have a look. I want to see the novelty too." "Wow." Harrison walked through the dormitory building, being asked about the jar the entire way. Everyone was enthusiastic. Harrison's feelings were quite unique. When he came here the previous 2 times, things were different. The first time, he fainted on the playground and made a fool of himself in daily life. As a result, he was not popular in the military camp and had few friends. The second time was slightly better than the first, but people weren't as enthusiastic at the beginning. This time, however, he was treated so well that he wasn't accustomed to it. The reason being his exceptional performance during the run. Harrison didn't actually enjoy this. As someone who already knew the outcome, he didn't want to be close friends with anyone in this world. After all, everyone would die sooner or later, while he would live alone in another era. People are not heartless like plants. To avoid heartache, the best method is not to invest any emotions at all. He'd rather regard everyone here as an NPC in an online game. However, he understood that one should always be polite, even if it's just an insincere courtesy. But these NPCs' responses were too realistic, and unconsciously, their friendships still grew. Harrison had to admit that after experiencing the loneliness of the real world, it was easy to be touched by the human bonds and camaraderie in this military camp where there was no vicious competition among people. 1,000 years later, soldiers under the world government system had long ceased to have a responsibility system and switched to an employment system. With even the minimum welfare recipients enjoying spacious single apartments, the welfare system within the military system would naturally be decent. Although the dormitory rooms weren't as large as public apartments for welfare recipients, they were still single rooms with complete facilities. Back in his dormitory, Harrison easily opened his personal intelligent assistant. There was a difference between the military and civilian personal intelligence systems. The military system provided more detailed information in some areas but lacked many entertainment-related news. It contained songs and movies, but information about them was unavailable. Before, Harrison always waited until he left the camp to start his special training, which was quite time-consuming. However, this time, he just needed to listen to the song to get the information he wanted. After a while, he fell silent. Carrie Thomas was still the same strong person as she was a millennium ago. This meant that Carrie's knowledge and talent were solid, and she wasn't affected by Harrison stealing her song boring. However, the number of songs she created increased from 78 to 79. The number of songs she sang remained at 30, with no change in the list or content. The only difference was that the lyrics and composition of her first song, Boring, were attributed to someone else. Harrison Clark's name was now on record. Harrison gained fame, riding the wave of popularity quite solidly. Harrison clicked on his name in the songwriter list. The intelligence system automatically filtered out all the namesakes, showing his own profile. It was slightly embarrassing to find out that this was his only song. Action. Carrie had Boring taken away from her, but her loss wasn't great. In another timeline, she gave 38 songs she composed to others. In this timeline, she composed 39. The extra song, titled A Dull Life, was given to Avril Green. After listening to A Dull Life, Harrison Clark rubbed his nose. It seemed that his previous worries were unnecessary, as talented people really stood out. Although she had quietly stolen a song, she created another one of the same level in return. No, compared to the frustration and bitterness in Boring and the high aspirations it evoked, A Dull Life seemed to be in a different realm. When it was low, it wasn't that low, but when emotions rose, it was no different. A Dull Life was more optimistic and the emotions inside were more subtle. If Boring was written for those who were depressed and frustrated in real life, then A Dull Life was written for those who seemed ordinary, but were actually dull, always inadequate, and mediocre. Boring could awaken people from despair, while A Dull Life could reignite a person's fighting spirit when they lost their pursuit due to numbness to reality. Compared to each other, Carrie Thomas's new song A Dull Life, which she had never actually written before, was on an even higher creative level. It was a pity that Carrie Thomas, the creator of this song, had never sung it in public, nor was there a recorded version of the song with her voice. There was only Avril Green's version of A Dull Life. Carrie Thomas was simply so straightforward. As long as she said that she had sold it to someone else, she abandoned the song, regardless of its quality. It left future generations to regret endlessly, sighing each time they thought of it. Although Avril Green was not bad, she was still slightly inferior compared to Carrie Thomas. In art, this so-called slight inferiority would be infinitely magnified over 1,000 years, turning from a small regret into an irreparable one. People just couldn't turn back time and have her perform it again. Of course, Harrison Clark didn't know so much. He knew this only because there was a comment left by another music giant born in the 28th century on this song A Dull Life. This was horrifying. Although Carrie Thomas was suppressed by Harrison Clark, she became even stronger and produced a truly representative work of her peak artistic prowess, which lasted throughout her life. Harrison Clark just wanted to say, "You girl, your face is beautiful, and chatting with you seems normal, but how come the songs popping out of your mind are so fierce?" Leaving aside the reborn A Dull Life, there was something else bothering Harrison Clark. He found that Deep in the Night was still there, and Carrie Thomas was still listed as the composer. Moreover, the release date of Deep in the Night was even earlier than A Dull Life, only slightly after Boring and less than 2 months apart. This meant that in the future of this timeline, Harrison Clark still could not sell Deep in the Night, and not long after Carrie Thomas wrote it herself, rendering the complete sheet music in his hand unsellable. Harrison Clark thought this was utterly unbelievable. Do you have to be so upset that you're evolving so fast in your rookie phase? I just sang Boring for you a few years early, and now you're evolving so quickly that I can't catch up with your wild rhythm? But when he carefully recalled the sheet music of Deep in the Night, he didn't feel too surprised. Unlike Boring, which had 12 different instruments as accompaniments, Deep in the Night was a rock song that was particularly suited for live performances, with just 4 instruments: electric guitar, bass, drums, and keyboard. That's it. These were all very common instruments, which should fall within the scope of what Carrie Thomas had already mastered. So it made sense that she was quickly inspired by Boring and wrote the new rock song Deep in the Night. The only surprise was that someone here was unhappy about it. Harrison Clark immediately made up his mind that after returning, even if the price was discounted, cut in half, or broken apart, he would shamelessly ask Bella Ross and Avril Green for help and sell Deep in the Night as soon as possible, then produce the demo. I can't waste my effort. Oh, no, I'll sing it to her first when I get back. Although Harrison Clark was well aware of his own singing abilities, it didn't matter. Carrie Thomas hadn't sung it with him yet, so for now, he'd give her a surprise with this new song. Keep your inspiration in check, please, and try to come up with something even more fierce next time. But this time, Harrison Clark didn't plan to sell Deep in the Night to Carrie Thomas again, otherwise, she would just write another song and sell it to someone else, and God knows how things would change. Just like now, Harrison Clark had no idea how Carrie Thomas managed to hook up with Avril Green so quickly. Was it through him? Somehow, even though he felt guiltless toward everyone, there was still a hint of panic in his heart. You two are arch rivals, and now you're mixed up together so early. What am I supposed to do? So, yeah, it's time for another sneaky move to eliminate this phenomenon. That is, he planned to plagiarize A Dull Life and have Carrie Thomas sing it herself. Harrison Clark was genuinely curious about what kind of changes would happen after he pulled this off. The biggest regret of that great 28th century musician's life was not being able to hear Carrie Thomas's version of A Dull Life. This regret was first conjured out of thin air by himself, and then quietly disappeared just like that. Action. That guy is really going to be played to death? On his first day after time traveling, Harrison Clark seriously listened to 10 songs over and over. They were still all by Carrie Thomas. This time, he planned to plagiarize 4 of Carrie Thomas's songs, including the new one, A Dull Life. It's always better to rip off someone you know well. And the fact is that she really can stand being tossed around, and her songs only get better the more they're messed with. Harrison Clark also wanted to know if, by grabbing a sheep and shearing it to death, he could squeeze out even more of Carrie Thomas's potential. This sheep's wool is very lush and always regrows. The key is that plagiarizing her songs is so reliable. The next morning, Harrison Clark got up early, finished washing up, and hummed boring on his way to the elevator. As a reservist, he got up at 6 every morning, started calisthenics at 6:30, completed an hour of intensive physical training, and then ate a nutritious breakfast. When the elevator doors opened, Daniel Thompson's square face came into view. In the reserve training camp, both the instructors and the new recruits lived in a massive building, although the instructors stayed on relatively higher floors, while the recruits were housed in the middle and lower areas. Harrison, good morning, Daniel Thompson greeted. Harrison forced a smile. Good morning, instructor. He didn't want to talk, but to his surprise, Daniel Thompson seemed to be in a chatty mood. You were just singing Carrie Thomas's Boring. Harrison paused. Huh, master? Even though Daniel Thompson's description of Carrie Thomas was absolutely correct, Harrison couldn't help but feel his skin crawling. He imagined a scene in his mind where Carrie Thomas, the master, looked at him with admiration after singing Boring. Have some self-respect, master? Seeing Harrison's reaction, Daniel Thompson wondered, is something wrong? Don't you like her? Then why are you singing her debut work? Harrison nodded woodenly. I like her, I really do. Lion was a knowledgeable guy. Just from listening to a couple of lines, he not only recognized the singer and the song, but even knew that it was Carrie Thomas's debut. 1,000 years had passed, and who knew how many dazzling options were available in the music library, and yet Lion was so familiar with Carrie Thomas's works. He must be a die-hard fan, no doubt about it. You sang quite well, at least you didn't go off pitch. Today was really an unlucky day. Harrison didn't want to talk, but since there were only 2 people in the elevator, Daniel Thompson became talkative and couldn't stop. Thank you for the compliment, instructor. Since pretending to be mute was useless, Harrison casually asked, Instructor, what do you think of the lyrics and melody of Boring? Daniel Thompson thought for 2 seconds. Funny enough, the lyrics and music for this song were written by the same person, and his name is the same as yours. Rumor has it that Harrison Clark was Carrie Thomas's enlightening mentor, but I don't think so. If he were really that good, how could he have only written 1 song? Personally, I think that if it weren't for Carrie Thomas singing it, this song might not even be that good. That guy just got lucky, happened to write a decent song, and Carrie Thomas happened to like it, that's all. Harrison, holy shit. By the way, please stop calling her master and then master again. Alright, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 4 months had passed, and Harrison Clark finally got his wish to leave the military camp. Yes, it took him exactly 4 months to finally break free. Perhaps it was because of the initial accident or maybe because his physical strength did indeed improve. His life in the army became increasingly easier. Even though he deliberately kept his distance from everybody, he still couldn't resist the onslaught of friendship. In these 4 months, he often kept reminding himself that it was time to leave. But he couldn't help thinking that saying goodbye today would be too sudden, so he might as well wait for the right opportunity. Actually, staying in the army was not bad at all, with good food and drink and everything he needed. The daily training seemed dull, but it indeed helped improve his physique. Especially after getting through the adaptation period in the first 2 months, when all the new recruits began to have access to weapons, he became even more content. What man doesn't love firearms? Who doesn't want to experience the thrill of an explosion? It's just that he was born in a peaceful era, unable to become a soldier, and of course, didn't have the courage to do so. As an ordinary citizen, he could only dream of it, without a real chance to experience it. As someone with no ambition and a good-for-nothing young man in the new era, Harrison Clark didn't want to admit his laziness, but the obvious fact was that he was addicted to the temptation of new age weapons. There was the ray gun that didn't look impressive but could shatter massive rocks with a single shot. There was the single-soldier combat aircraft that could fly up and down in the sky like a fly. Then the small fusion spacecraft, the size of a yacht, that could be launched into space from the ground. And, the most fascinating of all, the ultimate single-soldier equipment, the humanoid battle armor, which could reach as high as 10 meters and was full of mechanical beauty. All of these high-end products which were previously inaccessible to him as a welfare recipient dazzled him. Although the technological innovations of humanity in the past millennium hadn't been as strong as evolving from primitive farming to nanochips, they had still changed a lot. It's just that, as a welfare recipient in the past, he had only been exposed to civilian products and had not been able to witness the cutting-edge technology of the time. However, this time, he stayed in the military for 2 more months, even having the opportunity to access this new equipment, making him aware of how much the world government had done in the last 500 years. At least the technology in military and civilian products was worlds apart. The difference could only be described as the contrast between pre- and post-industrial revolution. So, he lingered in the military for a full 4 months. It wasn't until he couldn't delay any longer that he finally decided to leave. Harrison Clark's decision to leave on his own led to many comrades, including Daniel Thompson, sighing and feeling heartbroken. After all, his performance in these 4 months had been quite good. Especially in the first 2 months of basic training, both in cultural classes and basic military training, his performance was perfect. He fell short in the high-intensity combat exercises in the last 2 months but still maintained an above-average standard. How could Harrison tell them that the reason why he was so good in the first 2 months was that this was his 3rd time as a new recruit? He could remember all the training content as if it were his own treasure. Even the extra training that Daniel Thompson sprang on them was well within his grasp. The attitudes of people toward him differed from the past, but the details of the training were exactly the same. Harrison knew that the physical strength gained through this training could be inherited after waking up from the dream. So, he trained hard, taking advantage of his repeater status. How could he not surge ahead? Alas, I was just about to report to my superior and propose promoting you to squad leader, but now, sigh. When sending him off, Daniel Thompson still regretted his departure. Harrison was polite. Lion, don't be like this. Everyone has their own aspirations. What do you mean everyone has their own aspirations? Do you know what it means to give up military service voluntarily? It means you will become a welfare recipient? Your chances of marriage will be in trouble, and you won't have the opportunity to get to know those opposite sex with formal jobs. And you will never be able to turn your life around. You and your descendants, at least for 3 generations, will bear the stigma of being a welfare recipient. Others around him also tried to persuade. Yeah, Harrison, you have the ability. Why are you doing this out of the blue? Although our military service seems relaxed and everyone is allowed to choose freely, it's not that free. Either you were chosen from the beginning but refused, or once you've joined, if you leave without any just cause, the consequences are still quite severe. Harrison hadn't known this before, as he had always been a tail-ender who was persuaded to leave. He didn't expect that there would be such sequelae if a top student voluntarily left. However, already knowing the future and breaking away from the mundane world, Harrison Clark had no interest in marriage or children. Everyone will be gone a year later. Why think about these things? Guys, don't try to persuade me anymore. My mind is made up. Goodbye. With that, Harrison bowed and left. Finally leaving the military camp, and looking back at the mountains fading away behind the time machine window, Harrison Clark didn't feel relieved at all. Instead, his heart was heavy. The people were still the same, but friendships were constantly changing. This made Harrison feel out of place in this world, yet he couldn't help but feel reluctant to leave. Like a passing wind, it seemed not to take a single cloud away, but it quietly changed the position of the leaves on the trees. Returning to his hometown and settling down in the welfare zone, Harrison Clark's situation was no different from before. He was happy with that. In another world, he was constantly busy, unable to settle down to ponder life, study, and recharge, or even find time for entertainment and relaxation. That kind of busy and mundane life made him feel tired and helpless. On the contrary, life here was quite nice with no worries about living expenses and plenty of free time. How could he not be free? Compared to others, he had a whole year's worth of extra time every month. In the following 8 months, Harrison Clark went into crazy song learning mode again. Compared to the last time, this time was much easier. Whether it was playing technique or basic music theory, he was already very proficient now, which made learning songs much easier, at least not like before when he had to spend a lot of time and energy to understand a song's sheet music. Now, he could basically take the sheet music and restore it step by step with a guitar. But he still couldn't do it like some experts who could just see the sheet music and sketch the whole picture in their minds. That was talent, which couldn't be learned or envied. Although he was slower, he had plenty of time. As the saying goes, slow and steady wins the race. He just started early. Over the next 8 months, Harrison did 5 things. First, he mastered a new instrument, the piano, known as the king of all instruments and the source of rhythm, through diligent practice on top of guitar. Second, he further strengthened his guitar skills to make his performance more proficient and smooth. Now he was almost equivalent to a mediocre person who had practiced diligently for 10 years. But 10 years didn't mean he was strong, he was still an average craftsman. Anyone can learn to play, but to reach a certain height in playing, that again enters the realm of talented players. Talent was such that even with a lifetime of hard practice, one could barely maintain their level without falling behind. Did ordinary people want to master their skills in a few decades? Wake up, it's all dreams. If you can do it, it's simple, you're not an ordinary person, and your talent just came later. Third, he completed the plan he had scheduled before, to plagiarize 4 of Carrie Thomas's songs, including the new song A Dull Life and 3 others. Fourth, he seriously studied and then plagiarized 3 songs of a male singer named Logan Lee. Fifth, he spent 2 hours a day on physical fitness, including 1 hour of physical strength training and 1 hour of free combat training. As for choosing a male singer, he had a clear criterion for choosing Logan Lee. Logan became famous in 2028, a few years later than Carrie Thomas. But he was a late bloomer, becoming famous at 39 years old. He was already 30 years old now, a whole 9 years older than Carrie Thomas. Harrison chose to plagiarize him because he was famous and strong enough. Although Logan was not as successful as Carrie, many art historians evaluated him as one of the top 1,000 from a millennium ago. This kind of evaluation and treatment was not much different from Avril Green. The second reason was that Harrison saw Logan as somewhat disrespectful to his elders. He was so much older than Carrie Thomas but dared to pursue her. Although his pursuit had been fruitless for many years, it still annoyed Harrison. You should have some self-awareness. Don't even look at the birth date on your ID card. Did Lillian Lee give you the courage to pursue her? Therefore, people like this must be taught what is moral and what is self-awareness. It was just that Carrie Thomas was not interested in him, so much so that he was not even mentioned in her biography. There were too many biographies to read, and Harrison missed it before, not knowing there was such an enchanting scoundrel. Harrison made a mistake this time, too. He had finished learning Carrie Thomas's 4 songs before shopping in bulk. His shopping scope was still concentrated around his own time, so naturally, he couldn't avoid Logan Lee. Logan's songs were mainly lyrical folk songs, with poetic lyrics, infectious melodies, and a magnetic male voice that was both penetrating and touching. Harrison listened to them and felt quite good, resonating with them, so he took a closer look and studied this person's life, only to find problems. At that time, Harrison decided to plagiarize him to death, but unfortunately, there was only 1 month left and he could only complete 3 in the end. But Harrison was not in a hurry, he would continue next time he came in. Don't say he went too far, even familiar people were not spared, so why have psychological barriers? One day, Harrison lay quietly on a beach chair by the beach. Under the blue and white sun umbrella, his right hand held a glass of pure natural fruit juice, with the straw in his mouth, leisurely drinking. In his earphones, Avril Green's A Dull Life was playing. There were many things that one could only cherish when they were about to be lost. People always care about the imagined beauty of what they have never had. This version of A Dull Life might be gone after this. It was now October 27, 3020 AD, approaching 10 a.m. This time, he didn't lock himself in the basement. After all, he couldn't escape anywhere, so instead of struggling and waiting for death in despair, he might as well choose a comfortable place, strike a good pose, and welcome his new life with a gracious and generous smile. So he spent all his accumulated welfare points on a trip to Hawaii for himself. At this moment, the sea breeze was blowing with a sweet and salty taste. Seagulls were flying in the sky, chasing waves, and sometimes peppering sea fish from the surface of the water. In the sky, several white clouds took on different forms as they floated quietly. A not-so-dazzling sun hung high in the sky, and warm and gentle sunlight poured down, sprinkling on Harrison Clark's body. This time, he didn't even bother to watch TV or listen to the radio. As expected, everything came as planned. Harrison's fingers holding the tall glass tightened abruptly. Death. Opened eyes. He jumped out of bed, changed his clothes, and headed upstairs. Carrie Thomas should still be asleep at this time. Harrison planned to tell her of a major decision he had made. Boring cannot be sold to Spotify Top, it will cause trouble. This was another major gain he got from the new version of Carrie Thomas's biography, through careful and detailed reading in his 1,000-year dream. There was a new situation at Spotify Top. This situation did not exist before, but this time it arrived, brought about by the butterfly effect he created by changing the timeline. Time worms always show their fangs quietly, pulling those who deviate from the path back into the correct one. When Harrison first saw this news in his dream, he was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Although in the grand scheme of Carrie Thomas's life, the pit Spotify Top dug for her was just a funny little episode. But considering his situation, it would take his $50,000 investment several years to recover. Could he tolerate this? In the morning, Carrie Thomas was about to take her team to sign the contract. Now was the time to steer her back to the right track. Harrison Clark knocked on the door, making a thunderous noise. Carrie Thomas was startled awake from her sleep, not even having time to put on her pajamas. In her half-awake state, she thought it was an earthquake. She hurriedly rolled out of bed, opened the door, and was about to rush out. Their heads collided with a full embrace. If it were the old Harrison, he probably would have been knocked down. But now, after 4 months of military training in his dreams and persistent physical training, his physique was very solid. His subconscious strength and stability in change made his lower body steady. Not only did he not fall, but he also caught Carrie in the process. And now, her fair skin with a faint body fragrance fell into his arms. Feeling the impact on his chest, he lowered his head slightly. White, lace. Quite impressive. Normally, she would wrap herself up tightly, and Harrison hadn't noticed before. It's true that appearances can be deceiving. Carrie looked slim in clothes but had some extra meat when not clothed. What are you doing? What on earth are you trying to do? Carrie struggled out of Harrison's arms, almost roaring. Harrison turned his head and ran downstairs. I have something to discuss with you. Get dressed first. 10 minutes later. So, early in the morning, you knocked me out of bed and scared me half to death because you had a sleep and then, without any reason, you're telling me to refuse to sign with Spotify Top. In Carrie's room, she was dressed in her pajamas, hands on her hips, glaring at Harrison who was sitting on the sofa with his hands resting on his knees. Initially, he didn't think his actions were abrupt, but later events proved that they were. Very abrupt and sudden. Now, still with a guilty conscience, Harrison lowered his head, trying his best not to recall the scene just now. I'm asking you a question. You have to give me an explanation today. Carrie was really angry, as if she were an active volcano on the verge of erupting. This time, it wasn't her being unreasonable. Anyone encountering this kind of thing would have their lungs explode with anger, firmly believing that the other person had ill intentions, deliberately smashing the door early in the morning just to see her disheveled appearance and take advantage of her. If it had been before, she probably would have already started yelling and cursing at Harrison. But now, their relationship was different from before. She believed in Harrison's talent and didn't think he could be that kind of person. Yes. Harrison replied honestly. Carrie was taken aback. What do you mean? I called you to tell you that I decided not to sign with Spotify Top. What else could it be? Harrison continued to speak bluntly. Carrie was dumbfounded. Have you gone mad? Even though the copyright of the song belonged entirely to him, and he held 70% of the rights, he should have the final say. However, his sudden and unreasonable demand really upset Carrie. Are you playing with me? I've been running to Spotify Top for so many days, what am I doing it for? Now that things have come to a critical point, you suddenly say you don't want to sign. Carrie couldn't accept it in her heart, as it completely negated her efforts over the past few days. Seeing that she was dead set against it, Harrison was in a dilemma. Although according to their private agreement, he had the right to veto the decision. But he also couldn't completely ignore Carrie's feelings. Harrison pondered for a while before finally coming up with an excuse to tell her. All right, I actually didn't want to tell you about this, but if you insist on asking, I'll have to explain. You tell me. Harrison Clark revealed a mysterious smile. Don't you think Spotify Top's reaction is a bit strange? Their attitude towards you changed 180 degrees. Did it happen before or after they listened to the demo? Carrie Thomas thought about it carefully. Their argument was that the copyright department manager listened to the demo and thought it was quite good, very satisfied, so they gave a Tier 2 contract. Harrison Clark held up 2 fingers, 2 doubts. First, is it just quite good? Second, they didn't want to listen before and just told you to wait in line for a notification. After all, they had too many copyrights recently, right? But why did they suddenly send it to the manager and listen to it then? Carrie Thomas looked puzzled, and her intuition told her that there was something wrong here, but she was not an old cunning schemer, so it was a bit difficult for her to sort out the twists and turns inside. Action. Harrison Clark laughed. Can't figure it out? Let me tell you. Spotify Top's previous cold attitude was normal. After all, bigger businesses bully the smaller ones. Spotify Top treats newcomers better than number one fly, but to a limited extent. They receive at least dozens or hundreds of new submissions every day, and it would take at least 10 days to half a month to review them all. Carrie Thomas nodded. I can understand that, but I don't understand the change afterward. The reason they suddenly became enthusiastic is that someone reached out to them on our behalf. Carrie Thomas was stunned. Who would help us like that? Help us? You're overthinking it. Their response to you was that it's quite good, very satisfied. These 2 inappropriate phrases exposed a fact. They haven't listened to the song at all. You and I know what level this song is at. Carrie Thomas thought for a long time. Although your analysis makes sense, it's still just reasoning, and it can't be evidence in court. Your reasoning alone is not enough to negate my efforts for several days, is it? Harrison Clark shook his head with a bitter smile. I knew you would say that. That's why I didn't want to tell you. You know my job situation, right? I deal with many people from all walks of life. I have an informant who leaked some information to me. What information? Oxfordshire is so small, it's only normal for some people to know each other. The person who reached out to Spotify Top's copyright department manager, Lewis Brown, was none other than Eric Mitchell, whom we offended a few days ago. They're digging a huge pit for us. Carrie Thomas was shocked. What? It's him? How did you find out? Harrison Clark snorted through his nose. I told you it's an undercover informant. Don't ask any more questions. Just know that's how it is. Carrie Thomas pretended to suddenly understand. Yesterday afternoon when I left Spotify Top, I did indeed bump into Eric Mitchell, but he didn't provoke me, and I didn't bother with him either. I didn't expect him to still plan something against us. Harrison Clark's mouth twitched, wanting to curse. This important piece of information, you didn't tell me yesterday. If I didn't travel to 1,000 years later and then carefully study your biography, and gradually reveal the truth of this matter from multiple versions of the biographies, I might have really been caught in a big trap. You meeting Eric Mitchell was just a coincidence. He went to Spotify Top for another matter. But when he saw you coming out of Spotify Top, and he has some connections at that platform, he only had to ask a little bit to know that we are trying to sell songs to Spotify Top. So, following the plans of Eric Mitchell and Lewis Brown, they probably lured us in with a fake Tier 2 contract first. But what happens next, I'm afraid we won't have any say in it. Carrie Thomas shuddered and nodded repeatedly. That's true. Seeing that he had finally convinced her, Harrison Clark was relieved and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I'll go downstairs and get some sleep, and we'll figure it out later. Let's contact number 1 Fly directly. No matter how long Eric Mitchell's reach is, it won't extend to number 1 Fly's headquarters in Alberta. It's no big deal to suffer a little loss in the beginning, better than being caught in a pit and frozen out for a few years. After saying this, Harrison Clark ran down the stairs. Thinking back to Carrie Thomas's biography in the following years, he felt quite emotional. Carrie Thomas's life has now been changed by him once, including the first time, for a total of 2 versions. In both of these future versions, Carrie Thomas suffered losses from Eric Mitchell twice, but the losses were different. The first time, Eric Mitchell used his connections in various nightclubs in Oxfordshire to severely suppress Carrie Thomas, to the point where she almost ended up homeless at her most desperate. Carrie Thomas had no choice but to play guitar and sing on the streets, enduring until several years later when she wrote Boring and became an overnight sensation online, barely overcoming the difficult situation. This time it was because Harrison Clark changed history and let Carrie Thomas sing Boring a few years earlier, but she still didn't become famous until 2024. In the following months, Carrie Thomas wrote A Dull Life and sang Deep in the Night. The release dates didn't change, and they were all on Spotify Top platform. But these works were suppressed on Spotify Top for a full 5 years before finally breaking free and shining as they should have. The reason was that the Tier 2 contract that Lewis Brown provided was not the standard version, and 2 underhanded clauses were added. Under the provisions of these clauses, Spotify Top had a 5-year priority on Carrie Thomas's songs, which meant that all songs created by Carrie Thomas in these 5 years could only be transferred to other platforms if Spotify Top didn't want them. Spotify Top, however, always held back, not only refusing to provide any support resources, but also madly lowering the weighting and reducing the exposure of the songs. As soon as something started to happen, they would technically block the songs, making it impossible for them to become popular. Harrison Clark and Carrie Thomas were caught off guard and didn't understand the law enough to detect the pitfalls. Together, they struggled for 5 years before their contract expired. The songs were re-released on number 1 Fly, and they finally saw the light of day. Such a vicious move, for someone like Eric Mitchell, was just a trivial trick after dinner, but it severely impacted the lives of Harrison Clark and Carrie Thomas, and the two had no power to resist. This was the class difference. Just like a servant in the immortal world coming to the human world, a casual sneeze could kill the top martial artist in the human world. But this time, Harrison Clark won, and the eager Eric Mitchell was destined to wait for nothing. Because Harrison Clark cheated, the two of them each caught up on 2 hours of sleep and felt somewhat refreshed. Harrison originally took the day off to prepare for signing with Spotify Top, and he didn't need to go to work. He had a tough night and planned to sleep in, but he didn't manage to. He was forcibly awakened by Carrie, who was getting even for him waking her up earlier, and got up from bed reluctantly. At this point, Carrie was already dressed neatly. The season was already turning into winter, and the weather was getting cooler. Carrie was wearing a white cashmere coat that was very body-fitting. A sky blue turtleneck sweater poked out from the neckline of her coat. She also wore a pair of black corduroy leisure pants on her lower body, wrapping her legs tightly without appearing bulky, instead highlighting her long legs advantageously. Carrie never deliberately studied fashion and didn't hire an image designer like most professional female celebrities. Moreover, with her current financial situation, she couldn't afford the exclusive high-end clothing that everyone thought looked great. But some people just naturally have good taste, making them look great in any outfit. Perhaps it was because she recently lost her job and her biological clock bounced back, but Carrie's overall vitality seemed to have improved significantly. It seemed she had been up for a while. Her face was lightly made up, making her even more attractive. Coupled with her seemingly casual but stunning outfit, the impact of her originally top-tier looks was boosted even further. Harrison initially felt a bit drowsy and unhappy, but after seeing her, his mood improved significantly. Although the woman opposite him had a bad temper, as long as she didn't talk and just looked good, he could still stand her. I talked to Spotify Top about signing at 10 a.m. sharp today. It's almost time now, Carrie said, looking at her watch. Harrison pondered for a moment. When it's 10 o'clock, Lewis Brown, their director, will definitely call personally to show how much Spotify Top values you and further prove my information is correct. Are you sure? What if they don't call? Although she believed Harrison's words earlier, Carrie still had some doubts as the moment drew closer. After all, it was like she was standing someone up. Harrison smirked mysteriously. Trust my judgment. There's a lot of hidden knowledge in the way of the world. Unable to resist, Carrie rolled her eyes. Want to make a bet? Harrison raised an eyebrow, not realizing she had this hobby. What are we betting on? $1,000. Harrison asked with a smile, do you even have money now? Carrie paused before feeling her pocket. Seems like I only have around 500. How about we bet 500? Never mind. We still have a while to go before we recoup our funds, so don't go making it so you can't even afford to eat, Harrison said. Carrie, however, was now interested. Then let's bet on something else. Harrison thought for a moment. Well, betting money is no fun. Let's go big. Without a second thought, Carrie replied, don't bring up any unhealthy requirements. I told you I'm a sing-liced. Harrison's mouth twitched. From her expression, Harrison had thought she was unaffected by his earlier advances. He didn't expect her to be holding a grudge. What are you thinking? Harrison pretended to be furious. Am I that kind of person? Carrie shook her head. No. What I want to bet on is about my new song. If I get the chance, the next song we collaborate on will follow the same arrangement as this time, including the profit-sharing ratio and copyright ownership. Carrie was taken aback. The next one? Have you written it already? Harrison shamelessly nodded. It's almost done, ready to go anytime. You're really prolific. Carrie covered her mouth. Harrison gestured that there was no need for her to speak. He understood everything. So what if I win? Harrison, if you win, I'll give you another song. Carrie was furious. That's the same as losing. Harrison coughed twice. We can renegotiate the profit-sharing ratio, and I'll concede a bit more. Oh. Carrie fell into thought. 2 minutes later, Harrison looked at his watch. There's only 1 minute left to 10 o'clock. Carrie gritted her teeth. Fine. Harrison chuckled. At 10 o'clock, Carrie's phone rang punctually, and the caller ID showed an unknown number. Hello. She answered doubtfully and turned on the speaker. Hello, is this Miss Carrie Thomas? I'm Louis Brown, the director of Spotify Top Copyright Management. Didn't we agree to meet today at 10 o'clock? I've been waiting in the office since, and you still haven't arrived. Carrie gave Harrison a strange look, as if she was looking at a monster. What a clairvoyant? Are you the reincarnation of some legendary strategist? This is too accurate. Just as Carrie was about to refuse their offer, Harrison quickly gestured to her to stall. On the phone, Carrie hesitated, unsure of how to answer. With her personality, she would have discussed this matter directly, but Harrison obviously had some tricks up his sleeve. Carrie glared at Harrison, her expressive eyes seemingly asking, what on earth do you mean? Carrie, are you there? Is the signal bad? Louis pressed anxiously on the phone. By this time, Harrison had stood up, but hesitated in place. Out of urgency, Carrie pinched his waist lightly. Harrison pretended to be hurt, hissed, and quickly sat next to her, not caring about gender boundaries. He whispered in her other ear that wasn't on the phone, don't reject them outright. Just say there was an unexpected situation today, and you had to leave temporarily in the morning, saying that you're not in Oxfordshire right now. Carrie didn't understand his intentions, but still honestly relayed the message to the other party. Louis was silent for about 10 seconds before speaking again. That's a bit of a shame. Carrie's earlobe turned slightly red, unsure if it was because of Harrison's whispering hot breath or the embarrassment of lying. I'm sorry, Mr. Brown. This really was an unexpected situation, and I didn't have time to notify your company. I apologize, she said. It's okay, why don't we reschedule? Miss Thomas, just let me know when you're available, and I'll make it work on my end, Louis replied. Action. Harrison instructed Carrie to say this, tell him it's a family situation, so it's hard for you to settle on a time right now. Let's reschedule in 3 days. Your tone must be sincere. Apologize genuinely, as if you truly owe him a fortune. Harrison even specified her tone, so it was clear he was trying to make things difficult for Carrie, who wasn't good at acting. It took her a lot of effort to reluctantly convey his message, but it was unclear if her tone achieved the effect Harrison wanted. Louis, a bit exasperated, eventually hung up the phone after wishing Carrie all the best. Carrie threw her phone on the coffee table and was about to move away from Harrison, feeling uncomfortable at their proximity. However, she noticed that Harrison had swiftly moved back to the opposite side. She stared straight into his eyes. Spill it. What's your plan? Harrison Clark thought for a moment. This afternoon, Louis Brown will call you again and offer better terms. Your performance just now was very ordinary. Your acting was terrible, stammering and evasive. Even a fool would know you have something to hide. But precisely because of this, you will give Louis Brown the illusion that Spotify has a competitor. Besides their deal, you have another option. So, to get you successfully into his pit, Louis Brown will definitely up the ante and offer more attractive terms. You knew it again. Carrie Thomas suddenly felt her nails itching. Harrison Clark nodded. Yes, the logic of the bad guys is so easy to guess. All you need to do is first understand their motives, and then all the behaviors that are caused by those motives are within your control. Harrison continued to shamelessly pretend to be mysterious. I don't believe it. Betting again. Yes. Harrison Clark, what do we bet on this time? If you guess right, I will let go of the fact that you took advantage of me this morning. Harrison Clark sighed. So you were actually holding a grudge in your heart. Of course, any normal person would be annoyed. I was actually planning on moving out after this thing was settled. If we were strangers like before, it would be fine, but living together like this is actually inconvenient. Harrison Clark nodded. That's true. What if you win? If I win, you have to agree to one condition. What condition? Carrie Thomas smirked. That is, in the future, if I have any questions about music, you can't play dumb like you did last time. Apparently, her idea of having Harrison Clark as her mentor had not disappeared, but had become stronger. It's just that Harrison Clark had confused her with Tai Chi last time, and she didn't have a chance to speak up, but now that she had found the opportunity, she brought it up again. Harrison Clark bitterly smiled. Didn't I tell you that, as a self-taught person, my songwriter relies entirely on sudden inspiration, and I don't follow the same path as you, so there's nothing I can teach you. It doesn't matter, I didn't say I wanted to be your apprentice. I just want you to answer my questions within your ability if one have them. Otherwise, I'll move out. As she spoke, she seemed to subtly stick out her chest. Her little gesture seemed to say, if I move out, you won't have such a good cheap tofu treat anymore. Of course, Harrison Clark didn't dare to think about it in that direction, knowing that it was probably just a figment of his heated imagination. With Carrie Thomas's temperament, she would never make such a gesture. But it has to be said that it seemed to be the truth. Although he had no plans to flirt, Harrison Clark recalled the amazing glimpse of beauty he had seen in the morning and the strong touch that was worth savoring thousands of times over, and couldn't bear to part with it. Of course, he had a more important reason. Now that the two of them are living together for the time being, he, the changer of history, could better use the millennium-old Carrie Thomas as a medium to manipulate the future. He cannot see the detailed historical records in the future, as he is just a nameless soldier. His only avenue to know how he will fare in the future lies in the biographies of Carrie Thomas. As someone who relies on riding the coattails of others to survive, he is so weak, pitiful, and helpless. All right, let's bet. Harrison Clark agreed. Carrie Thomas showed a triumphant expression. Actually, she basically agreed with Harrison Clark's judgment in her heart, but she didn't believe he could be so accurate twice. Why would it have to happen this afternoon? Did you put a remote control on someone else? What if Lewis Brown held out until tomorrow? Then Harrison Clark would lose. As for moving out, she was just talking about it, merely adding a little weight to her bet. Okay, let's say you're right again, but if he calls this afternoon and offers better terms, what's the point? We'll still refuse, won't we? Carrie Thomas thought for a moment and then asked. Harrison Clark chuckled. It's of great significance. This is the bargaining chip we'll use when negotiating with the next company. You could even call it our knocking brick. In our previous state, what kind of treatment do you think we would get when we reached out to number one fly? Carrie Thomas was startled at first. I'm afraid the waiting time would be even longer than on Spotify Top. Of course, and we'd definitely get the worst contract terms. However, now that we've turned down Spotify Top's favorable Tier 2 contract and switched to number one fly, as long as we can provide solid proof, they will assign someone influential to negotiate with us right from the start, and they will definitely take boring seriously. Carrie Thomas finally understood and silently gave a thumbs up. Impressive, you're really something. But there is still one thing I don't get. Go on. You seem pretty smart, so why are you still a low-level employee at Chesterton Apartment after working there for half a year? Harrison Clark shrugged. It's all about seniority and office politics, you know. All right. Why can't people just live a simpler life? The result of living a simpler life is that Eric Mitchell would easily crush us, but now we've not only avoided potential risks but also turned his schemes into resources that we can use. I think if Eric Mitchell knew this, he would feel even sicker than eating 2 pounds of flies. Carrie Thomas covered her mouth and laughed. So it's like a mosquito successfully taking revenge on an elephant by giving it a bump on its head. Harrison Clark shook his head. He might be an elephant now, but he might not always be. We may be mosquitoes now, but we won't always be. A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years, just make a note of it. By the afternoon, Lewis Brown actually called again, offering terms that, in some ways, surpassed the Tier 2 contract. Most of the new terms were the same as the Tier 2 contract, with the downside being an additional 5-year binding term. The upside was that the revenue-sharing ratio between the platform and content provider changed, from 30 to 70 to 50 to 50. This 50 to 50 term was precisely what set the Tier 1 contract apart from the Tier 2 contract, which typically required a top-tier domestic artist or a heavily promoted newcomer guaranteed to succeed to qualify. Carrie Thomas was just a fledgling singer who had been performing in various Oxfordshire nightclubs for just over a month and was completely unknown, so offering her these terms was quite startling. Lewis Brown was really going all out to lure her in. Of course, according to Lewis Brown and Eric Mitchell's plan, once Carrie Thomas signed the agreement, her song would immediately be locked away, making the revenue split of 30 to 70 or 50 to 50 irrelevant. An infinite multiple of 0 is still 0. Carrie Thomas somewhat expected and somewhat didn't expect Lewis Brown's timely phone call, as Harrison Clark had predicted. This time she mentally prepared herself and perfectly completed the task Harrison Clark had given her. She said that she was indeed unable to leave her hometown at the moment, but she was grateful for Mr. Brown's favor and didn't want to miss this opportunity. She suggested that Mr. Brown send a scanned or faxed copy of the contract with the official seal on it. She would print it out, sign it, and attach a copy of her ID card before sending it back by express mail. Once she returned to Oxfordshire, she would pick up the officially stamped contract. Lewis Brown had no doubts about his scheme's success and sent the scanned copy to Carrie Thomas's email just half an hour later. Seeing this, Harrison Clark snapped his fingers. Success. Now let's book the tickets and fly directly to Aberta tonight. We'll find number 1 fly. This email is our gateway to victory. Okay. Carrie Thomas agreed quickly and started searching for flights on her phone. A few minutes later, she blushed and put her phone down. There's a very practical problem. Harrison Clark, are there no flights available today? No, there's one at 6 in the evening, which we can make. However, I only have 500 yuan left. Same-day tickets don't have discounts. It will cost 1,100 yuan per person for a round trip, or 2,200 yuan in total. The round trip for both of us will cost 4,400 yuan. We'll also need to stay in Alberta for at least 2 days, and a single hotel room there costs at least 300 to 400 yuan per day. Plus meals. We should prepare at least 7,000 yuan, right? And on your end, Harrison Clark looked up at the sky. All my savings have gone into the production of your song. I only have over 700 yuan left in my account. The two ambitious but destitute people were suddenly at a loss. That's why Harrison Clark never thought about going to another city at first. Every fart there would cost money. Unexpectedly, he eventually managed to raise the money. Fortunately, a tenant had just paid the rent in cash the day before. Harrison Clark had planned to deposit it into his card at the bank the next day and then transfer it to the company's account. In light of the urgent situation, he temporarily diverted the money. However, in accordance with company regulations, he was required to transfer the money to the company's account within a week, otherwise, there would be big trouble. Although the amount in question was small, it was, in fact, misuse of public funds, so Harrison Clark took a major risk. In order to get to Alberta, Harrison Clark also paid another heavy price. After taking 1 day off, he had to force himself to take another 2 days of leave. Of course, his boss wouldn't approve, but Harrison Clark had already made up his mind and used up one of his precious blank medical certificates, forcing himself to take sick leave. As the two boarded the plane bound for Alberta, they couldn't help but feel weighed down. They'd really gone all in this time. If they didn't succeed again, they were in danger of going bankrupt. When the two arrived at Alberta Airport, it was already past 8 in the evening, nearing 9. Their seats were in the economy class, close to the exit door. As soon as the plane stopped, they hurriedly walked out. As soon as they entered the airport terminal, a wave of heat hit them in the face. Carrie Thomas frowned. It's so hot. Harrison Clark nodded. It is a bit. Compared to Oxfordshire, Alberta is geographically more southern, making the climate much warmer. Although it was already nighttime, the terminal was inexplicably crowded, and the airport had the warm air conditioning on without any reservation, which made the two unbearably hot. What the hell? It's so late. Why are there so many people in the domestic flight terminal? Harrison Clark shrugged. Who knows? As he spoke, he took off his coat and hung it over his arm. You should take off your coat too. You're sweating on your face. The sudden temperature change could easily cause a cold, which would be very troublesome. Carrie Thomas seemed a little hesitant. We've come all this way and gambled everything we have. You don't want to get sick and miss out, do you? Harrison Clark urged. Carrie Thomas reluctantly nodded, and only then did she awkwardly take off her white coat. When she really took it off, Harrison Clark understood why she was uneasy. It turned out that her blue turtleneck sweater inside was so tight that it revealed her slender waist and full chest without a doubt. Such astonishing curves stood out even more in the crowded airport terminal, attracting many people to turn their gaze. Carrie Thomas was not used to the attention of so many people, holding her coat up to her face, trying to hide herself. Only then did she feel a bit better. What's going on? Her muffled voice came through the coat. Harrison Clark also felt the situation was a bit weird. Although Carrie Thomas's looks were flawless and the tight sweater revealed an imposing figure, the enthusiasm in the crowd's eyes was still a bit too strong. It felt as if they were looking at a famous superstar. At that moment, not far from the two, someone shouted, "Wow, Avril Green is here." Now everything was fine. The crowd surged and rushed over. Harrison Clark and Carrie Thomas were taken aback, retreating and trying to keep their distance from the crowd. Harrison Clark prepared himself. Something's not right. We've been mistaken. I'll figure out a way to distract these people and cover for you while you run. Carrie Thomas asked, "How do you cover?" Looking at the approaching crowd, Harrison Clark gritted his teeth. "I'll take off my pants. I'll streak." Carrie Thomas, are you really going all out? There's no choice. You don't know how crazy fans can be. Once these people swarm up, something like a stampede accident could happen. Carrie Thomas panicked, simply took off her coat, pointed to her face, and shouted loudly, "I'm not Avril Green. Look carefully. I'm not Avril Green." Only then did the already chaotic crowd calm down a bit. Huh, she's really not? She seems taller than Avril Green. And her chest seems bigger too. Who shouted just now? A weak voice said, "It was me. Actually, I don't know Avril Green. I just thought she looked so pretty, like a star, so I thought she was Avril Green." Really? As a fan, be more professional. "No, I'm just a passerby watching the excitement. I don't chase stars." "All right then. Actually, it's not all your fault. This girl does look special. She has such an aura. She must be a star too, just not as famous as Avril Green." Some polite people came forward to apologize to Harrison Clark and Carrie Thomas. Some even wanted to ask for Carrie Thomas's autograph, which left her at a loss, but she couldn't resist the enthusiasm of those who wanted it, so she took the paper and pen to sign. She thought to herself that maybe someday she would have to sign autographs anyway, so it wouldn't hurt to practice now. Just then, another commotion came from another exit. Avril Green is here. This is the real Avril Green. In the blink of an eye, the people in front of the two had run away without a trace. Carrie Thomas stared blankly at the pen and notebook in her hand. The person who had been waiting for her autograph was already gone. The large airport terminal was empty and deserted where they stood. In stark contrast was the bustling crowd at the other end. Somehow, the person from before had rushed back, snatched the pen and paper from Carrie Thomas, and said, "Sorry, Avril Green wants everyone to line up for autographs." Before he could finish his sentence, he had already vanished into the crowd. Harrison Clark sighed, "Don't look. You don't need to be envious. You'll be more popular than her, much more. Maybe 10 times more." Harrison Clark wasn't very good at comforting others, so he could only tell the truth. Carrie Thomas turned her face away sharply and quickly walked towards the airport exit. "I don't envy her." Harrison Clark didn't expose her lie. It wasn't until they had taken a taxi, checked into a hotel in the suburbs, and were about to retreat to their rooms that Carrie Thomas admitted, "All right, I lied. I thought I could be indifferent. I've told myself countless times that I make music not for fame but simply because I love it. But when I see those people like that, I still feel a bit disappointed." Harrison Clark shook his head. "It's only human nature. Do you really think I'll become more famous than Avril Green? She's almost at the peak of her fame now. I don't have her family background, nor do I have her resources. You haven't studied music, so you don't know how expensive it is to succeed in this business. I really can't compete with her, and I can't surpass her." Harrison Clark laughed. "You're wrong on 2 counts. First, she hasn't reached her peak yet. Second, you definitely can. Thank you for your kind words." Carrie Thomas nodded and went back to her room. However, Harrison Clark didn't immediately wash up and go to bed. He didn't expect that Avril Green would also be on this flight. She must have been in first class, which was why they hadn't met. He had no idea why Avril Green had come to Obertop, but it was undoubtedly an unpleasant coincidence. Nevertheless, the striking contrast between Carrie Thomas and Avril Green that day served as a wake-up call for him. He had to figure out a way to secure things with Number 1 Fly, and he couldn't rely solely on the Spotify top contract. Otherwise, if they couldn't even get through the door at Number 1 Fly from the beginning, the situation would become even more difficult. After all, the cost of this trip was too high, and Harrison and Carrie couldn't afford to lose or waste time. Looking around the simply furnished hotel room, Harrison Clark felt the sting of the expense. This shabby hotel, where even opening and closing the windows would cause a screeching noise. If the air conditioner was turned on, a buzzing sound could be heard. The TV wasn't a new ultra-thin flat screen but an old, domestically produced LCD that had seen better days. In a nutshell, if this hotel were in Oxfordshire, it would cost just over £100 a night. It had no right to call itself a hotel. It should be called an inn instead. But in the economically developed city of Obertop, a standard room at this rundown inn cost $488 per night, and they had the audacity to call it a special price. Now the two of them needed 2 rooms. If they were delayed for another day, including meal expenses, they would lose at least $12 or $1,300. They could only hold out for 3 days at most. After hesitating for 5 minutes, Harrison Clark took out his phone and dialed Bella Ross's number. After exchanging simple and insincere pleasantries, Harrison Clark stated his intentions. Although he felt somewhat embarrassed asking for help this way, Bella Ross readily agreed. This time, Avril Green came to Obertop for a large-scale solo concert. As for Bella Ross, she would take advantage of the trip to visit some well-known companies and important channels, including Number 1 Fly's copyright department. Even the president of Number 1 Fly's business department would personally appear in the VIP seats at Avril Green's concert. Like this, "I'll go to Number 1 Fly headquarters tomorrow morning. By that time, 111 mention your name to the copyright director, Howard Bruno, and give him your phone number. He'll definitely save it and help you set up a meeting time with him. If I introduce you, he shouldn't drag his feet, so it should only take a couple of days." Harrison Clark expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Bella Ross teased, "Mr. Clark, you're really playing favorites. We tried to help Leah Clark buy your song before, but you refused to sell. Now, not only have you let this person sing it, but you're actually accompanying them to sell the song." Hearing this, Harrison Clark could only laugh and try to gloss over the issue. He had come to Obertop with Carrie Thomas not to woo her, but because more than half the value of the song was due to his own efforts. "All right, I won't interrogate you any further. You artistic people can find a reason for anything." Harrison Clark couldn't handle Bella Ross's insinuations and could only continue to laugh it off. However, Bella Ross didn't dwell on the issue for too long and soon revealed her real purpose. It turned out that Bella Ross still wanted to help Adam Martin. She hoped that Harrison Clark could let bygones be bygones with Adam Martin. If possible, she also hoped that Harrison Clark could make a demo of the new song he had planned to sell to Jenny Hart and let her listen to it. If it were up to Harrison Clark's previous attitude, he would definitely avoid dealing with Adam Martin again, but this time he couldn't. This was exactly why he didn't want to ask for help. Once you ask for help, you owe someone a favor, and then you lose control. The older people get, the less they act like themselves. "No problem, Bella. Once I've improved this song, I'll definitely find Jenny Hart." "That's a deal then." Actually, Bella Ross did something against the rules. She let Adam Martin and Jenny Hart listen to the demo of Boring, and Adam Martin regretted it so much. Usually, singers are more dominant than creators. But when the creator's talent reaches a certain level, their relationship will reverse. A top-notch song can make a new singer an overnight sensation, and revive a washed-up singer. That's why Avril Green maintained her relationship with Harrison Clark even though she didn't need his songs for the time being. Jenny Hart was not young anymore, and her star was fading this year. Otherwise, she wouldn't stay in a nightclub in Oxfordshire for 3 days straight. If she could get a work on the same level as Boring, not to mention going higher, she wouldn't need to work hard to maintain her popularity with promotional activities at least for this year. Harrison Clark asked for a favor, and also sold a favor. He saved face for Bella Ross, reconciling with Jenny Hart and Adam Martin. So they would owe Bella Ross instead. This was a trade. The reason Harrison Clark wasn't eager to sell his song now and wanted to keep delaying was another reason. Although his talent was very strong, after all, he hadn't proven himself in the industry yet. Now, even if the other party begged him, the price offered might not be very high. Harrison Clark has to wait until Boring is officially released and let the outside world hear this sound, then Jenny Hart has to pay a lot if she wants to buy Deep in the Night. Harrison Clark only mentioned giving the demo for the other party to listen to, but he didn't say that he would definitely sell it. The next day, Carrie Thomas woke up earlier than Harrison Clark. Anyway, they couldn't do anything until the afternoon, so to control cost, the two chose to take the bus to the No. 1 Fly headquarters. As the leading internet company in the country, the No. 1 Fly had its office located in the company's headquarters. When the two arrived, they were shocked by the giant headquarters composed of 6 large buildings. These 6 buildings, each at least 50 stories high, were made of all-glass curtain walls, and were exquisitely designed, both majestic and full of strong modern technological feeling, as well as an impressive sense of design. It was said that the design fee alone for this headquarters was a staggering 9 figures. Even the fearless Carrie Thomas shuddered. "Do you think we can get in the door?" she asked. Harrison Clark glanced at the 8 security guards at the door in their uniforms and standing upright, and decisively replied, "We can't go in now, but in the afternoon someone will come and invite us in." Carrie Thomas was surprised. "Why?" "No reason, just listen to what I said." Carrie shook her head. "I don't believe it." This time it was Harrison Clark's turn to roll his eyes. "I tell you, Beauty, you have already lost bets to me twice in a row. I suggest you think carefully and give yourself a chance to reorganize your language. Because you really don't have anything to use as a stake now." Carrie Thomas felt uncomfortable for a long time and said aggrievedly, "I believe. That's right, isn't it?" At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Harrison Clark's phone finally rang. "Hello, is this Mr. Clark? I am Howard Bruno." "Yes, have you already arrived at the company's gate?" "That's great, wait for me 10 minutes, I'll come out immediately." Having connections really made things easier. Harrison Clark had paid the price and finally got the respect he deserved. Howard Bruno also saved face for Bella Ross, and his tone was very polite. Is it done? Did you know Howard Bruno before? Why didn't you tell me?" Carrie Thomas, who followed Harrison Clark, was extremely speechless. Harrison shook his head and didn't explain much. After the two sides met, Howard Bruno directly led the two inside without any courtesy, arranged for his secretary to take the two to the conference room to wait, and said he would immediately find colleagues from the Cool Song copyright department to discuss the contract details. It was that fast, that efficient. 10 minutes later, they formally started the discussion, introduced themselves to each other, and then it was time to listen to the song. Harrison Clark took out the player and copied the demo to the deputy director in charge of song review. Before becoming the deputy director at No. 1 Fly, he was a well-known composer and critic in the domestic music industry. It is said that his music appreciation skills rank at least in the top 5 in the country and that he is really a big shot. The deputy director also didn't avoid it, put on headphones, and started listening on the spot. After listening, there was no expression on his face, and he waited a few more minutes before opening his eyes. Instead of rushing to comment, he gave Howard Bruno a meaningful look. Howard Bruno apologized with a smile. "Sorry, I forgot one thing. In this kind of situation, we usually need to discuss it internally first. Please wait a few minutes." 8 minutes later, Howard Bruno and the deputy director returned. Sitting back down, Howard Bruno said, "Mr. Clark, Ms. Thomas, the quality of this song indeed fully meets our company's standards for signing new songs. Please take a look at this contract." Harrison Clark took the contract and started to flip it open. But Howard Bruno continued, "Of course, the song is quite good, but as you should know, our company is large, and there is a strict internal management system. Everything must follow the rules. Though the song is good, Mr. Clark and Ms. Thomas are both newcomers to the industry, so we can only offer you a Tier 3 contract first." Harrison Clark frowned slightly. Although this was within his expectations, he couldn't help but feel disappointed when Howard Bruno said it. Seeing this, Howard Bruno smiled and said, "Don't worry, if you're gold, you will shine. Once the song is released, as long as it achieves the benchmark data performance, we will continue to add publicity resources." Harrison Clark nodded silently without expressing his opinion, just looking at the contract. 4 main points. 30% profit sharing, preliminary Tier 3 resources, no binding for follow-up new songs, and a 5-year streaming copyright cycle for Boring. These conditions were basically within Harrison Clark's expectations. Acceptable, but not necessary. Fortunately, Harrison Clark had planned ahead. He pulled out a printed document from his briefcase. Howard, to be honest, before coming to Aberta, Spotify Top in our hometown Oxfordshire has been actively contacting us as well. However, we trust number one Fly's strength and reputation more, so we still flew here. Howard, take a look at this contract that Spotify Top offered us. We came with sincerity and really want to reach genuine cooperation. Harrison Clark's move was beyond Howard Bruno's expectation. He took the contract with surprise, quickly scanned it, and couldn't help but be secretly impressed. As he went through it, he occasionally sneaked puzzled glances at Carrie Thomas. Howard Bruno was somewhat puzzled. The contract terms from Spotify Top were really generous. If it wasn't for the official stamp on the printout, Howard Bruno would have had a hard time believing it. Completely unreasonable? Not a treatment for a newcomer at all. The deputy director had just said that this female singer's voice was indeed unique. In terms of quality alone, this song was not inferior to those signed under A-class contracts by popular superstars, and even had the upper hand. But newcomers will inevitably suffer some losses when they debut, and this is inevitable. Adding to that, although the song is good, it hasn't proven itself yet, so a Tier 3 contract is safe and not insulting. This is a reasonable market offer. But now it seems that Spotify Top had their eyes on the same raw talent and was even ready to place a heavy bet. Please wait a moment, the two of you. I suddenly remembered something I need to report to my superior. Howard Bruno left the room again. Of course, this was an excuse. He actually went out to contact his hidden agent at Spotify Top, asking the agent who was working at the copyright department of Spotify Top to confirm if this was true. 3 minutes later, he received a reply. It was true. 10 minutes later, Howard Bruno returned to the conference room with an even more enthusiastic attitude. This time he listened to the demo again and confirmed his judgment in his heart. Howard Bruno would never admit that number one Fly was inferior to Spotify Top in discovering potential talents. But this time, he had to admit defeat. Lewis Brown, you've got guts? Fortunately, the other party values our number one Fly more. Mr. Clark, Ms. Thomas, please take a look at this contract. This time, he finally brought out the Tier 2 contract. Vendor. Strictly speaking, it was a B+ contract. In addition to the rigid resource matching reaching the B-class level, it also directly benchmarks the A-class with a 50-50 share in the traffic revenue. Moreover, a signing bonus was added to it, giving a one-time payment of $50,000. This amount of money may not be much, but it represents a certain status. Typically, only A-class contracts would get a signing bonus. But this time, it was an exception. Although a mosquito leg may seem small, it's only small for number one Fly, which has a large business. For Harrison Clark and Carrie Thomas, this amount of money is huge and solves their urgent needs. It's really embarrassing for them to admit that they are genuinely poor now. So poor that their socks are worn through, and their big toes are exposed to the wind. After a few hours of hustle, the two of them walked out of number one Fly headquarters side by side. Looking back, the magnificent and vast buildings still stood in the setting sun. The golden glow shone down, reflecting the shimmering waves of the adjacent bay. The two looked at each other and laughed. Harrison Clark waved the paper in his hand, a contract made up of 3 pages. The contract was light, but it felt mysteriously heavy. Harrison knew that for him, this opened the door to wealth, but that was about. But for Carrie Thomas, it represented her official entry into a journey that could lead her straight to the top of the music world. Do you think our song will be popular? Carrie asked casually while waiting for the car. Harrison was puzzled. Why are you worrying again when everything is settled? Carrie shook her head. It's not that I'm worried, I just suddenly wanted to hear your blind confidence. All right, trust me, it will definitely be a hit, okay. The two originally planned to stay in Aberta for 3 days and 2 nights, but they didn't expect to finish their business the next day. After checking out of the hotel and changing their plane tickets, they hurried back to Oxfordshire late that night. When Harrison arrived home, he finally felt at ease. Every night in Aberta, the price of $488 was really expensive. Even though Harrison wasn't as short on money now, he still felt anxious. Poverty had made him afraid. Early the next morning, Harrison got up early, washed, and went out for a morning run. The issue of boring was settled, and they were only waiting for the official release next week to see the results. His next focus was to finalize Deep in the Night and A Dull Life as soon as possible, so Carrie wouldn't have the chance to write them herself. In any case, he'd taken 3 days of forced sick leave from the company, and he still had 2 days left. Harrison decided to go into hiding and not go home. He wanted to hide from Carrie, while pretending to go out for inspiration. When he returned, he would present her with a new song, not giving her the chance to discuss things with him. What if Carrie suddenly knocked on his door and said, "I've started writing songs too, here's a melody, have a listen." Wouldn't that be a tragedy? Since there was nowhere else to go, and it was not convenient to go home, he simply found an internet cafe near Weston Apartments, and got a private room. For the next 2 days, apart from going to the hotel to sleep, he planned to stay in the internet cafe. He intended to continue studying the basics of songwriter, especially electronic music production techniques. There's no harm in learning more skills. The more knowledge you have, the better. Unexpectedly, at 9 o'clock that night, as Harrison got up to leave the private room to go to the hotel, he ran into some acquaintances passing by in the internet cafe corridor. By the time he thought of hiding, it was already too late. Huh? Harrison, aren't you on sick leave? A 27 or 28-year-old man wearing glasses raised an eyebrow, looking at him playfully. You're still thinking about coming to the internet cafe to play games even when you're sick. You're really not leaving the front line with a light injury. Harrison's brow furrowed. How unlucky, running into this guy. This young man with glasses was called David Mitchell, a colleague of Harrison's at Chesterton apartment. The two of them had always been at odds, disliking each other. David's friends were also with him, all on his side. If they met at the internet cafe, it would be hard to avoid being gossiped about by David at work. None of your fucking business. Since they were already on bad terms, Harrison didn't want to waste his breath, so he swore at him and brushed past without looking back. After walking out the door, he shrugged and spat a couple of times on the ground next to him. Bad luck. Early the next morning, he was called to the company by his direct superior, Lyndon Brown. Weren't you on sick leave? Why did David Mitchell see you in the internet cafe last night? Inside the high-tech zone regional manager's office, Mr. Brown's face was gloomy, and he spoke angrily. It felt like the air pressure in the office had dropped. David was Mr. Brown's confidant, and the two of them were basically birds of a feather. Harrison was not at all surprised by his current predicament. Having worked in the company for more than half a year, Harrison had already seen through these things. That was exactly why he hadn't had a chance to get promoted so far. With a boss like that pressing him down, nobody could rise up. Harrison Clark wasn't planning to hang himself on this tree foolishly. Even before he started daydreaming, he had never stopped sending out resumes, hoping to change jobs. He had been to many interviews, but the results weren't great, and the employee benefits of Chesterton apartment were too big, which made him hesitant to resign actively. Till go to the internet cafe to see how to get well faster. Usually, Harrison was a very honest person, but in this company, he could lie with a straight face and not even blink. Even if this lie was ridiculous, and no normal person would believe it, it didn't matter. Lyndon Brown slapped the table. Nonsense. You just went to play games. This isn't sick leave, it's truancy. Harrison spread his fingers. Mr. Brown, I still have 7 days of annual leave left this year, and I haven't used a single one. Also, did you see me playing games? Did David Mitchell take any videos? He was determined not to admit it at all. Lyndon Brown didn't really have a way to deal with him. What about the cash rent you collected from the tenant the other day? Why, hasn't it gone into the company account yet? Once one plan failed, another was applied. Lyndon Brown switched angles and attacked again. Harrison wasn't panicking. The $50,000 had been split between him and Carrie Thomas, with Harrison still holding over $30,000 in his bank account. Yesterday, before going to the internet cafe, I deposited the cash into my card at the ATM, and I transferred the money last night. It should arrive by noon today at the latest. According to the company's policy, that's not overdue, right? Harrison's survival in such a treacherous workplace environment was not just luck. As a fast-learning slick operator, Harrison would, of course, prepare thoroughly and meticulously. Seeing that he couldn't do much about it, Lyndon Brown waved his hand. All right, you can leave. I hope you take your job more seriously in the future. I've been watching you these past 1 or 2 months. Harrison retorted. Has any tenant complained about me? His implication was, what were you nagging about if I hadn't received any complaints? Lyndon Brown. Get out. Harrison shrugged. I'm still on leave today, Mr. Brown. If there's nothing else, I'll head back first. You. Lyndon Brown's finger hovered in midair, but Harrison had already walked away. He really didn't give any face. He wouldn't take a single verbal loss. After a few minutes, David Mitchell sneaked into Lyndon Brown's office. Boss, what did he say? Lyndon Brown glared at David Mitchell. Next time, don't bother me with your hearsay. If you really want to get him, it's better to catch solid evidence. Get lost. David Mitchell looked wronged. When I came across him, he was already shutting down. There was nothing I could do. Lyndon Brown nodded. Never mind, I'll think about how to deal with this scoundrel. I don't believe I can't manage him. As Harrison passed the company's reception hall, someone called him from behind. Harrison, what did Fat Lyndon want with you in his office just now? The person was Sophia Camp, a cute and smart-looking girl, who joined the company around the same time as Harrison. Whether it was because of their similar age or hiring time, Sophia liked to greet Harrison. Harrison seriously suspected that David Mitchell's hatred towards him was mostly because of Sophia. There was really nothing between the two of them, but the one who was jealous couldn't be reasoned with. As they say, beauty brings disaster, and the ancients never lied. Harrison snorted. Nothing much, just discussing the philosophy of life with Fat Lyndon. Hee, Harrison, you're so funny. Sophia winked. Are you free tonight? I really want to see Iron Man 3, but I'm a little scared to go alone. Harrison shook his head decisively. No, I have something to do. He really had something to do. He was going to show Carrie Thomas Deep in the Night and A Dull Life tonight. As his situation became increasingly difficult in the company, he didn't know when he might have to pack up and leave. It's crucial to build oneself up quickly and become rich. Harrison Clark left the company, but instead of going home, he wandered aimlessly outside for the entire day. First, he went online and briefly scanned the news. As expected, No I Fly had already started their promotional efforts. On number 1 Fly's official page, a silhouette of a woman appeared. Underneath the silhouette were the words, "Mysterious newcomer's debut single to be released soon." The strongest newcomer in history, a newcomer who is so powerful that she doesn't seem like a newcomer at all. The center of attention, please look forward to it and listen to her heavenly music. Of course, Harrison recognized this silhouette, as the photo had been taken just 2 days ago when he accompanied Carrie Thomas to number 1 Fly headquarters. As expected from a large company, they were well equipped in all aspects. However, number 1 Fly's advertising slogan was slightly beyond his expectation, as it continued to be unabashed and high profile. Fortunately, it was Carrie Thomas, who was indeed capable of living up to the hype. If it had been a weaker newcomer, they would have been crushed by the excessive praise. It could not be said that the number 1 Fly operating personnel, headed by Howard Bruno, harbored ill intentions. This was just their consistent style, boasting, and eager for success, never knowing what it meant to be humble and low-key. Who could blame them when this era was so impetuous? If you didn't boast a lot, the audience wouldn't be interested. Apart from the banner on the front page of the number 1 Fly app, there were also many other sections within the app where Carrie Thomas related keywords would pop up. As expected of B-class resources, the intensity was indeed formidable. Looking at this overwhelming promotion, Harrison couldn't help but wonder, if B-class resources were this powerful, what would A-class resources be like? He quickly figured it out. Although these resources might seem daunting, they were all within the scope of number 1 Fly's internal channels. Simply put, when deploying these resources, number 1 Fly didn't spend money externally, and the costs were all for in-house advertising. So, the content of H's resources was not difficult to guess. Number 1 Fly would use costly external resources for promotion. To ordinary users, this meant various types of overwhelming press releases, or perhaps armies of water soldiers, paid commentators, so numerous it would be difficult to tell the real from the fake, or even having the singers promote their new songs on popular variety shows. At present, Carrie Thomas didn't have such resources. Class divisions will always exist. When he finally returned home, it was already past 8 in the evening. The light in Carrie Thomas's room was still on, and from time to time, soft humming could be heard from inside, accompanied by a few guitar chords. At first listen, Harrison felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. As expected, she was fierce. She had only been back for 2 days, and she had already started writing songs. Moreover, the few chords she was playing already had a hint of the flavor of Deep in the Night. If she were given a few more days, she would probably be able to come up with the entire accompaniment for Deep in the Night. There were 2 modes of composing songs. One was to write the lyrics first and then compose the music. The other was to create the melody first and then fill in the lyrics. Carrie Thomas could do both, which was a testament to her level of achievement. Harrison took a deep breath and knocked on the door. "Oh, what's up?" After waiting for a while, Carrie finally opened the door with a slight look of surprise. She was once again wearing her pajamas, her hair slightly damp, and looking a bit languid. Although she was wearing no makeup, beautiful people always looked good. Harrison looked away, not wanting to stare, and said, "These past 2 days, I've been out gathering inspiration and wrote 2 songs. I think they're perfect for you." Carrie was stunned. "Huh? 2 songs? I was wondering where you went these past 2 days. So you went to write songs? And you wrote 2 of them at once?" As a beginner in the music industry, Harrison couldn't look Carrie Thomas in the eye. After all, she was the real deal. He continued to avert his gaze, looking into Carrie's room while saying, "Yes, 2 songs. I feel one of them is especially suited for you, and the other one is pretty good too. Can I borrow your guitar and play them for you?" For a professional musician, their instrument was almost sacred and wouldn't be casually shared with others. Each person had different playing habits. For example, a seemingly simple guitar had several screws that could be easily adjusted by someone unfamiliar with the instrument, causing a slight change in the tightness of the strings and thus altering the pitch of the guitar. Some people played with a heavier hand, so they would have to loosen the strings a bit, while others played lightly, so they would have to tighten the strings slightly. Harrison's request was akin to a young man asking a girl in ancient times, "Let me play with your feet." But after hesitating for a few seconds, Carrie Thomas agreed to Harrison Clark's seemingly overreaching request. 15 minutes later, Harrison's fingers brushed the guitar strings, plucking the last note. The music echoed repeatedly in the small room. He looked nervously at Carrie Thomas, not knowing how she would react. Just now, he first played and sang A Dull Life, and the second song was Deep in the Night. As an insider, Carrie Thomas immediately recognized the connection between the tune of Deep in the Night and the melody she had hummed earlier. As a result, Harrison really couldn't figure out Carrie Thomas's thoughts and didn't know if she would think he stole her tune. At this moment, Carrie Thomas sat upright, with her hands clasped and crossed on her lap. Her eyes were closed, and it was impossible to tell if she was deep in thought or absorbed in the music. After a long time, she finally opened her eyes. Harrison asked, "How was it?" Carrie Thomas took a deep breath first. Harrison's heart rose to his throat. Suddenly, she gave him a thumbs up. "Amazing? You're so amazing." Her eyes were once again filled with intense excitement. She was thrilled by the hunt. This meant she didn't realize the problem at all. Harrison let out a silent exclamation in his heart. Although the outcome was good, it was somewhat different from what he had expected. He scratched his head. Well, I guess it's just average amazing. In such a short time, not to mention the songs, just your progress in playing skills is truly terrifying. Do you know? I started learning the piano at the age of 4, various other instruments at the age of 7, I had many teachers, and many classmates. But I've never seen anyone improve as quickly as you in playing the guitar. It's been just over a month, and your playing skills already give me the feeling of effortless mastery. You really are a genius. Carrie Thomas sincerely exclaimed. Harrison's face turned slightly red. Just over a month? You're thinking too much. Strictly speaking, in my dreams, I've practiced almost 2 years in total, with an average daily practice time of over 6 hours, equivalent to 10 years of hard work for ordinary people. Okay, you said I have effortless mastery, so don't you clearly see that my skill ceiling is right here? He continued to forcefully downplay his achievement. I wouldn't really call myself a genius, I'm just alright. Carrie Thomas shook her head. Don't be so modest. Now, speaking of these 2 songs, I don't even have the qualifications to judge them right now. However, I can still say for sure that they are absolutely not worse than boring. Especially the second one, A Dull Life. It is truly the perfect song I've been dreaming of. Harrison quickly seized the opportunity. You like A Dull Life? That's the one I plan to give you. Actually, I like both of them. But if I have to choose one, I'd pick A Dull Life. It's a pity our money hasn't come back yet. Otherwise, I really want to buy both of your songs. You should sell one of them at least, so you can earn some more cash. That way, we won't be as desperate as when we went to Alberta. Harrison nodded. All right, it's settled. A Dull Life is yours. With the matter settled, Harrison finally had the courage to continue probing. By the way, it seemed like you were humming a tune in the room just now. Have you started composing already? Carrie Thomas's face turned slightly red with embarrassment. Yes, but my skills are too immature. You might not believe it, but the tune I was humming is somewhat similar to your first song, Deep in the Night. Harrison continued to boldly test the waters. Is it a coincidence? Carrie Thomas shook her head. No, it's definitely not a coincidence. Harrison became a little nervous. However, Carrie Thomas didn't seem to notice Harrison's flickering eyes and just kept talking to herself. It must be because I was too deeply influenced by your style? So much so that my inspiration would unconsciously gravitate towards you. I've made up my mind. No matter how boring and a dull life turn out in the end, I shouldn't sing any songs you write so easily. Harrison silently gave her a thumbs up. You really are a show-off. You came up with such a great explanation for me. There's no way around it. My old Harrison's influence is just that strong. Here are the lyrics and sheet music for A Dull Life. Point 1. Get familiar with them, but don't rush to finish the recording, and especially don't rush to release it. Wait until Boring has been officially released for a month, or actually, 2 weeks. Harrison Clark instructed. Carrie Thomas nodded. All right. She didn't dare to ask why. She didn't need to ask. She knew what Harrison Clark's answer would be. It was definitely that after the official release of Boring, it would become popular, her value would rise, and others would actively come to contact her and so on. By the way, if conditions permit, find a reliable local studio in Oxfordshire for long-term cooperation. Otherwise, it would be too time-consuming to travel to By Duo for every recording session. Harrison Clark continued to instruct. Carrie Thomas had no objections. Yes, in fact, practicing singing usually needs more than just my voice. Putting on good monitoring headphones and listening to the reverb in the recording studio is very helpful for me. But what? But I've actually inquired, and the best recording studio in Oxfordshire seems to have some connections with that rich second generation, Eric Mitchell. Harrison Clark raised his eyebrows. Forget it then, just go to By Duo for now. But how much would it cost to set up a studio like this by myself? A low-quality one wouldn't help much, but if you want good equipment, it would cost at least $5 million to start. Harrison Clark turned to look out the window. Tonight's moon is big and round indeed. And so, the matter was settled for the time being. Starting from the second day, Harrison Clark resumed his old working habits. However, as the saying goes, the tree wants to be still but the wind keeps blowing. This was the situation Harrison Clark was facing now. He had everything ready, he just needed the fair wind of Boring to be released on number 1 fly. Without any unexpected setbacks, when the money started pouring in, he would have short-term financial freedom as long as he didn't buy a house. He wouldn't have to be meek in the company or struggle for petty profits with intrigue and deceit. He could live a more relaxed life. But for now, before the eastern wind rises, mischievous winds have been blowing around him. In the afternoon, in the company's meeting room, a monthly Chesterton Apartment High Branch Regional Summary meeting was being held. Usually, during these meetings, Lyndon Brown would give a speech, take everyone through a look at the future, and convey the company's headquarters spirit. But this time, the atmosphere didn't seem quite right, starting from when Harrison Clark had accidentally become absent-minded earlier. Harrison Clark. Harrison Clark? Harrison Clark. Lost in thought, he was suddenly poked in the thigh by a colleague next to him and vaguely heard the call that seemed to come from the distant horizon. It seemed to be Lyndon Brown, the chairman of the meeting, calling him. Harrison Clark raised his hand and replied, "Here." Up on stage, Lyndon Brown's face looked displeased, apparently not satisfied with Harrison Clark becoming absent-minded during the meeting. "What do you mean, here? Get up and give an explanation. Why did the occupancy rate of Weston Community, which you are in charge of, rank bottom in the high-tech zone for 2 consecutive months? Give me an explanation." Harrison Clark was stunned. Why did they change their approach this time? This couldn't be blamed on him. Weston Community was positioned as a mid to high-end property with higher rents and low occupancy due to the surrounding office buildings' lack of development. When he took it over, the occupancy rate was just 80%. After working on it for half a year, and counting Carrie Thomas's recent move-in, the rate reached 91.25% with only 7 suites remaining vacant. Although it was still the lowest in the high-tech zone, he had not only avoided making mistakes, but he had also made contributions, and Lyndon Brown had never argued about this matter before. Harrison Clark felt displeased and shrugged. "Mr. Brown, you know how things are in the Weston community. What kind of explanation could I give? Besides, our occupancy rate exceeded 90%, which meets the company's assessment criterion." Already eager to find fault, Lyndon Brown didn't expect Harrison Clark to speak sarcastically, implying that he wasn't even aware of the situation in the district's communities and holding a stiff attitude. Feeling his face slapped, Lyndon Brown was immediately furious. "Bullshit. That's only because you live in one of the units? Without that, it wouldn't reach 90%. And take a look at this chart. Look at the number next to your name." The number Lyndon Brown pointed to was the number of newly developed housing units managed by each housekeeper in the district this month. Some had 7 or 8 units, some had 1 or 2, but the only Harrison Clark had 0 next to his name. Harrison Clark had an explanation. "When you asked me to go to Weston, you arranged for me to focus on digesting the existing housing stock. In the past 6 months, I've increased the occupancy rate from 80 to around 90 while maintaining the existing customers. So unless it's a really cost-effective unit, I haven't wasted my energy on it." Lyndon Brown was publicly rebutted and couldn't put on airs. Seeing a good summary meeting suddenly stall, other employees started to speak up, trying to smooth things over. But while they were all persuading, some people were still secretly fanning the flames. Harrison Clark's apartment has failed to reach 90% for 6 consecutive months, below the assessment standard. Starting from this month, 20% of your monthly bonus will be deducted. When it exceeds 90%, you'll start receiving it again. Dismissed. With those words, Lyndon Brown turned and left. He no longer mentioned Harrison Clark's leaves and absences during work, focusing on his performance as a reason, which was solid enough and well within his power, making him the final say. Harrison Clark was left stunned. With Lyndon Brown's cut, he would be getting around $500 less each month. Although not much, who could bear having their income slashed for no reason? Of course not. As Lyndon Brown left first, the crowd in the meeting room dispersed quickly. Many people glanced at Harrison Clark, who was still sitting there, as they left. They wondered what was running through their minds. Some felt sympathy, some enjoyed his misfortune, while others considered it none of their business. Mr. Brown's anger today seemed somewhat unfounded, but who could blame Harrison Clark for giving him a handle on the situation? "Harrison, I think Mr. Brown went a bit too far today." About a minute or two later, a voice suddenly sounded beside Harrison Clark. Harrison turned his head. It was David Mitchell. They gave each other a sarcastic smile. Harrison smirked. "You're still here? You think so too?" David nodded. "But companies naturally have their own rules and regulations, and there's nothing we can do about it. You just have to try harder next month." "Do you think I should just accept it?" Harrison asked. David counteracted. "If not, what else? Of course, if it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to accept it, and it would be hard to breathe. So, if it were you, what would you do?" "If there's no place for me here, there'll be another place for me." Cough, cough. "I don't mean that exactly, you should consider it yourself. I'm leaving now." Watching him leave the conference room, the smile on Harrison's face gradually dissipated. David Mitchell was quite interesting. When Harrison first started working here, he was assigned to a mature community with more than 60 properties, slightly inferior to Weston Community but with a 100% occupancy rate. Later, somehow, it was changed to Weston Community with only a 70% occupancy rate at the time. The previous mature community was assigned to David's jurisdiction. Compared to other property managers, David was responsible for 3 communities, with nearly 200 apartments in total. Interestingly, all of David's communities were close to Weston Community. Clearly, Lyndon Brown and David Mitchell thought the fruits were ripe and ready to be picked. However, do they think I'm that easy to bully? Instead of going to Lyndon Brown's office, after leaving the conference room, David went to a corner, took out his phone, and sent a WeChat message to Lyndon Brown. "Boss, I just had a chat with him, and he seemed very unconvinced. I don't think he can hold on for long." Lyndon Brown quickly replied, "Well, I'll add some more fuel to the fire in a couple of days, and he'll be ready to roll on his own." "Thanks, boss." "What are you thanking me for?" "The company needs to consolidate resources. It makes sense that an experienced employee should be in charge of a mid to high-end community like Weston. If it weren't for Harrison living in one of the units, I would have simply taken it away." "Yes." In the corner, David's face showed satisfaction. Initially, when they wanted to assign Weston Community to him, he was unwilling because it would lower his performance. So, he threw it to Harrison. Now that Weston Community has reached the standard, David obviously wanted to reap the fruits of victory without doing much work, and his performance bonus could be more than $2,000 every month. However, they must pay attention to their influence within the company. After all, it was Harrison who slowly raised the occupancy rate of Weston Community. Directly taking it away would discourage other property managers. If they pressured him to quit, it would make more sense. Lyndon Brown had changed his mind about Harrison slightly but held on to it since he ran into him at the internet cafe. It came just in time to stoke the fire again. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days passed, and Lyndon Brown and David Mitchell still didn't see Harrison resign. They thought they needed to add more fuel to the fire, but just as they were about to, Lyndon Brown was called upstairs to the company headquarters. The regional director responsible for the entire Oxfordshire market talked earnestly with Lyndon Brown for almost half an hour, hinting that managing subordinates required a balance of strictness and leniency. For some special communities, since they were handed over to their subordinates during the most difficult time, it would be inappropriate to use overly rigid systems to discourage them now that they have obviously seen an improvement. Although the words were unclear, Lyndon Brown understood the meaning. After coming down from upstairs, Lyndon Brown called Harrison into his office with a solemn face. "Did you go complain?" he asked. Harrison shook his head. "This is not complaining. This is fighting for my own legitimate rights. Do you know that you're breaking the rules by doing this?" "What rules?" "Inner matters should be solved internally. If you poke it up, you're breaking the rules." Harrison shrugged. "I can't solve it internally. My immediate superior is trying to screw me over. Who am I supposed to turn to? We're already in the 21st century. Are you suggesting I should start a company revolution? Don't be so harsh with your words. No one's screwing you over. I'm just holding you to high standards." "Mr. Brown, isn't that a bit too much? I only make a few thousand a month. You can't expect me to have the ambition of someone making $1 million a year, right?" Lyndon Brown suddenly lowered his voice. "I'm saying, isn't it hard for you to stay here like this?" Now he was blatantly trying to force Harrison to leave. Harrison, without panic, countered by leaning on the table and lowering his voice as well. "You want me to resign? How much compensation are you prepared to give me?" "Impossible. You haven't even worked here for a full year. You don't have any compensation." "What about my apartment? Can I still live there?" "In your dreams." Harrison asked again. "So, if I resign voluntarily, that means I'm stupid, right?" Lyndon Brown remained silent. Harrison drove the point home. "You want to get rid of me? 2 conditions. First, let me continue renting my current apartment at the original price for 2 years. Second, compensate me with 3 months of salary and bonuses, a total of $25,000, not a cent less. Otherwise, I'll stick around, even if I have to be shameless about it." Actually, it wasn't that important to have more or less money. Harrison didn't care about this job at all. But since Lyndon Brown and David Mitchell had been doing disgusting things all day, if Harrison were to give in easily, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. "I'll stay here just to bother you guys. I love the look on your faces when you're annoyed but can't do anything about it. Making people who dislike you unhappy is the key to living a happy life." Harrison chose to be happy in the main office hall of Chesterton apartment. People were constantly coming and going. There were over 100 workstations, with more than half sitting empty. As an employee responsible for external resources, Harrison Clark didn't often need to report to the office. But with such a large company and numerous workstations, everyone usually had a designated place to work, and Harrison Clark was no exception. He usually spent his time idling and browsing the internet on the computer at his workstation. Right now, Harrison Clark was standing in the office hall with his hands in his pockets, looking extremely disgruntled at what lay ahead. A young stranger was sitting at his workstation, staring blankly at him. "Are you new? Who allowed you to sit here? Didn't anyone tell you this was my workstation?" Harrison Clark snorted and asked. The young man shook his head. "A senior colleague? Mr. Brown said this workstation was empty and let me sit here. He didn't tell you it was mine." The young man nodded. "No, he really didn't." At that moment, Lyndon Brown came over. He was smiling. "What's the matter? Did you get scolded and still not know how to reflect on it, and now you're here picking on a new employee?" Harrison Clark retorted. "What do you mean picking on a new employee? This is my workstation." "What's your workstation? They all belong to the company? As a manager, do I not even have the qualification to arrange a workstation? Austin is new here, so I'm having him sit closer to my office to help him get settled. From now on, your workstation will be over there." Lyndon Brown pointed to a corner in the distance. Harrison Clark craned his neck to look. A legendary CRT monitor with a Lenovo computer from 10 years ago, exuding an air of obsolescence. He knew this crappy machine. It had been previously used in the office to connect to the printer, let alone surfing the internet now. Even opening an instant messaging app like Qq would be sluggish. Lyndon Brown was deliberately trying to make his life miserable. Harrison Clark lost interest in turning on the computer, and left. David Mitchell, who had been sneakily watching from a distance, couldn't help but laugh. The idea he came up with was to give Harrison Clark enough trouble to choke on and make him suffer. The best outcome would be Harrison Clark feeling discontented, not showing up at the office for days, and then Mr. Brown could naturally use company regulations to fire him directly. Unexpectedly, just as Harrison Clark left, Sophia Camp, whose workstation was located in the aisle, suddenly stood up and followed him out. David Mitchell felt like he was choking on a mouthful of old blood. He really couldn't understand what was so good about Harrison Clark. In fact, like David Mitchell, people would never really grasp the crux of the issue. It wasn't that Harrison Clark was good, but that David Mitchell was simply too bad. "Are you okay?" In front of the elevator, Sophia Camp patted Harrison Clark on the back and asked. Harrison Clark turned his head. "I'm fine. There's not much to do in the company anyway, so I'll just go and visit some tenants. Mr. Brown was a bit over the line. Sophia Camp helped argue Harrison's case. Harrison Clark shrugged nonchalantly. There are all sorts of people in a big company like this, so I'm not surprised. What are you going to do now? You can't stay away from the office forever, can you? Harrison Clark thought for a moment. I'll probably just come in every 2 or 3 days to check in. As for what to do next, well, he didn't finish his sentence, just casually chatting and discussing various topics with Sophia Camp. Naturally, he wouldn't just sit and wait for his fate. On one hand, he had to wait for the official release of Boring and see its effects, so that he could get rid of his worries. On the other hand, he decided to go on the offensive. Starting now, Harrison Clark would try to gather evidence and try to find something on Lyndon Brown. It just so happened that Sophia Camp had recently transferred to the company's planning department, and she would be involved in planning events in the high-tech zone, so there might be some information available through her. By the way, Harrison, if things don't work out, you might as well change positions. Deputy Team Leader Sun may be going on maternity leave, and our manager intends to have me take her place as deputy. Then my position would be vacant. I'll help you fight for it, and you can also talk to the manager. If you transfer to the planning team, Lyndon won't be able to do anything to you. Just as Harrison was wondering how to bring it up, Sophia raised the issue herself. But I'm not familiar with the planning side. That's no problem. I have some detailed information on several planning projects from the past 2 months. I'll send them all to you, so you can study them and get a feel for it. But don't tell anyone. I understand. When Harrison returned home, Sophia had already sent him the complete file. He glanced through it and immediately felt enlightened. Previously, as a grassroots salesperson in the company, he did not have the opportunity to access company secrets due to his position. However, the planning department was different. If there were any changes in the company, they would basically have to go through the planning department's strategies first. These plans involved all aspects of the company and could reveal its important future direction. What caught Harrison's attention most was a spokesperson marketing event plan. He didn't know whether it was a coincidence or fate, perhaps it was destiny that he stumbled upon important information. The company had recently hired a new spokesperson, singer Jenny Hart, who had performed in Oxfordshire. The two sides had signed a contract just before and after Harrison's attempt to sell his song was declined. Once the spokesperson was signed, they had to be utilized. Next week, Chesterton Apartment would be hosting a large-scale brand marketing event at Gallia Square in the high-tech zone. Jenny Hart would be performing 5 songs. The detailed event plan included everything from the exhibition, to the artist's accommodation and meals, personnel arrangements, and coordination with performance companies. Most importantly, due to the marketing event being held in the high-tech zone, many money-related items were handled by Lyndon Brown. Harrison thought about Lyndon's big belly and the new watch on his wrist that cost over $20,000. It all made sense. Lyndon must have made a good amount of money from this project. The total budget for the marketing event reached $1.2 million, with expenses at every stage. Harrison couldn't believe that Lyndon hadn't benefited from it, just as there were no procurement personnel in the world who wouldn't take kickbacks. It was an unspoken rule that everyone knew but no one was willing to admit. The boss was too lazy to pursue it. If Harrison could break this hidden rule, Lyndon would, at the very least, be exposed. People who did bad things thought they were flawless, but they overlooked the fact that if someone wanted to investigate them, there were loopholes everywhere. However, Harrison's investigation had to be subtle. Over the next few days, he could only use his own resources or personally call those suppliers who had won the bid to test the price difference between their quotes and the planning documents. Admittedly, although Lyndon Brown was an annoying person, he was quite capable and meticulous in his work. The quotes given by these suppliers to him as an anonymous customer were hardly different from the ones in the planning documents. In that case, Lyndon would have to hide his kickbacks even deeper. Time flew, and before he knew it, an entire week had passed. While Harrison saw no results in his investigation, on the other hand, he finally received a call personally from Howard Bruno. Mr. Clark, at 12 noon today, Carrie Thomas's Boring will be officially released. Don't forget to check it out. The fact that Howard Bruno, with his status, made this call himself could only mean one thing. He wanted to show Harrison and Carrie Thomas how much he valued this song. During the week, many colleagues from the internal auditing department at No. Fly had heard the song and had written music reviews in advance. No. 1 Fly's attitude towards Boring had become increasingly important. Almost all professional reviewers with above-average taste have said unequivocally that it would be an injustice if the song did not become a hit. There are many data standards that No. 1 Fly can use to quantitatively evaluate the market response to a song. Retention rate, the completeness of listening, the single cycle ratio, the number of comments, the number of reposts, and so on. Of course, No. 1 Fly does not disclose this data to the public, and Harrison Clark is not very concerned. He only followed the comments and the number of song requests changes after the new song was released. There were 5 new songs released at the same time as Boring, and Boring is the only one that received a Tier 2 contract support. It seemed to be No. 1 Fly's deliberate operation, making Boring perfectly avoid the new works of big-name artists and become the strongest at the same time. Relying on the effect of the previous crazy hype, the gimmick of being the most mysterious newcomer in history has whetted the appetite of the fans. Since its official release, the number of comments and plays of Boring have left all other songs far behind. This, of course, was the expected outcome. After all, Boring occupied so many resources. If it still couldn't make a hit, it would be a waste of Harrison Clark's arduous efforts to bring this song back from 1,000 years later. At 12:30, the number of comments reached more than 1,500, which was higher than the sum of the other 4 new songs released at the same time. At the same time, the number of plays easily exceeded 20,000, also crushing the total of those 4 songs. An employee from No. 1 Fly's copyright department called to congratulate Harrison Clark, telling him that in this half hour, the user's overall listening completeness was as high as 91.87%. This data broke the record of this year and also shattered the ceiling of all rookies and their new songs in No. 1 Fly's history. Harrison Clark stood up from his chair, stretched lazily, and snapped off his computer with a backhand. This broken computer was really uncomfortable to use, as it took 30 seconds to respond when opening No. 1 Fly. It was better to use the phone. He took out his phone and found that Carrie Thomas had already sent him a WeChat message at some point. This was rare. Carrie Thomas said, "Someone from No. 1 Fly just called to say Boring is going to be a hit. Have you seen the situation? I now refresh the comments section every 10 seconds. These people really know how to praise." Harrison Clark smiled. From these words, one can see the naivete of Carrie Thomas at the moment. Now she would still be elated or saddened by the opinions of others. In a few years, she would become numb to all this and, apart from her own persistence and pursuit, cannot fit any other emotions in her mind. Harrison Clark casually replied, "Stay calm, it's all within expectations." "Okay." Carrie Thomas replied instantly. Putting down his phone, Harrison Clark quietly clenched his fist. Yes, it's time to make money. The revenue share of the traffic fee given by No. 1 Fly to both of them was divided 50-50. After deducting taxes, the two received 30-70. Harrison got 70%, Carrie got 30%. According to this trend, this month, Harrison Clark could get a 6-figure traffic revenue share. It's only uncertain what number it will start with. Finally having income, Harrison Clark felt emboldened. Now he's really like the saying Eric Mitchell gave him before, he can leave whenever he wants, with no worries. But Harrison Clark has no intention of pleasing the other party. His attitude and behavior have not changed at all from the past. Changes are in his heart. Suddenly his mentality has become somewhat detached and sees through the world. The ludicrous acts of Eric Mitchell and Lyndon Brown in fighting for small profits is now amusing to him. In Spotify Top's copyright department office, another person with the last name Brown, Lewis Brown, was looking at the computer monitor with an iron blue face. He had slightly high blood pressure. The screen showed No. 1 Fly's music player. Enemies always know you best. As soon as there was a big move from No. 1 Fly, Spotify Top immediately heard some news. When Lewis Brown saw the promotional materials of No. 1 Fly's mysterious newcomer, he had a faint feeling that things were getting fishy. Later, not only did he arrange for someone to call Carrie Thomas, but he also called her personally several times. However, Carrie didn't answer them. When he changed his number and called, she would answer. But as soon as she recognized his voice, or he stated his intentions, Carrie would hang up immediately. At first, she would use an excuse to stall, but later she simply stopped giving any reasons and hung up directly. Now the mystery has been revealed. No wonder Carrie's attitude suddenly made a 180-degree turn. Lewis Brown's previous guesses were correct. Carrie really found a new company. But Lewis Brown could never have imagined that Carrie would go to No. 1 Fly, and No. 1 Fly actually gave her a Tier 2 contract. Lewis Brown couldn't understand what was happening in this world. Isn't No. 1 Fly always into big names? How could they possibly give such treatment to a newcomer like Carrie Thomas? After inquiring from No. 1 Fly, Lewis Brown finally understood the causes and consequences of the matter, and he felt so uncomfortable that he almost vomited blood. He was tricked. No wonder she suddenly changed her mind and didn't sign the contract. She even hypocritically said she was going back to her hometown. In fact, she just wanted to get a contract from him. The special edition Tier 2 contract she provided for Carrie Thomas was used as capital for bargaining with No. 1 Fly, and she got it. It was outrageous. Shameless? Do you think you are really worth a Tier 2 contract? I was going to and kill you with that. There must be a wise man behind Carrie Thomas who came up with this move. Damn. At this thought, Lewis Brown got even more upset. After a while, his phone rang, and he picked it up to see the screen. Eric Mitchell. Brother Lynn, what's the deal with Carrie Thomas's new song? Even through the phone, Lewis Brown could hear the pent-up anger in Eric Mitchell. I'm not clear about the situation either. I gave her very favorable conditions, but she had no intention of talking to me at all. Lewis Brown really didn't want to admit the truth. He knew Eric Mitchell very well. Even if his intention was to do a good job for him, the end result indirectly helped Carrie Thomas. For this young master with a narrow-minded attitude, this time his favor didn't go well, and it would be remembered by him instead. As they talked about various things for a while, Eric Mitchell hung up the phone with an unhappy heart. Lewis Brown sighed with relief, but not long after, his boss called him over. Boss pointed at the comments page of Boring and said, "This is a new song just released by No. 1 Fly, and it has already become a smash hit. As far as I know, this artist contacted us first, right? She is also a local from Oxfordshire. How did she go to No. 1 Fly? Give me an explanation. Facing his boss's questioning, Lewis Brown was speechless for a long time. He made a bitter face, took out the contract faxed to Carrie Thomas and said, "Boss, look at the contract I gave Carrie Thomas. I really did my best. She won't sign this and insists on going to number 1 fly. There's nothing I can do." The boss glanced at it briefly and nodded. "The contract you gave is indeed very generous." Lewis Brown nodded repeatedly. "Yeah, she doesn't give any face. Newcomers nowadays are so difficult to deal with." It's not that the newcomers are difficult to deal with now. There will always be newcomers who are easy to deal with, but they are usually not very useful. The capable ones who can make money for the company, who would be easy to deal with. Lewis Brown nodded helplessly. "Your contract this time is so good and still gets rejected. There must be a problem with your communication attitude. Go back and reflect on it." "Okay, I understand." Upon leaving the boss's office, Lewis Brown gritted his teeth angrily, feeling countless grievances in his chest that could not be vented. After Eric Mitchell hung up on Lewis Brown's call, he started smashing things like crazy in his own office. Even his confidant couldn't understand where his anger came from. It was just a small matter. Why was Eric so furious? The confidant wanted to persuade him to calm down, but he knew it was useless. Eric has money, so it doesn't matter if things are broken, just let him smash enough. Arrange for old Dunbar's agency to actively contact her. Sign her and crush her to death. No one has ever offended me and managed to live carefree afterward. The confidant was about to dissuade him. Now that the situation has escalated, trying to deal with others would take a lot of effort, so why not let it go? But in the end, the confidant didn't say anything. Before leaving work in the afternoon, Harrison Clark checked the data of Boring briefly. A horrifying situation occurred. At this point there were already 50,000 comments, and the number of views on the scene exceeded 1 million. The number of paid downloads for lossless quality versions was actually over 80,000. According to number 1 Fly's charging standards, these 80,000 downloads are at least equivalent to earning more than $14,000 for Harrison Clark. It's only been half a day? Is money that easy to earn? What's going on? He opened Twitter and asked the customer representative responsible for communicating with him, and finally got a rough idea of the situation. The initial wave of data was already considered explosive by number 1 Fly's data department. But it was all within reason, as a lot of promotion resources were invested beforehand, so it was natural to have such a sensational effect. Under normal circumstances, the potential audience accumulated by the initial promotion would be quickly digested within the first hour. Afterward, the growth of the song's data would slightly slow down. If it's a good song, it could slowly rise again after the word of mouth has fermented. If the song is of average quality, the various data will gradually decline after the initial explosive growth. Besides these regular trends, the data change of a song can also be affected by many factors. Posts from big VS, licensed broadcasts on well-known radio stations, and many other reasons can cause data fluctuations. The performance of Boring today can only be explained by the fact that the phenomenon of netizens spontaneously acting as water suppliers is too strong. 1 to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000, 1,000 to 10,000, and as the influence spreads like a tornado, an unstoppable public opinion storm is formed. Number 1 Fly, as a top platform in the country, is not short of good songs in the ordinary sense. In the past, there were good songs that got similar data curves, but none of them were as fierce as this song. Mr. Clark, check Twitter quickly, the heat is really frightening. It's a total explosion all over the internet. The customer representative of number 1 Fly said in the chat. Harrison Clark opened Twitter and saw that it was true. In just one afternoon, the popularity of Boring had quickly skyrocketed to the top 20 in the entire network. It's only been half a day? Harrison Clark clicked on the trending topics, and the comments were overwhelmingly positive. Throughout the section, there were rave reviews, and people were moved to tears by listening to it, etc. Among the comments of many netizens, there were also in-depth reviews from many well-known music critics. In short, they were praising from various angles and styles, even better than Harrison Clark's own praise. Harrison Clark was amazed by what he saw. Although he had known from the beginning that this song would be a hit, things still went beyond his expectations. Carrie Thomas's position in the ancient martial arts world has stood the test of time, and he has cleared all obstacles for her, so the success of Boring is inevitable. He didn't expect it to become such a hit so quickly. In the long river of time, every pebble's placement follows an unchanging rule. A slight change can cause turbulent waves in the era. In the past, Harrison Clark's view of changes in the times was limited to his personal surroundings. To see the changes clearly, he had to enter his dreams and probe history by reading Carrie Thomas's biography thousands of years later. But from now on, he doesn't have to do that anymore. From today, he can be sure that every day in history will be brand new. Harrison Clark, aren't you leaving after work? As he was engrossed in reading, a sarcastic voice suddenly came from behind him. It was Lyndon Brown speaking. Harrison shook his chair and turned his body. Is it not okay for me to voluntarily work overtime? Lyndon glanced at the computer monitor. Do you call this working overtime? Harrison looked back. The CRT monitor was still displaying the Twitter page. Yes, I am working overtime. What about it? Do you think I'm blind? As an employee of an internet company, keeping up with the times and checking Twitter to understand popular trends is not a problem, right? Lyndon became confused by his sophistry. Stop trying to talk your way out of it. You use the company's electricity to browse Twitter, and I won't allow it? Tisk, just look at what you're browsing. Celebrities? New songs? Oh, I didn't expect Harrison Clark to be a fan. Let me see, who is it? Carrie Thomas? Who is that? I've never heard of her. What kind of minor character is this? Can't you follow some decent celebrities? Lyndon deliberately raised his voice, aiming to embarrass Harrison. Unexpectedly, before Harrison could respond, a discordant voice sounded from elsewhere. Mr. Brown, don't be like that. Although Carrie Thomas is a newcomer, she's really amazing. If you've heard her songs, you'll understand. They're really good. The person who stood up for Harrison was Sophia Camp, who hadn't left yet. Lyndon glared at her, thinking that she was being too talkative. Sophia seemed unsatisfied. The song was released today at noon, and already over 1 million people have listened to it. There are people discussing the song all over Twitter. Lyndon was slightly surprised. It became popular in just an afternoon. Sophia raised her head, with a strong sense of pride for her idol. Yes. I heard she's from Oxfordshire. Just last month she was a resident singer at a bar there, but she's always been persistent about her dreams. She's had a really tough journey. Now that she's finally popular, as someone from Oxfordshire too, we should support her. Harrison listened to the conversation, feeling speechless. Carrie Thomas used to be a resident singer, and this would definitely be dug up by people. After all, there were so many audiences in every nightclub. Someone would have recorded a video, which would serve as hard evidence. However, nothing about this was worth hiding, as it wasn't anything shameful. Harrison just didn't expect that within half a day, netizens were building a complete character backstory for Carrie Thomas, complete with touching details. Only God knows how many touching details were added by the people who created this story. Harrison wanted to say that Carrie Thomas had indeed persisted. But she didn't have a hard time. She clearly won without doing much. If it weren't for me writing songs for her. Wait, it seems like she wrote the song herself? Harrison's logic got a little stuck here. He decided not to think about the philosophical question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. On the other side, Lyndon finally felt a little embarrassed by Sophia's words, but he was still relentless. Stop talking nonsense. I have no interest in these artists. Who knows how dirty and filthy the so-called stars are underneath their glamorous appearance? Sophia argued. Not everyone is like that. Lyndon glared at Sophia fiercely. Don't act like you're not convinced. Everyone knows what I'm saying is the truth. She used to be a nightclub singer, and she's had a tough time. If she didn't do dirty things, could she have become famous overnight? You only see the surface they show you. Can anyone let you know how many bedsheets she's rolled in just to become famous? Not to mention Sophia, even the onlookers in the crowd couldn't stand it any longer. However, they only showed expressions of dissatisfaction and didn't come forward to join the conversation. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Harrison suddenly pushed his chair, stood up from his seat. Then, there was a crisp and pleasant sound. Slap. The sound echoed repeatedly in the slightly empty office hall after work hours. Looking at the scene, the onlookers opened their mouths wide, enlarged their pupils and could hardly believe what they saw. He's gone mad? Sophia, who had just been arguing most fiercely with Lyndon, covered her mouth, her eyes filled with horror. The sudden change left her dumbfounded. At this time, Lyndon was holding his face. Half of it was red from the slap, and the other half was pale, unsure if it was from pain or anger. You dare to hit me? You slapped me. Lyndon screamed hysterically. Harrison lifted his hand. Sorry, I just had a sudden itch and couldn't control my hand. What did you say? Lyndon Brown became even angrier. Harrison Clark shrugged, tilted his head, and sneered. Are you deaf? Lyndon Brown was already furious. With his usual temper, he would have exploded on the spot if someone had hit him. It wasn't that he could tolerate it this time, but rather that the incident happened so suddenly that he couldn't react in time. It happened in his own company, and he was just teasing an unknown celebrity. Was there any need for this? Although Harrison Clark usually had a sharp tongue, their relationship, no matter how bad, had never reached the point of fighting over words. What the hell was going on? What was even more infuriating was that after Harrison Clark hit him, he didn't apologize at all. Instead, his attitude became even more arrogant. At this time, the other co-workers finally reacted and hurriedly came over to restrain Harrison Clark. Don't do this. Yeah, it's not that serious. Mr. Brown was just joking. And besides, he wasn't talking about you. What are you doing? Everyone was trying to persuade Harrison Clark. On the other hand, Sophia Camp didn't think so. She never expected that being a fan of a celebrity could be so manly. She considered herself a new hardcore fan of Carrie Thomas. But look at Harrison, now that's a hardcore fan. You dare to slander my idol, and I'll dare to fight you? Sophia envied Harrison's courage to do and dare. Even if she hated someone to the point of grinding her teeth, she would only dare to argue. But arguing is always futile, and fists are the hard truth. Didn't you see how Lyndon Brown finally shut up? But how to end this situation? Wait, something seems wrong. All the people trying to break up the fight are holding Harrison Clark back, but no one is stopping Lyndon Brown. At this point, Harrison Clark also noticed this and wanted to give these hypocrites a thumbs up for their realistic behavior. If this were the old him, he would have definitely taken a beating today, but he didn't regret it. In many cases, there was no way to question the reasons for one's actions. He and Carrie Thomas were just ordinary friends. Now that Carrie Thomas was a public figure, it was inevitable that people would talk about her. It shouldn't matter that he overheard Lyndon Brown, who had no real connection to Carrie Thomas, gossiping about her in a semi-public situation. But the sudden surge of anger in his heart at that moment was uncontrollable. Perhaps Lyndon Brown's foul language about Carrie Thomas was just a fuse. What really ignited the fuse was the long-standing resentment towards Lyndon Brown's repeated targeting and the fact that he had finally made a fortune today, opening up another path to change his life by writing songs, and suddenly throwing off his shackles. So, since he was provoked, he might as well just fight. On the other side, after coming to his senses, Lyndon Brown's anger began to burn even more, sending his blood boiling to his head. "I'm gonna kill you." Lyndon Brown lunged at him. He raised his fist high, his face twisted in rage, his anger uncontrollable. Sophia Camp opened her mouth to scream, no. Lyndon Brown was almost 6 feet tall, and with his hefty weight, he looked like he could throw quite a punch. Not to mention that Harrison Clark was held back by 4 people in all directions, leaving him powerless against the sudden attack of Lyndon Brown. If he was punched in the face, Harrison Clark might be disfigured. The sudden change caught even those who were trying to break up the fight off guard. They had been helping Lyndon in secret, but none of them had expected things to escalate like this. They wanted to step back, but it was already too late. However, Lyndon's fist failed to connect with Harrison's face. Instead, Lyndon let out a muffled groan and fell backward, landing on an office chair. He slid several meters away before crashing into a wall and stopping. Lyndon started to cover his stomach and retch. His eyes were now filled with a lingering fear when looking at Harrison. Harrison used to be a military elite when living in the bunker 1,000 years later. He had worked especially hard on physical training and close combat. Even after leaving the military, he had never let up on his personal fitness training. After a year of hard work, he had naturally improved. Though he couldn't compare to a professional athlete, he could be considered a skilled combat enthusiast. Lyndon may have been bulky, but he was no match for Harrison. Those trying to break up the fight had loosened their grip slightly when they sensed trouble earlier. Plus, Harrison had managed to break free with military-like strength from these seemingly non-athletic people. He's attacking? How can you just stand there watching? Everyone get him. After a while of retching, Lyndon finally recovered a bit and pointed at Harrison hysterically. However, no one responded. Everyone was just here to work and make a living. They didn't need to get involved in such a big fight. If they got involved, it would become a group brawl. What's more, they had seen how efficient Harrison's kick had been. Harrison's strength when he shook them off surprised the men who were holding his shoulders and arms. His muscles felt as hard as stone when they clenched. No matter how many of them there were, they might not be able to take him down. Harrison, let's just forget it. We're all colleagues here. Even if Mr. Brown did you wrong, it's not that serious. Let it go when you can. That's right, Mr. Brown, you should also hold your tongue. Only then did the crowd begin to sincerely mediate. Lyndon was bewildered, pointing at his own face. I'm the one who got punched, and you're asking me to keep quiet. Sophia, however, spoke up for him. So, what else can you do? You want to go back and hit him again? Lyndon glanced fearfully at Harrison. I'm calling the police. Harrison didn't care. Go ahead and call them. I'll wait here for the police to come and arrest me. When it's time to pay the medical expenses, I won't miss a cent. But let's not just go to the station. We should also make the headlines. High-level internet company executive insults popular female singer, gets beaten by furious fan. I'll just downgrade myself a bit and be a crazy fan. What do you think, Lyndon? Don't worry, I'll tell the reporters everything you said, word for word. It'll definitely be a great news story. Lyndon fell silent. Harrison's mention of the possible consequences was too much for him to bear. It was acceptable to gossip in the office, but if it made the news, Lyndon couldn't imagine the impact. It might affect the company's reputation, but that wasn't the most important thing. If there were more Harrison-level fans who came to protest at the company and start an online boycott of Chesterton Apartment, the consequences would be unimaginable. He couldn't avoid demotion and pay cuts. Seeing Lyndon's silence, Harrison smiled again. See, you don't even dare to call the police? If there's nothing else, I'll leave now. Oh right, I just used up a few cents of the company's electricity. Here, give this to the finance department, or you can use it to buy yourself a lollipop. I'll come back tomorrow to clean up my stuff. You don't have to kick me out. I have legs and can walk on my own. Harrison took out a 50-cent coin from his pocket, slammed it onto the table in front of Lyndon and left with a carefree stride. He left swiftly, without any hesitation. He was really leaving this time. The only regret was that he had spent so much effort preparing for it, but in the end, he only managed to beat up Lyndon and didn't seriously injure him before leaving. It was a bit of a pity. Manager, are you just going to let him go like that? It had been nearly 5 minutes since Harrison Clark went downstairs, and the people upstairs saw that Lyndon Brown hadn't made any move, so one of them asked. Lyndon Brown turned and retorted, if not, what? I just asked you guys to help me beat him up, and none of you took action. Now, what are you instigating here? The anger in Lyndon's heart was simply indescribable. However, after such an altercation, though his face was still burning with pain, he felt a sense of fulfillment in his heart. Finally, he could rightfully drive Harrison away. As a middle manager, being publicly beaten by a lower-level employee, if he wanted to fire someone, the big bosses at headquarters shouldn't have anything else to say, right? What are you looking at? Get back to work. After making up his mind, Lyndon glared around angrily. However, the red mark on half of his face greatly undermined his authority, making him look rather comical. Previously the most outspoken against him was Sophia Camp, who was already packing up and leaving. Lyndon stopped her. Sophia, where are you going? Sophia looked back blankly. I'm off work. Lyndon, go, just go. Unlike Harrison Clark, who was not well liked in the company, Sophia Camp usually sided with Harrison, but she herself was very popular among the employees. Lyndon couldn't easily fire her, much to his regret. Returning to his office, Lyndon immediately called his direct superior at headquarters, stating that he wanted to forcefully terminate a lower-level employee. At first, he didn't want to explain everything, but his superiors were not pushovers. They insisted on clarifying the whole situation, even asking about every single sentence he said. If the company doesn't provide compensation according to regulations and forcibly terminates Harrison, how can you guarantee that he won't post everything you said today on the internet after he leaves? The superior asked this question. Lyndon was dumbfounded. We are an internet-oriented company, and the market competition is so fierce. Public opinion and reputation are crucial to the company. As a member of the management team, you should watch your words and deeds. Do you know how heated up celebrities' fans are nowadays? Can you afford to offend people? Have the female celebrities offended you in any way? Lyndon was scolded thoroughly and had to apologize repeatedly. This time, we'll deduct $3,000 from your bonus and hope you won't repeat your mistake. Lyndon almost wanted to vomit blood after failing to file a complaint and getting a $3,000 deduction. However, the impact of Harrison hitting someone in public is indeed very negative. We'll persuade him to resign, but we should pay him his full salary for 3 months as compensation. Also, regarding the employee welfare apartment he's currently living in, if he still wants to live there, he can renew the lease at a special discounted rate. Understood. Such leadership skill was demonstrated by giving a stick followed by a sweet date, withholding Lyndon's bonus, then directly firing Harrison, but at the same time giving Harrison adequate compensation. This way, both Lyndon's authority as a middle-level manager is preserved, and Harrison is not overly offended. From upstairs, faint singing could be heard from time to time, presumably because Carrie Thomas was practicing her song, A Dull Life. Unlike last time, although the two had already signed a contract, Carrie didn't rush to work on the accompaniment for A Dull Life. She was still waiting for the funds of Boring to come back. Carrie didn't tell Harrison one thing. In fact, she had always been dissatisfied with the quality of Boring and even deeply blamed herself for it. At first, she thought the final product of the song Boring was flawless. It wasn't because she was narcissistic, but she couldn't really find any faults in it. However, over time, as she repeatedly listened to this song, she slowly began to notice a subtle sense of dissonance. Carrie gradually figured out the reason. It was the accompaniment that was the issue. The purely electronic arrangement of the accompaniment, though stable, lost its spirituality. Art is a highly subjective and difficult to quantify thing, with the focus on perceptual understanding. So this time, when she produced A Dull Life, Carrie decided not to rush her work. Instead, she strove to perfect every detail of the instrumental accompaniment. To pursue perfection, she would definitely need to spend a lot of money. Since Carrie hadn't signed with an agency yet, the production of A Dull Life was still a personal contract between the two. So, the production cost of A Dull Life had to be covered by them. Together, they received a pre-tax signing fee of $50,000, but this was far from enough. Carrie estimated that the total investment for A Dull Life would be no less than $300,000 if she were to produce it according to her desired effect. She hadn't discussed this matter with her partner, Harrison, yet. After all, before this, she couldn't be sure how successful Boring would become. If she didn't make much money, she would continue with electronic arrangements, and only when it became profitable would she really consider a large-scale production. At this time, Harrison Clark was also not thinking clearly. After returning home, he busied himself with searching online for projects, considering what he should do after quitting his job. Should he continue working or start his own business now? What should he do if he starts a business? Fully commit to writing songs? Should he start a cultural company then? Or just focus on being a self-employed songwriter? But if he became a self-employed songwriter, should he find a dedicated singer to sing demos for him? Harrison couldn't always rely on Carrie Thomas to sing demos for him. Now that Carrie was becoming famous, her status would change, and her time would become busier. It would be inappropriate to trouble her to sing song demos for him. Additionally, Harrison was researching how to protect his rights legally and reasonably after being laid off. He didn't want to give Chesterton Apartment any leverage to send him to jail. As he was pondering, someone knocked on the door. It was Carrie Thomas. "What's up?" Harrison asked as he opened the door. Carrie took out a guitar from behind her. "I've made some minor changes to your song, making it a full guitar accompaniment for now. Do you want to hear me sing it and see how it feels?" Harrison looked at his watch. "It's past 9 o'clock. Will the neighbors have any objections?" Carrie thought for a moment, then pointed to the small bathroom with a glass partition, which was a characteristic feature of the apartment. "Let's go in there." "Huh? What are you waiting for? Come on." And so, the two squeezed into the tiny bathroom, which was less than 3 square meters. One of them was holding a guitar, making the space even more cramped. Carrie closed the door behind her, and Harrison felt a little nervous. He had just taken a shower, so the air in the bathroom was still damp and stuffy. However, Carrie was completely oblivious to the so-called romantic atmosphere, and her fingertips glide over the guitar strings. The crisp and rhythmic guitar sound suddenly echoed in the cramped bathroom, accompanied by her unique voice that was magnetic when low and like a melodious oriole singing in the mountains when high, creating a powerful impact. The confined space of the bathroom further added an amazing resonance to her seemingly simple singing, giving it an astonishing sound effect. Harrison quickly immersed himself in the classic song that he had created. Listening to a live performance and a CD are always different experiences. Many people think that singers perform most perfectly on CDs, and even the best live performances can't compare to the recorded effects in the studio. But that's not true. If these people had friends who sang so well it was criminal, they would immediately understand everything just by listening to them casually sing at a karaoke session with a microphone. About 10 minutes later, Harrison came back to his senses after continuously praising her. Seeing his reaction, Carrie became confident in the results of her practice. All right, it's settled then. I'll head back upstairs first. Having said that, she left. Harrison scratched his head in confusion. What was settled? Why can't he remember at all? Wait a minute. Damn it. It seemed that he just agreed to invest all the revenue from Boring in the first 2 months into the production of A Dull Life. Also, it seems she said that she planned to start her own company and not join any talent agency. She believed that only in this way could she maintain her freedom. It also seemed like he agreed to invest in her talent agency. Damn it. How many times did he just say yes? How many requests did he agree to? Harrison suddenly felt overwhelmed. This really went beyond his expectations. Although it seemed like he could hold on to Carrie's coattails tightly, he had no experience in artist management and didn't think he could do a good job. More importantly, he was not interested in it at all. Being a talent agent was such a headache. He just wanted to quietly copy and write songs. As for Carrie, shouldn't he just let her grow on her own? Wouldn't that kind of peaceful life be nice? Harrison Clark regretted it deeply. So much so that he wanted to go back on his words tomorrow morning. He admitted that he was a bit tempted. After all, as long as he got Carrie Thomas's management contract in hand, even a fool could soar high. But now, Harrison thought that he could live a fulfilling life without Carrie's contract, so why bother looking for trouble? Until he fell asleep, he was still pondering why he had agreed to it. Finally, he came to a conclusion. Carrie Thomas was awakened. Her singing had magic in it, which could make people lose their senses. He was a bit careless with her, even daring to agree to join her in such a small space as the restroom together. As a result, he was brainwashed by her singing and involuntarily agreed to this matter. Maybe even, Carrie had this idea from the beginning. She was afraid of being rejected, so she unreservedly showed her strength first, planning to use her singing to paint a beautiful vision. The two would have a long-term, deep collaboration, and the future would surely get better and better. Harrison basically guessed half of it. Before singing to him, Carrie had received several management contract invitation calls from top domestic companies, but she gently refused all of them. Compared to being affiliated under a large management company, losing freedom, and becoming a caged bird, she would naturally prefer to work independently. But if she didn't sign with a company, there's no end to the calls. So the best way was to find someone trustworthy in the circle, who didn't have any ulterior motives, and wouldn't restrict her freedom, to sign a casual contract, and finally form a personal studio model. She had no interest in operation, hype, and business. She just wanted to create and sing. Actually, earlier when Harrison asked her how much money was needed to create a high-standard recording studio, Carrie had already had the idea. 5 million seemed far away, but the sudden hit of Boring gave Carrie Thomas hope. As long as a few more songs of the same level as Boring could be made next, 5 million was not far away. Harrison immediately brought her A Dull Life, which was even better than Boring, and it finally ignited Carrie's ambition. Her ambition seemed small, only wanting freedom. But the word freedom was heavy, easy to say but destined to be difficult to achieve. After experiencing the schemes of Lewis Brown and Eric Mitchell, Carrie had actually grown a lot behind the scenes. She forced herself to start learning to be cunning. Her tricks were not sophisticated, but fortunately, they worked well. But in her scheming, there was no hidden dirt. She didn't want to manipulate Harrison, but only wanted to calm her heart and create better songs. In her eyes, Harrison was too strong, so strong that she felt she might drag him down. She would not admit defeat and wanted to catch up with him. Public opinion evaluations are always illusions. Public opinion never knows the truth. Now the online evaluation of her was very high. Within just half a day, Carrie already had her own fan forum, with a rapid increase in fan numbers breaking 50,000 and still growing. She didn't even have a verified Twitter account, but one after another, her verified fan clubs emerged like spring shoots after the rain. The more external fame and influence she gained, the less she enjoyed it. Instead, she would always think that the truly talented person was the unknown Harrison Clark behind the scenes, and she was merely singing the songs he had created. Only when she could write songs of the same level and sing them with equal effect would Carrie Thomas feel satisfied and believe that she hadn't let her dreams down. Early the next morning, Harrison Clark quietly got up to slip away. He was too embarrassed to break his word, but he really wasn't mentally prepared, so he thought about delaying it for a few more days. Maybe Carrie would change her mind herself. Harrison thought people could change. Especially when becoming famous overnight, it was most likely to have a huge impact on one's mentality. Perhaps she felt her wings were strong enough and didn't need him anymore. Harrison, where are you going? He didn't expect that when he opened the door, Carrie had already looked down from the upstairs corridor who knew if she was waiting there. Harrison awkwardly smiled, going to the company. Why don't you take a leave today? We'll go register our company. How about another day? Why wait for a lucky day? Today is just perfect. Carrie Thomas said expressionlessly. Harrison Clark, seeing he couldn't escape this, reluctantly said, I'm afraid that won't work. I'm leaving the company, and today is the day I pack up my things and go. Although Harrison was just using this excuse to leave forcefully, Carrie surprisingly became overjoyed. Really? You're so efficient? Well, go ahead, good luck. She then retreated. Harrison thought, have you misunderstood something again? Well, forget it. At 9 in the morning, Harrison entered the company right on time for work. First, he needed to go through the resignation process. Unexpectedly, the person handling his resignation paperwork was Lyndon Brown. A day had passed, and Lyndon's slapped cheek was slightly swollen, but it didn't seem too serious. It should be gone in 3 or 4 days. Lyndon looked at him with a terrible expression. Take this is your slip. Take it yourself and go to the finance and administration departments. Harrison thought Lyndon was deliberately trying to make things difficult for him, but to his surprise, Lyndon was quite straightforward. Harrison took the slip and looked at its terms, laughing. Wow, 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 wow. Does the sun come out from the west now? He was given a full 3 months' salary plus performance bonuses as compensation, amounting to a total of $24,000 after tax. The company agreed to let Harrison continue living in Weston's apartment at a price slightly higher than the employee benefits price but lower than the market price. These two terms were completely unexpected. Harrison had thought he might only get a month's worth of subsidy at most, and that the price of Weston's apartment would return to market value. He even thought he might have to make up the difference from before. Lyndon glared at Harrison, baring his teeth and forcing out a hideous smile. I've finished your paperwork, so hurry up and go. You don't seem like you want to stay in the company anyway. Harrison took the slip and asked before he left, by the way, who will take over Weston after I resign? Lyndon put down his documents and slightly raised his eyelids. What does that have to do with you? I'll be your client in the future, so I need to know who will be serving me. Lyndon was annoyed by his retort, but this issue was actually his masterpiece. David Mitchell, how about that? You can rest assured that he'll do his best to serve you, his customer. As he spoke, Lyndon's chin lifted slightly, revealing an indescribable sense of triumph. It was as if his expression was saying, what are you proud of when I still have the last laugh? Harrison regretted asking. What had been a good mood was now somewhat dampened. Afterward, he went up and down completing the necessary procedures. By 10 in the morning, Harrison had packed up all his personal belongings into a cardboard box and left his workspace. Apart from Sophia Camp, no one else saw him off. The scene was no different from those dramatic departures of fired employees often depicted in TV shows and movies. What are your plans now, Harrison? As they walked side by side through the office hallway, Sophia asked with concern. Harrison nonchalantly replied, I'll figure it out later. Anyway, I won't be short on money for the time being. He now had over $50,000 in his bank account, including today's $24,000 and the previous $30,000 plus from selling his songs. If there was money in his pocket, he would never panic. As the two chatted, a commotion came from the company's entrance. Harrison craned his neck to look. What's going on? Sophia suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly grabbed his sleeve, pulling him aside. I forgot to tell you, this afternoon the company's new spokesperson, Jenny Hart, is going to have a commercial event in the high-tech zone. She's coming here for a tour. We should stand aside and not block the way. Up ahead, the senior leaders of Chesterton apartment were huddled in a crowd. Everyone's eyes were focused on the center of the group. Lyndon's chubby figure was awkwardly at the edge of the crowd, smiling apologetically at the air. Harrison raised his eyebrows. Jenny Hart? This was getting interesting. With just a glimpse, he saw the rather outstanding figure in the crowd, exceptionally elegant and extraordinary. Ladies' man, Adam Martin. Though a ladies' man, Adam was quite tall, and his face, which had been smoothed over by foundation, was easy to spot. Seeing Harrison Clark still standing in the middle of the road, spacing out, Sophia Camp pulled at his hand with a bit more force. Harrison followed Sophia and moved to the side. Lyndon Brown in the crowd up ahead had noticed Harrison early on and felt a little uneasy. He was really afraid that Harrison would play a trick on him at this moment. If Harrison exposed Lyndon's scheming against celebrities in front of this large crowd, it was uncertain what Jenny Hart would think. Lyndon was well aware of how much effort the big boss had put into inviting this spokesperson. The company was about to launch a key strategy soon, relying heavily on the popularity and social recognition of celebrities. However, seeing Harrison following Sophia to the side, Lyndon's anxiety lifted a little. It seemed that the boss's appeasing tactics had taken effect. Harrison was satisfied with the company's compensation, so he didn't plan to block the procession like a troublemaker from ancient times. At this moment, Harrison had no interest in what Lyndon was thinking. He was just trying hard to find the figure of who should be Jenny Hart in the crowded scene. Considering selling Deep in the Night, a rock-style song, to her, Harrison had previously studied singer Jenny Hart. Jenny Hart might be the most suitable person to sing Deep in the Night, other than Carrie Thomas herself. As a late bloomer with a powerful voice, Jenny Hart's slightly hoarse smoking vocals were unique among female singers, extremely explosive, with a long and lingering breath, especially suited for singing rock songs. Harrison sold songs for money, but he also hoped that each song could achieve decent results. In the early stage, if each song he brought out succeeded, then even if his reputation wasn't significant among ordinary people, he would gradually become a golden sign in the industry. By then, he wouldn't have to use Carrie Thomas's masterpieces. Even Ling Yuan's songs or slightly inferior pop songs would sell well. So even if he sold Deep in the Night to someone else, Harrison would still be responsible for the work. Finally, as the crowd gradually approached, Harrison caught a glimpse of Jenny Hart herself among them. She wasn't tall and had a slightly round face with short, puffy hair and light makeup. In terms of appearance, Jenny Hart's attractiveness was far less striking than Avril Green's and Carrie Thomas's, but she wasn't bad-looking either. Paired with her black vest, she easily stood out as the center of attention in the crowd. Perhaps this was the aura of a true star. At the same time Harrison was looking at Jenny Hart, Adam Martin, who was in the crowd, had been casually chatting with a senior executive from Chesterton Apartment. Adam was about 6'L", quite tall, so his field of vision was better than most people's. But at this moment, his conversation with the Chesterton Apartment executive was a bit heavy, making him feel a little distracted. After both parties had settled on the basic terms, as Jenny Hart's agent, Adam discovered that the company's upcoming financial path involved not a small amount of risk. However, since both parties had already signed a contract by that time, canceling would mean he and Jenny Hart would have to pay a penalty. Though not a huge sum, it was still a considerable amount of money. For various reasons, Adam was not in the right state of mind that day, and so, while talking to people, his gaze involuntarily wandered around the crowd. One moment his face turned to the left, the next, it turned to the right. Suddenly, Adam sharply turned his gaze to one side, and his previously scattered focus sharpened. He rubbed his eyes. Ignoring the Chesterton Apartment executive beside him, Adam squeezed through the crowd, repeatedly apologizing. The worries in his mind disappeared, replaced by a sudden excitement in his eyes. Actually, at this point, Harrison had noticed Adam coming over. Harrison was a little surprised. He originally planned to find another appropriate opportunity to talk to Adam privately, then gradually discuss the details. He had two things to discuss with Adam, the sale of the song and the composition of the fees for this endorsement event. Harrison also thought that even if Adam recognized him, the endorsement work should be the priority in this public situation. But clearly, Harrison underestimated his current status in Adam's heart. "Mr. Clark, what are you doing here?" Adam's joy was genuine, written all over his face. Still talking, he enthusiastically reached out his hand, not knowing if he wanted to shake Harrison's hand or grab it. Harrison felt a tingling on his scalp at Adam's overfamiliarity and hugged the box of supplies in his arms without any change in expression. "Mr. Martin, you..." Before Harrison could think of what to say, the Chesterton Apartment executive who had been talking with Adam earlier leaned in from the side with a curious question. Harrison Clark knew this person, the second in command of the company's board of directors, the vice president, who was usually addressed by everyone as Mr. Foster. Adam Martin's eyes shifted, saying, "Harrison is my friend. This time when we came to Oxfordshire, apart from your company's commercial performance, I originally intended to visit Harrison, but I didn't expect to meet him here." "Friend?" Mr. Foster looked at Harrison Clark with doubt. "Mr. Clark is an employee of our company? Which department?" Harrison shrugged. "I was yesterday, but not starting today." "Mr. Martin, the timing is not good today. I have to go. I will talk to you later about the things I promised you before." Harrison originally wanted to try to dig out some information privately, and then covertly stab both Lyndon Brown and David Mitchell. But now, in this situation, under the public eye, he wasn't too comfortable. He had barely spoken a few words, and he was almost showing off too much. Not to mention the other employees of the company, even Jenny Hart and the chairman of the board had stopped talking and visiting, focusing their attention on him. He wanted to leave, but Adam Martin wouldn't let him go so easily. Last time, Harrison promised Bella Ross over the phone that he would not pursue the matter further, and would make a demo of the new song for them. It has been a long time since then, but there has been no news. If the song Boring had not become popular, Adam Martin and Jenny Hart might not have cared too much. But now, with a pearl in front of them, the two people knew what level of work and creative people they had missed out on. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. As a professional agent, Adam Martin would never make the same mistake twice. "Harrison, don't leave just yet. Let's go downstairs to a cafe and have a good chat first." Adam grabbed Harrison's hand. Harrison shivered all over, his inner heart roaring. Let go of me?" But his face was calm, and with great difficulty, he managed to politely and decently break free from Adam's control. Bella Ross was right, this guy was too good at reading people's intentions. Now, he was overly enthusiastic. "Don't you have something to do?" Harrison looked around and asked knowingly. Adam first whispered to Jenny Hart, then instructed the girl next to him, "Dunbar, I'm going to chat with Mr. Clark. Help Jenny out here." After that, Adam said his apologies to the senior executives of Chesterton Apartment and invited Harrison to go out with him. Harrison couldn't stand his touchy-feely behavior and had already taken the initiative to slip out of the crowd and walk quickly towards the entrance. Adam followed closely behind, and even a blind man could see that he seemed to be trying to please Harrison. At this time, Jenny Hart shouldn't have taken a stand, but she couldn't help it. Adam, you accompany Mr. Clark first? I'll come down later and join the conversation. Adam turned back and made an okay gesture. Jenny then apologized to the chairman of Chesterton Apartment. Harry George, I'm sorry, Mr. George, we'll speed up a bit. I'll need about an hour to deal with some private matters before noon. She checked her watch. I will be at the commercial performance venue by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Jenny Hart's words caused an uproar among the audience. What the hell? Today's schedule was already arranged? We asked you to be our spokesperson, and we paid for it? Without warning, you're ditching your sponsors? Really manly? Mr. George from Chesterton Apartment was slightly upset. Ms. Hart, we're in the middle of official business. But Jenny, neither humble nor arrogant, said, Mr. Clark's matter is important to me. If your company doesn't even give me this convenience, we can consider terminating the endorsement contract. Before, she and Adam had some reservations about the endorsement after hearing Chesterton Apartment's financial planning. Now, after weighing both sides, it was certainly more important to repair her relationship with Harrison Clark and get a new song of the same level as boring from him for her star journey. Only someone like her, who had accumulated a lot of experience, could understand the jealousy and resentment that comes with seeing someone else suddenly rise to fame. Although she was a bit popular now, she could lose it at any moment. But with a representative work that could be sung worldwide, she wouldn't have to worry about losing her popularity for at least 10 years. No one expected her to be so decisive. Lyndon Brown, who had been eavesdropping on everyone's conversation the whole time, felt a chill rise from the solace of his feet to his head. What the hell? In hands inside the melodious piano-filled cafe, Harrison Clark and Adam Martin were sitting across from each other. Mr. Clark, I'm really sorry about what happened last time. I apologize to you. Please accept my sincere apology. Although he had already apologized once through Bella Ross's phone, and Harrison Clark had conveyed his forgiveness through Bella, Adam Martin still seized the opportunity to sincerely apologize to him again in person. Harrison Clark smiled awkwardly. It's fine. I knew that you were a magnanimous person and wouldn't bother with me. The two chatted for a while, and soon got to the main topic. How's the song you mentioned last time that you wanted to sell to us? Have you finished remaking it yet? Harrison Clark nodded. Almost done. I'll send you the demo by next week at the latest. Adam Martin waved his hand generously. Mr. Clark, we don't need to listen to the demo. Let's just sign the contract directly. $500,000 for the single copyright. Harrison Clark squinted his eyes. You don't want to see the lyrics and the sheet music. Adam Martin shook his head confidently. No need. He believed that he had shown great sincerity. The price of $500,000 was quite impressive. For a new songwriter who had written only one song up to now, it was quite fair and reasonable. And as Harrison Clark said, they hadn't even asked for the demo and sheet music yet. They didn't even know the name of the song or the lyrics, and yet they were willing to pay $500,000 just based on Harrison Clark's reputation. That was a strong statement. After considering for 5 seconds, Harrison Clark decided to tactfully refuse Adam Martin's sincerity. It wasn't that he didn't want to sell the song to Jenny Hart, but he judged that Carrie Thomas's popularity could rise even further in a week. Besides, now that Adam Martin was offering $500,000 without listening to the demo, it seemed high. However, once they heard the demo of Deep in the Night, Harrison Clark believed that they would raise their psychological expectations. Waiting just 1 week could earn him an extra $10,000 or $20,000, so why not? It couldn't be said that he was trying to deceive others, as you get what you pay for, and that was the principle. It's too hasty to buy a song without listening to the demo. Let's wait until next week. Yes, next week. Adam Martin was slightly disappointed, but seeing Harrison Clark's determined attitude, he didn't insist too much. Mr. Clark, you are just so modest. Adam Martin flattered, then asked, weren't you working here before? Yes. Is it because Carrie Thomas made boring popular so you decided to quit? Adam Martin asked with slight curiosity. Harrison Clark shook his head. No, I was forced to resign. I was fired. He had been waiting for Adam Martin to ask this question for a long time. Compared to selling songs, Harrison Clark actually wanted to discuss this matter more. At this moment, Jenny Hart's voice came from behind the two. Why were you fired? Jenny Hart arrived quickly. Harry George, the big boss of Chesterton Apartment, had just slightly protested earlier, and almost lost the hard-to-please spokesperson. So, he didn't dare to delay Jenny Hart's time any further. After spending a short time in the company and visiting only 2 of the 8 departments, he released her. Jenny Hart didn't bother to be polite with others either. Although she thanked them for understanding, she escaped quickly. As soon as she arrived here, she noticed that Harrison Clark's eyes brightened slightly when Adam Martin asked him about the issue, as if he was waiting to confide in someone. So she took the initiative to ask. Although it seemed abrupt, Jenny Hart knew that this was exactly what he liked. As expected, Harrison Clark honestly revealed the entire story without exaggeration. He simply recounted his experience of being suppressed in the company recently. He himself didn't care too much about that job. He only considered Lyndon Brown and David Mitchell as clowns in his heart, so he wasn't too emotional about it. However, after hearing his story, Adam Martin and Jenny Hart, who needed his help, were both outraged and spoke up in defense of him. That Lyndon Brown is too overbearing. Jenny Hart sighed. Mr. Clark, you made the right choice to leave this company. Adam Martin echoed. I think this is an opportunity for us, actually. Jenny Hart nodded. Harrison Clark was puzzled. How so? Adam Martin said, actually, Chesterton Apartment now wants to use Jenny's promotion beyond the scope of the contract, and we were thinking about arbitration to terminate this contract. But since it would have a bad effect on our reputation in the circle if the news got out, we held back. Jenny Hart leaned back in her seat, resting on the sofa's backrest. It's never good to break a contract for no good reason. Now that Mr. Clark has gone through this, it can be our reason to make a stand. Since my friend suffered injustice in this company, I naturally don't need to fulfill their requirements beyond the contract. Hearing this, Harrison Clark came to realize a principle. These two really wanted to cling tightly to their thick thigh. After all, this is between the two of them, and I shouldn't say much. But in my opinion, Chesterton Apartment is not a very good partner. They hope that Miss He can help promote the rental finance business, right? Adam Martin nodded. Yes. I've also heard about this. The core of this business is monthly rent payments. In addition to signing a contract with Chesterton Apartment, the tenant also needs to sign a contract with a financial credit company. After the three parties sign the contract, the financial company will settle the tenant's rent in full to Chesterton Apartment on the spot. As for the tenants, they will repay the loans to the financial company through a mobile app every month. Adam Martin, yes, this kind of business needs social credibility, so they came to us, but they didn't fully inform us of this business when we signed the contract. Harrison Clark replied, then it's only natural for you to have concerns. He wasn't very interested or knowledgeable about these business matters. As long as it wasn't all about his face, he didn't want to owe too many favors. While the three of them were discussing passionately, Lyndon Brown was upstairs, standing in the chairman's office like a primary school student who had done something wrong. Harry George and Mr. Foster sat opposite him with somber expressions. The details of the situation were already known to many upper-level leaders. The vice president who had helped Lyndon Brown with this matter before was quite embarrassed. He was the first senior executive to know about it but had not taken it seriously, thinking that he had handled it well. He didn't expect it to escalate. Who could have imagined that Harrison Clark, who was insignificant in the company, would have connections in the entertainment industry and seem so deep? If they had known this earlier, why bother in the first place? Lyndon, the company just hired a celebrity spokesperson, and you spread rumors about the celebrity in the company. Tell me, how did you come up with this idea? Seeing Jenny Hart's firm attitude just now, Harry George had a faint sense of unease, so he was furious at Lyndon Brown's appearance. Lyndon Brown looked miserable. No, I didn't mean it that way. You didn't see it, but Harrison Clark is really just passing time in the company. I just wanted to find an excuse to persuade him to leave. Persuade him to leave? You are probably worried that Harrison Clark will use his connections in the entertainment industry to rob the position you hold, right? Mr. Foster said something piercingly. Lyndon Brown waved his hands repeatedly. Not at all. I'm really wronged. At this point, some other senior executives spoke up. Then you explain why you started talking about celebrities when you saw Harrison Clark on Twitter? Your words may be a bit harsh, but as far as I know, Harrison Clark isn't troublesome. But he fought with you. Isn't there anything strange about that? You say? If it wasn't for his good relationship with the celebrity Carrie Thomas, whom you insulted, would he get so emotional? Would he take action? Do you really think the high-tech zone company is your personal thief? Nobody knows what you're doing? You are deliberately trying to provoke people, get them to leave, so that your trusted confidant can take over Harrison Clark's area, right? These operations were not very secretive for Lyndon Brown. No one who could become a corporate executive is a fool. Just need to ask some subordinates, and the matter would come to light. Lyndon Brown did not hide it deliberately either, as this is standard operation in the workplace. Other people did it, and he used the same means to get rid of the disobedient before. It has never been a problem. Other senior executives in the company knew but didn't care or intervene. But now they had to intervene. So someone brought up these well-known but unspoken matters in public, as if to declare a death sentence. Lyndon Brown finally became afraid. He realized that the matter with Harrison Clark might be an opportunity. The fact that the company set the main marketing venue in the high-tech zone for Jenny Hart showed that the company's strategic focus was changing. So his position naturally became attractive, and the other faction within the senior executives was trying to take action against his camp. He looked at the vice president who had helped him earlier. This person was his support. His support could not just watch as his trusted confidant was skinned alive. How could he establish authority in the company later? The vice president waved his hand. Enough, you two are overdoing it. We are all working hard for the company, trying to create benefits. There are not so many conspiracy theories. The origin of the problem should be from a few days ago when Harrison Clark took sick leave but was spotted by other colleagues in the internet cafe. Lyndon Brown thought that Harrison Clark's work attitude was problematic, so he wanted Harrison Clark to resign, right? Lyndon Brown kept nodding. Yes, yes. I admit I didn't handle it well. I should have just used the company's rules and regulations to talk to him. However, the matter of offending the celebrity was just a coincidence. Harrison Clark hardly has any friends in the company. We couldn't have known about his social circle. Harry George put an end to this struggle session for the time being, marking the end of the matter. Forget it, Lyndon, whether you have ulterior motives or not, you know it in your heart. We'll discuss it later. At this moment, the office door was pushed open by Harry George's secretary from outside. The secretary looked a bit flustered and hesitated to speak. Harry George, speak. Adam Martin just contacted me, saying that after careful consideration, they cannot accept the job offer for the additional contract to endorse financial products, and they hope to negotiate the termination of the contract with S1. Goldel. Translator, 549690339. What? Harry George was shocked. In order to start this project, he had already borrowed hundreds of millions of funds. Now everything was ready and just waiting for the final moment. After the business performance in the afternoon, he and his partners would jointly launch the rental loan to the public. But now the core spokesperson wanted to back out at the last minute. That was unacceptable. Tell her, it's impossible, I'll never agree to it. If she refuses to fulfill the contract, then let her face a lawsuit. Negotiate to terminate the contract? In her dreams. His secretary reluctantly said, Boss, I told Adam Martin the same thing. But he said that if we insist on fulfilling the contract, then we must also strictly abide by it. Jenny Hart can be our company's spokesperson and will assist our company in promoting Chesterton Apartment according to the contract requirements, but she will never participate in any rental loan-related projects. Harry George fell silent. When they had signed the contract, they had withheld this information because of the numerous financial product scandals in recent years, fearing that Jenny Hart would not accept the endorsement, right? Later when the contract was signed and Jenny Hart's side found out about the change in the situation, they grudgingly accepted it, considering the money they had received. Now that they were talking about the contract, it was Chesterton Apartment that was at a disadvantage. These two weren't pushovers, and they had a large entertainment group backing them up. Their legal department was not to be trifled with either. Where are Jenny Hart and Adam Martin now? I'll go and talk to them personally. Harry George made a decisive decision. The secretary said, they are in the coffee shop downstairs. They didn't leave. Harry George looked around and picked a few people. You all come with me. Then, as if he remembered something, he pointed to Lyndon Brown. You come with us too. Lyndon Brown felt uncomfortable but dared not refuse, only following behind the others with a downcast expression. The vice president slowed down a bit and walked beside him, lowering his voice. At this point, don't try to prove your point. Apologize when you should, and make sure your attitude is sincere. Mr. George should have some arrangements for Harrison Clark, but no matter what the result is, you must not show any displeasure on your face, or else I won't be able to help you either. Lyndon Brown, understood. Downstairs at the coffee shop, Harrison Clark was about to excuse himself when he heard a slight commotion in the coffee shop. He looked up and saw a line of people led by Harry George coming down the aisle of the coffee shop. The expressions of these people were very serious. Miss Hart, I think we need to talk. As the helm of Chesterton Apartment, Harry George was able to make a decision with a single word, so he got straight to the point when they met. Jenny Hart did not put on airs and made an inviting gesture. Please sit. The coffee shop booth had 4 seats, with Jenny Hart and Adam Martin sitting on one side and Harrison Clark sitting on the opposite side. As Harry George sat down, he ended up next to Harrison Clark. The rest of the people stood behind them like a group of followers. As expected of a big boss, even though he was a bit irritated, Harry George appeared very graceful on the surface and took the initiative to greet. Hello, Harrison. Harrison Clark was a bit nervous. Although the other party had nothing to do with him now, it was true that he had been an employee of Chesterton Apartment for half a year. He had often seen Mr. George speaking at company meetings and had witnessed several instances of this boss wielding his authority, which inevitably made him feel pressured. However, Harrison quickly adjusted and calmly replied, Hello, Mr. George. Harry George nodded in acknowledgement and considered the greeting done. He then turned to Adam Martin and Jenny Hart and said, I have understood your intentions. I hope the two of you can reconsider. Our company has done a lot of preparatory work to launch this product. You should have read the detailed project proposal as well. Our company is truly sincere and determined to make the rental loan project a success. The scale of Chesterton Apartment is well known to both of you, and we cannot engage in a one-shot deal like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. So, your concerns are unfounded. Adam Martin coughed lightly. Mr. George, it's not that we are worried. Our decision was made after considering various factors. As he spoke, Adam subtly cast his eyes on Harrison Clark. Harry George noticed and chuckled. That's a trivial matter. I've already figured out the situation between Harrison and Lyndon Brown. So, from now on, Lyndon Brown will be demoted to an entry-level salesman, in charge of business development in the Habakkuk district. Harrison Clark will take up the position of regional manager of our company in the high-tech zone. Lyndon Brown, who had been hiding behind, changed his expression dramatically. What a disaster! With just one sentence from the big boss, his hard-earned position was stripped away. He was demoted all the way to the bottom? Business development was a joke? It was simply cold calling landlords every day asking if they wanted to rent their property, which was even worse than being an apartment manager. But Harrison Clark did not take the bait. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. George, but I have already resigned. There's nothing interesting about being a manager, so I'd better find my own way. I'm very satisfied with the compensation your company promised me. Harrison Clark didn't have the slightest interest in going back. To him, Lyndon Brown's managerial position, which Lyndon held dear to his heart, was now just a filthy garbage pile. Harry George had anticipated this and looked back at Lyndon Brown. Lyndon Brown understood what was at stake, and to save his own job, he went all out. Lyndon stood up and, in front of everyone, fell to his knees with a thud. Brother Chen, I'm sorry, really sorry. I did wrong, and I hope you can forgive me. I'm such a fool, I said some harsh words, I really have no brains, no experience. Slap. Lyndon actually slapped himself in the face. Now it was good, the injury on his face from yesterday hadn't healed yet, and now the other side was swelling too. Both sides of his face swelling at the same time, he looked like a pig's head hanging on a rack. But Harrison Clark had no sympathy for him and said indifferently, I wouldn't dare hold a grudge against Manager Brown. Lyndon looked around with a bitter face, hoping for help. His aggrieved eyes seemed to be telling others. You all see, this guy is just like this, insensitive. Harry George thought for a moment, Harrison, to show my apology, I'll personally compensate you with 200,000 yuan for mental suffering. What do you think? Before Harrison could respond, Harry George also said to Jenny Hart and Adam Martin, you two, our previous endorsement contract was for 2 years and 2 million. But you two know our real needs, and now that we've added to the scope of work, the compensation should naturally go up. 2 years, 6 million? What do you two think? Yes, since they couldn't win with face, let's talk about the inside. Adam Martin and Jenny Hart were indeed stunned. With just a word from Harry George, they had another 4 million in hand. Even for celebrities, 4 million is not a small amount to ignore. Jenny and Adam looked at each other, feeling a bit bitter in their hearts. Money, who doesn't want it? But the two had previously expressed their willingness to support Harrison to the end. It would be embarrassing to change their minds for 4 million now. Harrison keenly sensed the change in their mentality. But Harrison was not angry. After all, the project he and Carrie Thomas were preparing, A Dull Life, had a starting investment of 300,000 to 400,000 yuan, but more money was always better. He, Harrison Clark, was really short of money. 4 million? Who wouldn't be tempted? Moreover, due to the clumsiness of Lyndon Brown and David Mitchell, Harry George had to bleed so much money. How could he not continue to take care of them when he got back? The more meat they cut off from Harry George, the less they worried about him not being hard on the two when it came to Lyndon Brown and David Mitchell. Anyway, Jenny and Adam were already moved, so Harrison naturally didn't want to block their way to make money. After all, if the two of them made money, when he went to sell Deep in the Night later, he would be more justified in getting a higher price. 500,000 would not be enough to satisfy Harrison now. Money is never too much. Mr. George, although I personally haven't suffered any spiritual loss from your company, I am quite satisfied with this compensation for mental suffering. Harrison made his stand. Over on their side, Adam and Jenny immediately followed suit, expressing their willingness to sit down and discuss a new contract. Harrison was not interested in the rest of the matters. After the finance department had made the transfers, he got up and left. As he walked out of the cafe and got into a taxi, Harrison looked down at the text message on his phone. Bank card balance, 230,000 yuan? Rich? Really rich now? Thinking back on the hard work of the past half year, when he couldn't even afford to eat the cheapest instant noodles and had to scrimp and save just to get 50,000 yuan, Harrison felt a little sorry for himself. Today, he saw what it meant to be a rich man's show, just saying sorry, and 200,000 was given away. And over at Jenny's side, it was even more outrageous, 4 million given away. But in fact, Harrison knew that the 4 million had nothing to do with him. It was simply that Chesterton Apartment was doubling down on rent loans and couldn't afford to lose. Moreover, the more anxious Harry George appeared, the bigger the risk Harrison felt as a former employee of Chesterton Apartment in this financial product. But this point should also be clear to Adam, as they had a dedicated legal team over there to help them cope. Jenny and Adam were the ones being greedy, and they were also the ones signing the contract. There was no need for Harrison to try and deter them alone. After all, they'd only just met, and saying too much would be delving too deep. Too soon. Enhance your reading experience. When Harrison Clark got home, Carrie Thomas wasn't there. Carrie Thomas was even more restless than Harrison Clark. As long as there was an opportunity, she would not stop moving forward. She wanted to make the accompaniment for A Dull Life perfect, but she was limited by her current lack of funds, so she came up with a way. She would learn the instruments that might be used in the accompaniment by herself, and then complete the music as much as possible with her own ability. For every instrument she could play herself, she could save some money. When Harrison Clark heard her idea, he was quite shocked. There are as many as 16 instruments used in the accompaniment of A Dull Life. Although many of the instruments are just embellishments, given Carrie Thomas's compulsive pursuit of perfection, she definitely won't stop at the surface when learning these instruments. Even if there are only a few notes, she will have to master the instrument thoroughly. Harrison Clark admires her crazy determination, but stops at admiration. It's absolutely impossible for him to learn with the same passion as Carrie Thomas. In the evening, Harrison Clark received 2 phone calls one after another. One was from Adam Martin, who had signed the contract, and the commercial performance went smoothly. To thank Harrison Clark for making an important concession at the critical moment, allowing him and Jenny Hart to successfully win a new contract for Chesterton Apartment, they wanted to treat him to dinner. The other call was from Harry George, whose reason was more or less the same. Perhaps the keen Harry George sensed something from Adam Martin and Jenny Hart's emphasis on Harrison Clark and wanted to personally test the depth of this ex-employee. After considering for a few seconds, Harrison Clark decided to reject Harry George's invitation. He had worked at Chesterton apartment for more than half a year, but he had never had a conversation with Harry George, the big boss, in private. As for dinner, it was even more of an extravagant hope. After all, the difference between their past statuses was too great, and they were people from two different worlds with no intersection. To be honest, when Harrison Clark received Harry George's invitation, he felt a little secretly pleased and self-satisfied in his heart. The once big boss, who used to pass by him without even bothering to take an extra glance, was now actively calling him and wanting to treat him to dinner. He began to experience the feeling of a higher level of life. Because he could write songs, Jenny Hart and Adam Martin had to look at him differently. Because of Jenny Hart and Adam Martin, Harry George had to pay attention to him now. The days when Lyndon Brown could oppress him were gone forever. Harrison Clark began to feel more and more the benefits of his dream, the changes and impact on his life. This was the taste of social status, very real. But he successfully restrained this pleasure, saying that he had arrangements for today, thanking Harry George for his kindness, and that they would meet another time when he was free. Before leaving, Harrison Clark checked the status of his song Boring online. It had only been one day, and the total listening number has exceeded 3 million, with over 300,000 paid downloads, making it unbeatable on the new song charts. In addition to #1 Fly's platform, the popularity of this song on many other public platforms is still increasing. Harrison Clark also saw complaints on a well-known music TV presenter's Twitter. Apparently, the program wanted to invite Carrie Thomas for a TV interview partly to uncover her mysterious veil and also to help promote her new song. But Carrie Thomas refused without hesitation, which made the host feel very hurt and baffled, and even vented about it on Twitter. Harrison Clark wasn't surprised at all. Compared to these forced promotions, Carrie Thomas would definitely rather spend her time on making music. Being on TV and attending events can indeed bring more fame, which might help sell more songs and make more money. But, in Carrie Thomas's mind, if she became more skilled, sang better, and wrote more captivating songs, couldn't she earn more money as well? Anyway, with her mindset, learning and practicing music and attempting to create better music is her top priority. Jenny Hart and the other person were still waiting. Harrison Clark quickly changed his shoes, opened the door, and realized Carrie was standing at the entrance. He had no idea what she was doing, mumbling something like a chant under her breath, but she didn't come in. Upon seeing Harrison, she immediately asked, "Hey, where are you going?" Harrison answered, "I'm going out to eat with Jenny Hart. I'm planning to sell Deep in the Night to her." Oh. Carrie seemed slightly disappointed but quickly cheered up. "Actually, I really like this song, but I can't always rely on you. I should write songs myself. I'll see if I can follow up with a piece in the same style." Harrison knew it would be this way. "Don't worry, you definitely can. Oh, I saw online that a TV station asked you for promotion. Why didn't you go?" Carrie shook her head vigorously. "Not going. It's annoying?" Harrison asked. "But, aren't we short on money?" Kame nodded. "Yeah, so I'm learning instruments, right? Once I learn all these instruments, it'll save a lot of money. Saving money is making money? Just now, I was remembering the saxophone rhythm I learned today. The saxophone melody you added before the chorus is a masterpiece." Harrison thought to himself, this was as expected. He asked again, "Do you want to have dinner together? I can introduce you to Jenny Hart." "No, I'm not selling songs. Why do I need to know so many people? I don't really like Jenny Hart's songs, they're pretty mundane." As expected, Carrie still refused. Harrison took a taxi through half of the city and arrived at a famous commercial district in the center of Oxfordshire. Next to this commercial district, there was a European-style back alley. Contrary to the bustling commercial area, this street was quite deserted, with only a few people coming and going occasionally. Harrison had heard of this place but didn't dare to come before. Although it doesn't seem crowded, it's well known that the shops on this street don't rely on foot traffic to make money. What they want is a quiet and elegant atmosphere. More than 80% of Oxfordshire's top private kitchens, small bars, and various private clubs are located here. Harrison looked around and arrived at the entrance of a two-story house with closed doors, hesitating if this was the place. The door suddenly opened, and a person walked out. "Sir, are you looking for someone?" This person must be a waiter, wearing gold-bordered uniforms and a small hat. Harrison thought for a moment. This question was difficult to answer. He didn't know who Adam Martin had booked the reservation under, and he wasn't sure if the celebrity used their real name. There were many considerations for celebrities to go out for dinner, and Harrison, unfamiliar with these customs, had difficulty dealing with them. Seeing him not speaking, the waiter put on a very professional smile devoid of emotions. "Well, if it's nothing, please don't loiter in front of our door. We only serve guests by appointment and are not open to the public." At that moment, a tall figure with a charming fragrance brushed past the waiter. "Mr. Clark, you're here? We've been waiting for you for a long time. Jenny and I were worried that you got stuck in traffic." Yes, it was Adam Martin, not some tall, beautiful woman. Harrison Clark quietly stepped aside, not daring to let this irritable old guy grab his hand. "Sorry for keeping you waiting. I didn't see the sign and wasn't sure if it was the right place. The guy just now said it's not open to the public. I thought I had come to the wrong place," said Harrison. Adam Martin suddenly exploded, turning his head to the waiter next to him and cursing, "I told you to come out and greet them? Is this how you greet? What's the matter? Is our Jenny's status not big enough, not qualified to treat guests in your restaurant or what?" As he scolded, he also waved his hands and stomped his feet. The waiter apologized profusely. Harrison was quite impressed with Adam's fierce demeanor. You are awesome. There are advantages to being a sissy. Look at this skill in creating a scene, how natural and smooth it is. Such a unique skill. He, a pure straight man, could never learn it in his whole life. Jenny Hart and Adam Martin once again sincerely thanked Harrison for his understanding and tolerance at the dinner table. Then, they urged Harrison to record a demo for them. Harrison repeatedly patted his chest, promising to record it as soon as he got back, finally passing the test. After a few drinks, Harrison spoke the truth that had been in his heart. Frankly, I don't think signing with Chesterton Apartment is a great choice for both of you. Mr. Clark, as a former employee, do you have any inside information? Jenny Hart asked. Harrison shook his head. I used to be a grassroots employee. What kind of inside information could I have? It's just that current financial products are quite risky. Adam Martin sighed, but there's no choice. There's too much money involved. Mr. Heary is really rich and domineering. We couldn't refuse the offer of $6 million in 2 years. The offer is almost 5 times our regular fee. To be honest, though Jenny has some fame, she lacks a representative work, so her current endorsement fee is really not high. Aren't we just waiting for your new song, Mr. Clark? Harrison, I understand, but taking risks still seems a bit unwise. Jenny Hart smiled. When it comes to making money, there's always risk. If the benefits are big enough, it's natural to take risks. Like this time, we came to Oxfordshire for the commercial performance. Besides the endorsement fees, the other subsidies are quite generous. For the 3 meals a day, the average subsidy per meal is $2,000. We could never eat that much. Adam Martin chuckled. So, Mr. Clark, you should enjoy your meal tonight. Let's try to eat enough in one meal, otherwise, we'll be saving money for others. Harrison's eyes lit up. $2,000 per meal. Yes. Jenny Hart nodded. People say that artists live a lavish lifestyle, but if it was our own money, we wouldn't be so extravagant. Since it's someone else's expense, there's no need to be frugal. Harrison was puzzled, but according to the proposal I saw when I was working, it was written that each meal was $5,000. At the time, my colleagues were joking about whether the stars plates were made of gold or not, as they couldn't imagine how anyone could eat $5,000 per meal. Why is the amount different? Did you not sign a contract? Huh? $5,000. Now it was Adam Martin's turn to be baffled. Harrison was very certain and nodded. Jenny Hart, these kinds of subsidies are verbally agreed upon. Adam reports the expenses and the other party transfers the money. There's no need to sign a contract. Harrison asked again, you were dealing with Chesterton Apartments high-tech zone branch, right? Yes. Harrison laughed. He didn't expect that he would pick up such a good pot even though he was no longer working at the company, and Lyndon Brown had also fallen on hard times. Harrison was no longer interested in Lyndon's affairs, but still accidentally uncovered this petty matter. No matter how careful Lyndon was before, he never thought that Harrison would have a chance to have dinner with the artists and talk so deeply about even this trivial matter. After dinner, Harrison took out his phone and called Heary George. Mr. Heary, I found something interesting tonight. Harrison simply relayed the situation as it was, without exaggeration or embellishment. However, he was hinting and implying, both overtly and covertly, that there was more to this iceberg. Given Lyndon's methods, he must be a habitual offender. Similar bribery, nepotism, and petty theft must have occurred frequently in the high-tech zone company. Pulling out the radish reveals the dirt. These matters must involve many more grassroots employees. Those close to Lyndon and deeply collaborating with him definitely had dirty hands. Although the high-tech zone company was obviously located in the best district in the city, its profits had long been suppressed by Habakkuk district. This was undoubtedly due to the trouble caused by these parasites. Heary George was immediately angered. He could tolerate Lyndon's small-minded scheming in the company, but he absolutely couldn't tolerate such rampant blood-sucking by his small group. Why did he start the rent loan business? Isn't it because the benefits couldn't improve? The company's cash flow was insufficient, the profit margin was low, and the listing plan was repeatedly shelved, leaving him with no way to explain to the shareholders. Why couldn't the benefits improve? Of course, it's because too many worms in the company were involved, covering too wide an area, and the situation had already rotted to the core. Investigate? I will make sure everything is thoroughly investigated. If Lyndon's embezzlement exceeds 100,000,000,1 will send him to jail. Heary George swore and hung up the phone. With his hands in his pockets, Harrison walked along the edge of the road. The cool breeze blew past, and he didn't feel any particular ups and downs. He had just done an ordinary little thing. He was never a generous person. Revenge is a dish best served cold, and there is no such thing as letting bygones be bygones with a smile. When Lyndon Brown knelt down and slapped himself in the face, it might have made Harrison Clark happy for a moment, but that pain was nothing compared to the grievances he had suffered for more than half a year. After all, his time at Chesterton Apartment had transformed him from a hopeful college graduate to a numb adult. These 6 months of work had taught Harrison Clark that this is what the adult world is like, constantly moving forward under heavy burdens. Sending Lyndon Brown to jail was Harrison's final gesture of gratitude to him. He was grateful to Lyndon Brown for teaching him an important lesson in life. Harrison Clark sincerely wished him the best and hoped he could face everything with a smile. Many things, if shrouded in fog, would cause no harm even if everyone knew the truth. But once someone pierces through the paper, the fire that has been concealed can no longer be contained, it will burn through everything once ignited. There are no absolutely perfect good people in this world, everyone has their flaws, and even a tiny bit of power in the workplace can easily breed corruption. After all, people are selfish and always seek their own interests. When friends gather for dinner and discuss their incomes, it usually includes a default gray income. This so-called gray income often comes from nibbling away at the company's assets. Every boss knows that there are worms in their staff, but whether or not they should be exposed depends on the situation. Too much scrutiny on employees will leave no one for the company to use. As long as the worms don't go overboard, bosses usually turn a blind eye. Harry George had never thoroughly investigated Lyndon Brown before, so he was uncertain how many tricks Lyndon had been up to. Harrison Clark was also unsure, but he could sense that Lyndon Brown was definitely not an innocent person and couldn't stand up to scrutiny. As expected, 3 days later, Sophia Camp stayed at the company and called Harrison Clark to give him the explosive news. The iceberg of interests that Lyndon Brown had built in the high-tech zone company was finally being dragged out of the water bit by bit. It was truly shocking. In just 3 days of investigation, the total amount of benefits he had received had reached $1 million. That is to say, the money he had taken caused at least $10 million in damages to the company. There were also some more concealed accounts that he refused to confess to. The company immediately filed a lawsuit against Lyndon Brown, and he was now in detention. According to the company's lawyers, Lyndon Brown could only return $300,000, and he would be sentenced to 5 years for commercial crimes. As for Lyndon Brown's followers, take David Mitchell for example, who was only a low-level manager with less than 3 years of work experience. He took advantage of his position to gain nearly $200,000 in benefits from maintenance funds, resident kickbacks, etc. In addition to his many criminal acts of bribery for Lyndon Brown, David Mitchell would be sentenced to about 2 years. There were also 7 or 8 other employees who would be sentenced to about 1 year each. During these 3 days, everyone in the high-tech zone company was on high alert, and extensive investigations were carried out on every individual. In the end, it was initially determined that nearly half of the 100 employees in the company would face dismissal or imprisonment. There was a significant reshuffling of leadership, and none were spared. In the face of Harry George's absolute authority, the fortress that Lyndon Brown had built crumbled like a poorly constructed project. Nearly half of the people left behind were those who had been at odds with Lyndon Brown. Now there were simply no capable people left in the company. Among those who stayed, Sophia Camp had the best reputation and previously was the second most vocal opponent of Lyndon Brown. Now, she was rightfully promoted to acting regional manager, temporarily filling Lyndon Brown's position. Harrison Clark, you should come back. I haven't been with the company long enough to be a manager. Come back and take the position, and I'll talk to Mr. George, Sophia Camp said earnestly over the phone. Harrison Clark laughed. What are you thinking? You've only been with the company for half a year, so have I. But you're different from me. You have authority, and everyone knows about your workability and character. It would be best if you come back, she said. Harrison Clark knew that these words had Harry George's message behind them. But he refused clearly and resolutely once again. Now that he had money and no energy or interest in returning to his position at Chesterton Apartment, he didn't think about what he would specifically do next, but thought it was time for a turning point in his life. After all, he felt like he had an extraordinary golden finger, but he was living a bit too sluggishly. Looking at Carrie Thomas, she was so diligent and hardworking. He couldn't just wait to get into a dream world to show initiative, but had to make the most of his time in real life as well. Since Harrison Clark had firmly decided not to return to Chesterton Apartment, he naturally had to devote himself to preparing for other things. In the end, he still refused Carrie Thomas's proposal to let him become a shareholder of the talent agency, feeling it was unnecessary. First, he was not familiar with this industry and figured there would be a lot of trouble involved. Secondly, relationships between people often break because interests are involved. Harrison could write songs for Carrie and help her with some trivial matters, and the two could cooperate deeply, but he believed he should never become her agent. In the original history, Carrie had never signed with any talent agency, always following the individual studio model. This made her path to stardom a bit rough, but the advantage was that she had fewer forced performances than other artists, allowing her to focus on her own work and consistently produce amazing pieces. She did not do any publicity stunts and had no need to. She didn't do many commercial performances and had few endorsements, but she didn't lack money. She made money through her creativity. At the beginning, she struggled to make money, but as she produced more songs and eventually released a platinum-selling album worldwide, she never worried about money again. Harrison had already changed too much for Carrie, and he believed that his best choice going forward might not be to monopolize her completely but to try to put her back on the path she deserved. Even if the timeline could not be returned to the past, the environment around Carrie could gradually approach another real timeline under Harrison's discreet guidance. Carrie was quite regretful about this, but Harrison's excuse was that he also needed to focus on creating, and that being an agent would distract him. Carrie believed this completely. All right, don't worry about such trivial matters. Now your top priority is to finish a dull life as soon as possible. You've been practicing for quite a few days. You should stop practicing and pay someone to do it according to the original plan. I still hold 70% of the copyright for this song, so my investment should also account for 70%. Here's over $200,000, use it first. In a few days, number 1 Fly should be able to transfer the money, and it will be just enough to make up for it. One day, Harrison urged Carrie to go to By Music Academy to record songs. Unexpectedly, Carrie shook her head. I don't think we need to go to By Music Academy. Huh. Carrie smiled like she was presenting a treasure. I can now basically play the instruments used in the accompaniment for this song according to the sheet music. Harrison was shocked. What? You can't be serious. How did you learn so many instruments so quickly? It doesn't make any sense. Carrie said. What's so strange about that? Haven't you progressed faster than me? Besides, I'm not actually proficient at it. I just practiced the few notes in your sheet music over and over. But the principles of music are the same, and although I'm still a beginner, I should be able to use it by playing it slowly, and save a lot of money. Seeing that Harrison still wanted to say something, Carrie advised him, I've made up my mind, don't persuade me, there's no need. Oh, you do have 70% of the copyright, but your investment is already considered the song you wrote. You planned to sell the song to Jenny Hart for $500,000, didn't you? So don't measure value with money, otherwise, I still have to pay you. Right. Harrison felt she made a lot of sense, but something didn't seem right. All right, you have the final say. He shrugged his shoulders, too lazy to persuade her any further. Over the next week, Harrison said he needed to work hard, but his life was incredibly leisurely. During this time, he went to Milton Music Academy in Oxfordshire as planned, looking for a reliable female student to help him sing the demo for Deep in the Night. As the top music institution in the province, although the Milton Music Academy couldn't compare to Carrie's By Music Academy, the students were quite talented. When he went to the school, Harrison had set high standards in his heart, worrying that he wouldn't find a suitable singer for the demo. Being close to success breeds success, and staying close to someone like Carrie for so long naturally raised his expectations for other singers. However, to his surprise, he found a suitable person almost effortlessly, taking less than 5 minutes in total. This school was not closed off, so he swaggered into the campus. Then he randomly asked someone on the street how to get in touch with the vocal music department's counselor. Well, art schools are indeed different. 9 out of 10 girls are gorgeous, and the last one is a heavenly beauty. He didn't deliberately choose, but the girl he approached was quite pretty, tall, with a ponytail, wearing a white vest and slim-fitting trousers. If she were in a regular college, she would definitely be a campus beauty. The situation at that time was as follows. Harrison Clark stopped the girl and stated his purpose. The girl said she could take him to find someone, and it was very convenient because she happened to be a junior in the vocal music department. But she didn't immediately agree to Harrison's request for a recommendation, and instead looked at him cautiously with a tilted head. Harrison understood her vigilance. After all, besides beauties and handsome men in this school, the third most abundant group was perverts. Harrison took out his phone, switched on the speaker, and played the recently very popular song Boring. The girl was puzzled. I've heard Boring. It's very nice. I even know that the singer, Carrie Thomas, is from Oxfordshire and that the song's producer did all the work of composing, arranging, and lyric writing himself. It's said that this producer did not have formal training and is a genuine self-taught genius. So what? What do you mean by playing this song for me? As a music student, she was keeping up with the trends and had comprehensive knowledge. Harrison's face turned slightly red, and then he took out his ID card, pointed to his name, and said, "Oh, I am Harrison Clark, the producer of this song." A sharp scream shattered the tranquility of the campus. Only after a long time did this girl named Lucy Haywood calm down. Oh my gosh, is it really you in person? I'm going crazy? Totally crazy. You're my idol. Oh no, you're my fan. Damn it, I can't speak properly. Anyway, I worship you to death. I want to have your babies. Above was her state of mind after she had calmed down. Harrison had never seen such a commotion and was almost scared away on the spot. This girl seemed calm on the surface, but she was actually a bit of a snake spirit deep down. The world is full of coincidences. While Lucy was a student, she was quite knowledgeable about the industry. She could understand the real brilliance of the song Boring and so had an almost fanatical adoration for its producer, Harrison Clark. However, she didn't fare well either, displaying excessive enthusiasm, which led Harrison to label her as a snake spirit in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he still needed her to show him the way, he would have turned and run. What are you looking for in our counselor, Harrison? Are you thinking of coming to class at this school? Once she confirmed Harrison's identity, Lucy dropped all caution and started pulling him forward intimately, chatting as they walked. Harrison pulled away from this unfamiliar girl's hand and said, I wrote a new rock-style song, and I need someone to sing a demo for me, so I came to your school to pick someone. Rock-style? I'm good at it. Just pick me. Lucy stopped in her tracks, turned her head, and confidently said now it was Harrison Clark's turn to be wary of her, feeling that this woman might be trying to seduce him and take advantage of him to get ahead. But this was not his intention. He did not want to become the very person he used to despise. Do you know any Jenny Hart songs? Yes. Sing one to try. In the campus, beneath the shade of the trees, a distinct female voice could be heard singing. This was a rare mezzo-soprano, very charming, pitch-perfect, and emotionally rich. To be honest, Harrison was shocked. He had already written off this seemingly glamorous but internally schizophrenic girl in his mind, not expecting that such a casual encounter would lead him to find a treasure. With such exquisite singing skills and a distinctive mezzo-soprano, singing one appropriate song should at least bring some achievements, if not making them famous all over the world. Harrison, how did I sing? Not bad. Actually, Harrison wanted to ask her, why haven't you become famous yet, and why don't you become famous in the future? Why, after thousands of years, have I never seen your name when I heard so many songs? What happened in the latter half of your life? So am I qualified to bear your child? Oh no, I mean, to sing demos for you. Harrison shook his head, not for bearing children, but for singing demos. Yay, thank you, I love you so much. Completely disregarding the fact that she was in a public place on campus, Lucy Haywood grabbed Harrison's hand and shook it vigorously. Harrison strained to free himself. Can you act normal? I am very normal. You're acting ridiculous. You're a woman? Where is your dignity? Harrison, you don't understand the misery of those of us without creative talent. I can't control my admiration for you. Think about it, my singing skills, combined with your creative talents, imagine how powerful the children we produce together would be. Harrison was driven crazy by her. He roughly understood why Lucy Haywood had not achieved much in her life. Too naive, too stupid. She had never thought that if their names just happened to be the same or that if the ID was fake, she would be completely deceived. Do you behave this way with every creator? Of course not. I'm usually quite aloof. Harrison was speechless. All right, let's get serious and record the song. Hands off? Otherwise, you take me to your counselor, and I'll find someone else. Please don't be like this, big brother. I really don't act this way with everyone. Trust me. Shut up. Let go. Aren't you afraid I'm just bullshitting you? That I'm only fooling you? From the moment you broke free from my hand, I knew you were reliable. Harrison. He really shouldn't have been kind-hearted. He should have taken advantage of her heavily. Perhaps then she would have sobered up. Eventually, Harrison signed a confidentiality agreement with Lucy Haywood, had her sing, and paid her 5,000 yuan as a service fee. Lucy Haywood didn't want the money at first. This is how she refused. Harrison, you don't have to pay me. It's my honor to have the opportunity to sing for you. If you really can't stand it, just have a child with me. Get out. Although dealing with Lucy Haywood was quite tiring and exhausting, the demo they produced together was surprisingly good. Harrison even thought that if it weren't for Lucy being not rich enough to buy his song, and if it weren't for already promising Jenny Hart, he would have given Deep in the Night to her to sing, and she might have become famous too. It only took half an hour for Harrison to send the demo, and Jenny Hart personally called to decide to buy the copyright of the song, raising the price from 500,000 pre-tax to 800,000 after tax. Taking into account the difference between pre-tax and after-tax, this was almost equivalent to an increase of nearly 400,000 on the basis of 500,000. With an after-tax price of 800,000 for a song, it was already infinitely close to the price of a top-level producer in the industry. Finding the right person to sing the demo without revealing too much of the song's content and showcasing its full potential would achieve a 1 + 1 > 2 effect, meeting Harrison Clark's expectations. He was very satisfied with the price and agreed on the spot. That night, Adam Martin bought a plane ticket to fly back to Oxfordshire, signed the contract, and transferred the money. Harrison handed over the complete handwritten sheet music. Unknowingly, the total amount in his bank account exceeded $1 million. This day was destined to be his wealth day. In view of the excellent market reaction to Boring, No. 1 Fly adjusted the payment cycle so that within just over 2 weeks, Harrison's personal share of the profit exceeded 200,000 after tax, which was transferred by No. 1 Fly. After returning home alone, Harrison lay on his bed staring at the total amount of 1.24 million, dumbfounded. The number was so long that he felt a strong sense of unreality. It was too unreal. He took a deep breath, and an inexplicable emotion called jealousy surged in his heart. He relied on cheating and plagiarism to turn his life around in just 3 short months. In Oxfordshire, more than 1.2 million in cash meant that he could afford a down payment for a housing unit in the city. He was jealous of those with real talent. He could only achieve what he has today by cheating and exploiting others. But those with genuine talent don't need to cheat or exploit. With pure ability, they can achieve it all. Harrison was jealous of other people's talents. So God has never been fair, and the mediocrities always comfort themselves, saying that no matter how talented others are, they still need to work hard to reach the pinnacle. But this is just self-deception for the mediocre. Genuine talents only need to put in 1/3 of the effort of ordinary people to make 10 times the progress. Some talents don't even have to take it seriously, they simply play the game of life. They leave a legacy effortlessly and eternally in history. For example, true business talents can make things happen and enjoy a full and magnificent life even with only a few $1,000s in their pockets, let alone having over $1 million. But now, Harrison had unknowingly earned more than 1.2 million and was utterly lost about what to do next. If you asked him for an investment idea, he would have only one thing to say: buy a house. Apart from that, he really couldn't think of any other business that could make money both steadily and comfortably without getting tired. After thinking it over, Harrison decided to temporarily put aside the troubling issue. His plan for now was to focus on copying songs diligently, improve his efficiency in copying songs, and quickly process the remaining 3 songs of Carrie Thomas and 3 songs of Logan Lee, turning them into money in his pockets. Currently, his money wasn't enough, he had to be cautious about everything. But when he had millions in his pocket, he could casually invest $1 million to find something to do for himself, right? Even if he lost all his investment in the end, it wouldn't hurt him fundamentally. Harrison wondered why fate favored him, considering his mediocrity. As a talentless person, he had cheated fate to steal other people's talents, but his thoughts were still as mundane and calm as ever, even involuntarily envying others. What virtue or ability did he have to possess this golden finger? Was he not meant to be mediocre? Was he supposed to do something for the apocalypse and disaster that would happen in 1,000 years? He lay in bed thinking about it for most of the night. However, in the end, he didn't have any plans. Clearly, he couldn't do anything about it. In 1,000 years, his poor origin as private soldier Harrison Clark wouldn't help, and he only had a year left. Even the most talented person wouldn't be able to make any significant changes to the era within that year, let alone bridge the gap between human technology and that indescribable, unstoppable enemy. He gave up thinking again and decided to continue selectively picking music, copying and transferring songs at a faster pace the next time. The goal for the remaining week of the month was to sell off the other 6 songs, even if it meant selling them at a lower price. He couldn't be too picky about the buyers. Next time, Harrison set a standard for himself to copy at least 10 songs. First, he would be shameless and focus on his own rise, then consider all the noble things. After all, if you don't clean your own house, how can you clean the world? Since he decided to sell his songs as soon as possible, Harrison Clark didn't waste any more time and began to plan seriously. However, since he didn't have a company, all he could do was communicate with buyers as an individual. He couldn't shamelessly promote that he had written 6 new songs to sell in just 2 or 3 weeks. He thought about it and realized it would be best to connect with more artists first, then pretend to admire their vocal abilities and try to write songs for them to see if it would work. In this way, everything would seem logical and not at all abrupt. Alternatively, if he received invitations to write songs for someone else, he would be able to present the songs naturally and reasonably. However, it was strange that even though Carrie Thomas's Boring had been popular for some days, he hadn't received a single call to write songs. After giving it some thought, Harrison identified the problem. Carrie Thomas was a new singer who was terrible at networking and didn't have many connections in the industry. Since people couldn't get in touch with Carrie, they naturally couldn't find Harrison, the creator behind her. As for himself, he had made some connections with Avril Green and Jenny Hart. However, Jenny had just bought one of his songs and had not started producing and promoting it, so others did not know about it. No one could possibly link him with Avril Green. So perhaps many people already wanted to buy his songs, but they had no way to contact him. Ultimately, it was because his social network was too shallow in the entertainment industry, and he had exchanged too few business cards with people. In addition, people only knew his name but didn't know how to find him. He also didn't have a well-known base in Oxfordshire. The combination of these factors resulted in people not knowing about him. Following others' examples, Harrison added an email address to his Twitter profile. As a result, his inbox was filled with over 200 emails in just one day. He only skimmed through about 20 or so emails and was already overwhelmed. These people had unrealistic expectations. Hello Mr. Clark, I'm a singer with big dreams, and I admire your songs. Can you write one for me? I'll pay you after I become famous. Mr. Clark, I'm an artistic genius. If you let me sing your song, it will definitely become famous all over the country. I don't have any money right now, can I buy a song on credit? Mr. Clark, will you sell a song for 50,000? Harrison couldn't help but laugh. You people are more dreamy than I am. The problem was severe. With his energy and professional abilities, he had no way to select suitable buyers from the massive pile of emails. Besides, even if some singers with a certain reputation in the industry contacted him, he wouldn't know because he didn't have the experience to recognize them. He couldn't possibly verify everyone personally, it was impossible. In the short term, this strategy wouldn't work. Harrison believed that he needed to wait for the right opportunity to meet and talk with valuable people. Life is precious, so why waste it? 2 days later, Harrison received an appropriate opportunity. He received a phone call from Bella Ross. It turned out that Avril Green's birthday was coming up and she was planning to host a lively birthday party and invited him to attend. Harrison was a bit puzzled. Bella, isn't a birthday party a very private event? Should I really attend? What he really meant was that he didn't have much contact with Avril and they weren't really good friends, so even though the party was held in Oxfordshire, it felt a bit awkward for him to attend. Bella Ross chuckled. Not too many private ones. How many private times do celebrities have? Avril Green has also invited many friends inside and outside the circle. It's a party and a networking event. Oh, I see. Do you remember Leah Clark? Harrison Clark nodded. Of course, I remember. Carrie Thomas wasn't the first one to buy his song, it was Leah Clark, who initially offered $200,000 but didn't close the deal in the end. Bella Ross said, Leah Clark regretted missing the chance to buy Boring, so she specifically asked me before coming over if you'd be there, and she'd like to negotiate with you in person about your song. Harrison secretly rejoiced while acting calm. Thank you, Bella, for recommending me. We can discuss it in person later. I personally hope to work with Leah Clark. Alright, see you at Homie Rose 52, the Avenue of Sun at 5 p.m. tomorrow evening. Homie Rose? I know that house, isn't it closed most of the time? Harrison was puzzled. The Avenue of Sun, as a famous commercial pedestrian street in Oxfordshire, is very lively. It is said that the rent for the shops here is extremely expensive. In addition to the local and foreign tourists, a small shop with less than 10 square meters can have a monthly rent as high as £30,000 to £40,000. Homey Rose 52 is located in the middle of the Avenue of Sun. The large vermilion door has an antique touch and plenty of charm. Judging from the length of its wall, the building covers nearly half an acre, but it hardly ever opens, making it a mystery with many rumors floating around. Some say it's a historical and cultural heritage and will be opened as a scenic spot after renovation. Others say it belonged to a wealthy family that fled to overseas during the Republic of China era without returning to live there. And some believe it's the palace of a central government official, empty most of the time, and only occupied for a few days when the official visits his hometown. Over the years, this place has become somewhat of a tourist attraction in Oxfordshire, and many local and out-of-town tourists have taken group photos in front of Homey Rose. Oh, that's Avril's private residence. But she thinks the house is too empty and lacking atmosphere, so she doesn't like living there. It's perfect for a party, though. Harrison Clark. He couldn't deny it, he was quite jealous. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Avril would like your help inviting Carrie Thomas. She's very interested in getting to know this up-and-coming singer. Harrison became intrigued. Oh, what does Lucia think of Carrie's performance of Boring? Bella Ross said, she thinks Carrie is indeed more suitable for Boring than herself, and given time, Carrie will become a major talent. Anyway, she has high hopes for Carrie. Harrison couldn't help but admire Lucia's sharp instincts. But he felt like Bella's invitation might not be as simple as it seemed. Everyone knows that Carrie hasn't signed a management contract yet. Since Avril admires Carrie so much, Bella likely has other plans in mind. No one would think Carrie plans to work independently her entire life. They believe she'll sign with a company sooner or later. Perhaps Avril Green, both an artist and a boss, wants to bring Carrie under her wing. With this thought, Harrison couldn't help but smile wryly. Is Boring planning to have Boring sign under their command? Although he found the idea absurd, Harrison promised, all right, I'll let her know. After hanging up the phone, he tentatively called Carrie Thomas, who was currently recording her song at By Music Academy. To his surprise, Carrie immediately agreed, paused the recording session, and booked a flight back for tomorrow. Didn't you dislike socializing? But the best recording equipment in Oxfordshire, besides those studios partly owned by Eric Mitchell, is in Avril's studio. Fine, okay. She's quite a pragmatist. Translator, 549690339. If it weren't for Carrie Thomas saying this, Harrison Clark's misunderstanding of her might have continued. In Harrison's mind, Carrie used to be the epitome of low emotional intelligence, and she lived a simple life, as if 1 + 1 = 2. Now it seems she's not like that. She's just too lazy to think about these things and focuses only on what she really loves. She ignored Jenny Hart simply because it made no sense to befriend her. But with Avril Green, she went after her recording studio, even returning from By Music Academy for the invitation. Calling her noble and reserved? Definitely not. Yet she wanted nothing more than to make better music. Harrison had yet to understand one thing. Carrie hadn't produced any mature works to date, and it seemed as if she'd lived her life relying on Harrison. But the change in her attitude was not obvious enough. She respected Harrison more and even suggested becoming his disciple. But she never became obsequious, unlike another extreme, Lucy Haywood. It was as if she had some inexplicable persistence and confidence deep within her, never stopping her steps forward, never giving up her motivation for independent creation, and firmly believing that she could write songs as good or even better than Harrison's. For anyone else, meeting a perfectly soulmate-like collaborator like Harrison, they would probably have given up on creation, focusing only on being a singer, quietly waiting to pick up the fruits of victory. But not Carrie. Her apprenticeship was for surpassing, not relying on him. It was as if she had an unquenchable flame deep inside her that made her completely ignore the blow of having her creative ideas plagiarized and plundered. Harrison believed that this kind of near-blind devotion must have run through her life and eventually forged the unique her. The next afternoon, Harrison met Carrie, who had just arrived at the shopping street. She came straight by taxi after getting off the plane, dressed in plain casual clothes. Harrison looked down at his watch. There's still an hour and a half until 5. Let's find a place to sit for a while. Carrie shook her head. No need. Harrison asked. Need to hurry up and practice singing. Carrie pointed to the mall next to her. Let's go buy some nicer clothes. I don't know what kind of party Avril Green is hosting. Since we're asking for favors now, it's better to dress more formally. Harrison was shocked. She thought things through so well. She was truly purposeful. What's with that expression? Did you prepare a gift? Harrison shook his head blankly. Do we need to bring gifts? Carrie looked at him as if he were an idiot. I don't know how you managed to live this long. No wonder you're still single. I'm proud of being single. I'm saving. What? Nothing. What gift did you prepare? Carrie took out a CD from her bag, the half-finished demo of A Dull Life. When we officially release it, this will be a limited edition CD. How about that? Sincere enough. Harrison nodded and shamelessly said, it is very sincere. The song was written by me and sung by you. Let's count it as a gift from both of us. Although he felt that in one of the timelines, Carrie had sung this song to Avril Green, and now not only was she singing it herself, but she was also giving the demo as a gift to someone else before it was released. It was a bit heartbreaking. But as long as he was the only one who knew, it was all about sincerity. The two walked side by side into the mall. It had to be admitted that good-looking people easily attracted attention. Even in casual clothes, Carrie couldn't avoid becoming the focus of attention in the mall when they entered a boutique with labels they didn't recognize, but the prices of the clothes inside were not cheap. Carrie Thomas complained, "These people are so annoying, they act like they've never seen a woman before." Harrison Clark laughed, "Everyone has seen women, but as beautiful as you, it should be quite rare." Carrie Thomas shrugged, "What's the use of being beautiful? Even the most beautiful skin will sag and wrinkle with age. The real value lies in the things that never go out of style in one's lifetime." Harrison Clark didn't want to say anything. God knows what's going inside this woman's mind. "You're only 21? Can you stop living so thoroughly? Are you two shopping for clothes? Our Jerome has just launched a new spring collection, which was showcased at Paris Fashion Week just 2 weeks ago. All designs come from the Italian Filmino studio, and all garments are handmade imports. We can also take measurements for high-end customization," said the salesperson with a smile as he walked up to them, enthusiastically introducing the items. Upon hearing this, Harrison Clark became a bit startled. Carrie Thomas also hesitated slightly. "Both of you are extraordinary, and dressing well is essential. The better the clothes, the better your qualities will be highlighted. You'll never lack respect in any situation," said the salesperson. Their words thoroughly convinced Harrison Clark and Carrie Thomas. Half an hour later, the two emerged from the boutique, completely transformed. Harrison Clark wore a slim-fit trench coat paired with stylish plaid trousers which, when combined with his already fit physique, made him quite eye-catching. Carrie Thomas looked even more stunning in a sky-blue long dress with a semi-transparent light blue chiffon shawl draped over her shoulders, giving her an ethereal air. As the pair left, the salesperson couldn't stop praising their looks, though it was hard to tell how much was sincere. Harrison Clark felt pain in his heart. Both of them paying separately, his outfit cost a staggering $80,000. Carrie Thomas's ensemble was comparatively cheaper, only costing $30,000. Unable to blame anything else, it seemed his appearance just wasn't explosive enough, so he needed better clothes to accentuate his presence. As they left the shopping mall, even more people noticed them this time. Unbeknownst to them, a sneaky figure hid among the crowd behind them, snapping pictures with their phone. Yet that was not all. Since Carrie Thomas's photo had been published on the #1 Fly platform along with Boring, she was recognized, and had to sign over a dozen autographs before they stopped coming. Sigh. When they had walked a considerable distance away from the mall and reached a corner where no one noticed them, Carrie Thomas let out a sigh. "What's wrong? I think I won't have many chances to go shopping like this in the future. Peaceful and carefree days are numbered. Although I try to minimize my exposure in variety shows, I can't avoid it." Harrison Clark nodded. "Well, it's the fate of being an artist. I'm just a singer. Why can't I just sing without showing my face? Isn't listening to the song enough?" Carrie Thomas seemed to be asking Harrison Clark and the air around them simultaneously. "Who knows? That's just the way things are," Harrison replied. Now Harrison Clark understood another aspect of Carrie Thomas. No wonder there is so little visual material of hers from 1,000 years later, just a stack of photos and very few videos of her. If people want to learn about her as a person, they mostly have to rely on biographies. Others may think she's deliberately creating a sense of mystery, but in fact, she just doesn't enjoy being in the spotlight. The two arrived punctually at 52 Homey Rose on the Avenue of Sun. Two tall, strong security personnel stood at the entrance, recognizing them immediately and letting them pass. It seemed that Avril Green had arranged everything well, and the security personnel were quite professional. Unexpectedly, just 5 meters into the courtyard, they saw someone they didn't want to see. Eric Mitchell. The two were slightly awkward, not expecting to run into each other in such a narrow path. But on second thought, it's not surprising, given how small Oxfordshire is. Although Eric Mitchell is unbearable, one cannot deny that he is born into a wealthy family with good fortune. Avril Green's birthday party is quite grand, treated as a large social gathering, so it's not unusual that she invites the younger generation of the Mitchell family, who have operated many entertainment businesses in Oxfordshire. Before, Avril didn't know about the deep conflict between Harrison Clark, Carrie Thomas, and Eric Mitchell. If she had known, she might have chosen to arrange a more private occasion to help Leah Clark and Harrison connect. At this moment, Eric was standing under a pavilion, talking leisurely with a few acquaintances. Eric had his arm around a stylish and glamorous woman. This woman is a rising internet celebrity host on a well-known domestic live streaming platform, known for her innocent appearance. With the addition of a sound card, her singing is quite good, and she is good at acting and interacting during her live stream, gaining a large following recently, with millions of fans. It didn't take much effort for Eric to get her, making her his girlfriend for the time being. At this time, the female host was quite attuned to the situation, leaning against Eric like a little bird, giving him a great sense of pride. Even though she knew she could only be his temporary girlfriend and might only stay by his side for 3 months at most, she still tried hard to play the role of a lover. "Eric, you look in high spirits. It seems that good things have happened," someone said. Yeah, Eric's recent investment in 2 IMAX cinemas in the high-tech zone is growing phenomenally. It was difficult to get a ticket for the Iron Man 3 screening a few days ago. Eric must have made a lot of money, another chimed in. Oh, Director Tang also watched Iron Man. My daughter took her classmates to watch it. I don't understand young people's trends. It's the young and promising Eric who keeps up with the times and knows more about the young generation. Miss Lily is a popular artist among young people. If it weren't for Eric being of the same age, we couldn't really understand or envy what today's youth are into. Director Tang, you're too bad. Brother, he's bullying me. A shy and innocent expression appeared on the host Lily's face. Eric laughed heartily. Ignore him, he's just being envious. He looked quite pleased. Having been sullen with Carrie Thomas before, he found satisfaction in the presence of Lily. There was also another reason for his delight. The entire upper circle in Oxfordshire knew that Eric enjoyed playing around, and Avril actually disliked him. But she still had no choice but to invite him to her birthday party. Lily's cooperation in bed is based on Eric's wealth and connections within the entertainment circle. Bringing her to Avril's birthday party would make this cunning beauty cooperate more, and be more unrestrained. At this moment, from the corner of Eric's eye, he caught a glimpse of the entrance to Homie Rose. The teasing expression on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by gloominess. Eric took out his phone, didn't unlock it, but glanced at it. He was 7 parts startled and 3 parts suddenly realized. What's wrong, Eric? Others noticed that he was not in the right state of mind and asked. Eric waved his hand, putting his arm around Lily and walking forward. Nothing, just met 2 acquaintances. I'm going to say hello. As he walked, he gently rubbed his right cheek with his hand, the corners of his mouth curved, revealing a bit of his teeth, his smile somewhat hideous. Even though many days had passed, the moment he recognized Carrie Thomas, he still felt a burning sensation on the cheek he had been slapped. Considering Eric's status, if his father didn't hit him, no one else in this world would dare to. That's why his memory of Carrie Thomas was so profound. Eric, she hit the left cheek with the right hand at that time. A man quietly approached by Eric's side, a confidant who knew him well, kindly reminded. Get lost. On this side, the scene being approached by Eric, Harrison Clark, and Carrie Thomas didn't try to avoid him, as there was nothing to hide. Miss Thomas, long time no see, Eric said with a fake smile. There's a saying that goes, a man is to be looked at anew after 3 days of no contact. I didn't quite believe this saying before, but now it seems that I was really short-sighted. I should have tried a different way to pursue you. You would have been even more cooperative with me, right? Eric, with Lily still in his arms, had no reservations, speaking teasingly. Those who were chatting with Eric before, both insiders and outsiders, followed this group of young people with great interest, looking back and forth. It seemed that there was a story between these young people and Eric, and the story didn't seem too pleasant. Carrie Thomas didn't want to talk with Eric and remained silent. It was Harrison Clark who couldn't help replying. Who are you? Do we know you? Eric's arrogance was instantly halted. Obviously, he was caught off guard by Harrison's retort. If it came to verbal skills, Eric, who comes from a privileged background, really couldn't compete with someone like Harrison, who has been struggling in the lower class since he was a child. But today, Eric is confident in holding the handle and came prepared. He quickly regains his composure, sneering. Pretty good, they say the noble ones are forgetful. Although you two are not noble, but you're quite forgetful. What? Miss Thomas, now that you're popular, you've forgotten the man who sent you flowers and offered financial support at the bar? Don't say it in such an unpleasant way. What do you mean, golden pig, silver pig? People don't want to be pigs. Carrie is a good singer and has made a living off her skills. She didn't steal, rob or sell herself, so there's really nothing shameful about her. Unlike some people who no one would pay attention to if it weren't for their wealthy father, Harrison knew that Carrie always considered her time singing in nightclubs as a stain on her reputation, so he couldn't let Eric continue to be rude. She's my partner, and I've got to protect her. Heh, I thought you were a more noble and aloof person. So you're just like this after all? I was puzzled why you would go with such a nobody like Harrison. Now I understand that your plan was like this. Eric decided not to give Harrison another chance to show off his verbal skills, and instead planned on exposing the disgusting couple on the spot. How did you suddenly become a bar singer from a nobody in less than a month? Well, your song is good, it's just written by Harrison, right? But you dare to say your means of getting that song were clean. Even if I was willing to reject others, I really thought you were pure and innocent, but it turns out not to be the case. As a matter of fact, the two of you have been living together. You're no different. Weren't you willing to do anything to be famous? As he spoke, Eric noticed the awkward expression on Lily's face and added, there's nothing wrong with a person not being choosy to achieve something. But you know what kind of person I can't stand the most? The kind who, having become a prostitute, still wants to be chaste. And what about you, Harrison? What qualifications do you have to mock me? What's the difference between you and me? Don't pretend to be virtuous and act like a talented scholar. Aren't you also a human scum who tricks people into bed with your songs? The only difference between us is that I use money and power, and you use the songs you write. That's all. Having said that, Eric looked at the two with a cold smile. He was waiting for the two to make an excuse, then he could take out his phone and show them the photos that could serve as evidence. Then, Carrie Thomas would be completely finished. Actually, even if he didn't run into them today, Eric Mitchell would have made some arrangements. But it's more straightforward to deal with them face to face than to plot secretly in the dark. For someone of Eric's status, going against a newly popular little singer appeared underhanded. But he didn't care. That's the kind of person he was. No reason was needed, as long as he pleased himself. He looked forward to their defenses, and then their horrified expressions when he exposed them. It must be quite amusing. Harrison Clark was indeed countered. Even with his sharp tongue, he felt a bit powerless to fight back. The main issue was not only about him, but also involved Carrie Thomas. He didn't care, he could disregard his reputation. But as a new female artist, Carrie Thomas was in the rising period of her career, she should always be wary. In some sense, the two really were living together. It was a fact, as undeniable as mud sticking to their pants. Eric, having openly said so in public, must have come prepared, determined to tarnish Carrie's shining star. This was his plan, unavoidable and unrefutable. Without waiting for Harrison's defense, Eric saw the two of them struck dumb. Eric was pleased. Very nice, the effect was better than expected. But he didn't intend to stop there. Instead, he took out his phone, opened the album, and started to show some pictures. The photos spanned an extended period of time, from the scene of Harrison and Carrie Thomas leaving the house, to their entrance into the apartment building, and then shopping together at a mall in the afternoon. After failing to target Carrie Thomas through Spotify Top, and failing to lure her into his agency, Eric realized that he couldn't have Carrie and started doing these things. With his wealth and influence, destroying a newcomer was simply too easy. Gotcha. Eric, while enjoying his triumph, pointed at his phone and said, I heard you claiming to be single on a phone interview the other day? Excuse me for being blunt, but such kind of singlehood is unheard of. Unnoticed, the hostess of the party, Avril Green, had appeared nearby at some point. Bender. Avril was looking at Harrison with a puzzled gaze. She was confused. Wasn't Harrison interested in the same sex? Why did he move in with his coworker just as his artistic career was taking off? Everything that puzzled Avril before suddenly found its explanation. No wonder he turned down Leah Clark's offer of $200,000 and chose to sell Boring to the penniless Carrie Thomas. While it's true that Carrie was the right choice for the song, and Avril did believe that Harrison had a far-sighted vision, it turned out to be just a coincidence. Harrison played both sides. He seduced Carrie first, then gifted her the song. Avril was inexplicably infuriated. She was upset about two things. Harrison disappointed her, and made her misjudge him. She had thought him different, not knowing he was no better than Eric. What angered her more was that Harrison shouldn't have messed with Carrie. From just listening to one song by Carrie, Avril felt that she was a promising and talented newcomer. But Harrison exposed her prematurely to the dark side of the entertainment industry. This would fundamentally change her mentality, and eventually prevent her from reaching the heights she should have. So that's what kind of person Harrison is. Leah Clark, who had been silently observing from Avril's side, spoke regretfully. It's not surprising, though. The prodigies from Hong Kong, every single one of them, had messy private lives. It's normal for someone as young as Harrison to be a bit impulsive. What a mess. Let's leave. Avril turned to leave. She even regretted inviting the two. Just as she was about to leave, Carrie, who hadn't been bothered to explain, finally spoke. Eric, have you had enough? You're truly disgusting. Harrison was somewhat relieved at these words. Although there was no point in arguing, as one of the parties involved, Carrie deserved the right to speak. Yes, we do live together. Carrie's next sentence left Harrison somewhat desperate. Your defense is worse than saying nothing. Unsurprisingly, the crowd was stunned. This was getting interesting. They were just attending a routine birthday party, never expecting to witness a gossip drama live. Many people in the circle had heard about Carrie, who had recently become a hot topic on the internet. At this moment, they genuinely felt enlightened. Usually, which star would not do their utmost to avoid rumors? Is it possible that she would self-disclose her relationship just after becoming popular? Wouldn't that result in quick downfall? Despite the whispering crowd around her, Carrie's expression didn't change. But Harrison and I are innocent. He is a true gentleman. Eric, you are not even worthy to tie his shoes. Upon hearing this, Eric burst into laughter. The others also laughed at Carrie's shameless defense. This was ridiculous. In this day and age, a man and a woman living together, the man promoting the woman with his song, could they be innocent? Did these two think everyone else was a fool? Stop laughing. I can testify. Harrison is genuinely decent. I guarantee it with my integrity. Unexpectedly, someone who shouldn't have interfered in such a situation stood up. Everyone turned to look. It was a young girl wearing a server's uniform. The standard of catering at Avril's birthday banquet could not be low. The chefs were all from Michelin-starred restaurants, and the entire logistics service team was from a professional housekeeping company. This young woman dressed as a server should be an employee of that company. Shut up. This is not your place to talk. Who do you think you are? Eric was basking in the sensation of seeing Harrison and Carrie being judged by everyone. How could he endure a mere servant taking Harrison's side? I really have nothing to say. The female servant recoiled slightly in fear. Harrison looked at her curiously, stepped forward, shielding her behind him, and asked, "Why are you here?" The female servant scratched her head. Am I not always working part-time? This is my part-time job." She didn't tell the truth. She did have a position in the housekeeping company, but she wasn't on the staff list for this event. When she heard that the host of the birthday party was the superstar Avril, she managed to squeeze in just to see the spectacle and broaden her horizons, even without a salary. This server was Lucy Haywood, the local singer Harrison had met at the Milton Music Academy. "All right, this has nothing to do with you, you should go first," Harrison Clark said to Lucy Haywood with a stern tone. Lucy was just a minor character compared to him, and he didn't want to drag her into this mess. As a mere university student, she probably couldn't withstand the wrath of Eric Mitchell. "No way, I can't just stand by and watch my idol get slandered like this." Harrison's protection only emboldened Lucy, who stepped forward and said, "I am Lucy Haywood, a junior in the vocal department at the Milton Music Academy. I'm just a small server. Compared to all you important people, my opinions don't matter much. But I can't stand by and watch you fabricate the truth here." Eric Mitchell said coldly, "Very well, I'll remember you. But you'd better find out who I am, so you know who would be a better choice to fawn over." "Bah, who wants to fawn over you? I don't care who you are. I'm not trying to fawn over anyone." "Oh wait, I do want to fawn over Mr. Harrison Clark. I wish he would take advantage of me." Eric was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. "Are you here to make us laugh, little girl?" Harrison Clark covered his forehead with one hand, beginning to feel a headache coming on. The other guests' expressions turned strange. Was this girl, Lucy Haywood, really here to help clarify things for Harrison and Carrie Thomas? Why did she seem like a liability? "The reason I'm willing to vouch for Mr. Harrison Clark's integrity is that I couldn't get close to him. I was so forward, but he didn't take the bait." Lucy stood with her hands on her hips, exclaiming while casting resentful eyes at Harrison. Eric waved his hand, turning his attention to someone else. "Lucia, I'm sorry for this little scene at your birthday party. However, this girl seems a bit off. I can't understand what she's getting at. Maybe we should kick them all out." Indeed, Lucy's logic was a little chaotic. It seemed like she was on Harrison's side, but her words were utterly bewildering, sounding a bit like a lunatic. But Avril Green didn't listen to Eric's instigation. She made a downward motion with her hand for the event manager to calm down and asked, "It seems that you knew Mr. Clark before? I'd like to hear how this all came about." Finally addressed by Avril, Lucy felt both excited and nervous, and her momentum weakened slightly. She stammered, "A few days ago, Mr. Clark came to our school to find someone to help him with a demo for a song. He happened to meet me. I was so excited when I heard that he was the producer of Boring. The demo? The one you plan to sell to Jenny Hart?" Avril asked Harrison curiously. Harrison nodded. "Yes, it was already recorded, and the contract was signed several days ago. No wonder Jenny initially had no time today but decided to come personally when she heard you were coming," Avril said with sudden understanding. "Speak of the devil," Jenny Hart's voice came from the crowd behind them. "Hey, what are you all doing here, gathered in such a large group?" Avril laughed. "The main character is here. Let's sum it up. Lucy, are you a crazy fan of Harrison Clark?" Lucy nodded. "Absolutely. So much so that you threw yourself at him. Who wouldn't want to? I felt it. I had been single for 20 years, just waiting for him. From the moment I saw him, I wanted to have a baby with him." Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. What's the most precious thing in the 21st century? Talent? This girl really was a talented character? Though she looked bright, her train of thought was quite unconventional. Perhaps she had been hit on the head as a child? Interestingly, Avril didn't laugh, probably because she had met all sorts of strange people before. She just asked, "But he rejected you?" "Yes, he rejected me so cruelly." "So you firmly believe that Harrison Clark and Carrie Thomas have nothing going on?" "Of course, I believe that given their characters, if there was something between them, they would have been upfront about it. If they said there's nothing, then there must be nothing." Avril fell into a moment of thought. After a while, she finally said, "The only one who can prove the truth of what you're saying is Jenny. Listen to her speaking. Is she the one who sang the demo?" Jenny was slowly beginning to grasp the situation, but she couldn't be certain just yet. There's still some difference between someone singing and speaking. "I can't say for sure." Lucy anxiously said, "Mr. Hart, can I sing a few lines for you?" Jenny nodded. "Sure, we've already registered copyright protection, and we'll be releasing a single for promotion next month. You can just sing the first 2 lines." As soon as Lucy finished singing, the eyes of several professionals in attendance lit up. This rare and exquisite contralto voice, she truly was a talent? It's definitely her, no doubt about it. Jenny Hart delivered the final verdict. Meanwhile, Eric Mitchell, standing at the side, was utterly confused. The situation didn't develop in the way he expected. Neither Harrison Clark nor Carrie Thomas said anything, but it seemed like the crisis looming over the couple's heads had been dispelled. "No, you still can't explain why you two are living together," Carrie Thomas coldly retorted. "Why do we need to explain? What's wrong with living together? Haven't you ever shared a rental before?" Harrison Clark coughed and interrupted Carrie. "Eric comes from a wealthy background, so he's never shared a rent before." Carrie gave him a sidelong glance. Could he be any more brutally honest? Luckily, Jenny Hart spoke up at this moment. "By the way, friends, you may know that I recently took on a spokesperson job for Chesterton Apartment in Oxfordshire, right?" A few people nodded. "I'm afraid nobody knows that Mr. Clark, besides his songwriter career, previously worked as an employee of Chesterton Apartment. He was responsible for the very residential area where he and Carrie live. Am I right?" Jenny's question was directed at Harrison. Harrison knew she was providing him with an easy way out based on the truth. Yes. I won't advertise here, but Chesterton Apartment does provide staff accommodation. I've visited the company before, and the room Carrie and Harrison share is in the same suite, but separated by different floors. Harrison's is the company-provided accommodation, while Carrie is a renter who moved in on her own. It's a mere coincidence, right? Yes. At this point, everyone seemed enlightened. Eric's previous attacks were quickly neutralized by Jenny, the key figure who played both offense and defense. Harrison felt relieved and silently praised Jenny for her sharpness. However, Carrie was becoming impatient at this point. All right, I shouldn't have attended this high society gathering. It's boring. Do whatever you want, I'm going home to sleep. Vendor. As she finished, she really intended to leave, as her patience had been worn down to the limit. But she abruptly stopped and pointed at Eric. The impure will always be impure, the pure will always be pure. Eric Mitchell, no matter what you say or how you want the reporters to write, I don't care how you want to smear me, even if you want to tarnish me as a loose woman. Moreover, what's the problem if Harrison and I are living together and dating? All I want to do is sing, all I care about is singing. As long as my songs are good and I don't break the law or commit any crimes, what do I have to fear? Eric, I can tell you outright, if you truly have the ability, find someone to kill me, run me over. I said I won't be with you, I'd rather die than be with you. You're a fucking animal led by your crotch, walking around with your dick on your head proudly on display. Do you have any shame? Does your prominent family in Oxfordshire have any shame? Is there any justice under the bright sun and sky? Come on. She blatantly spread her legs and assumed a horse stance. She pointed to her lower abdomen. Eric, you shameless dog, you want to sleep with me, right? Take out your ugly thing right now, I'll let you have a good time in front of everyone. Do you dare? Carrie's words tore up the last semblance of civility. Although many people present knew what kind of person Eric was, no one had expected that Carrie would so boldly and publicly expose Eric's malicious heart and lay it open for everyone to see and judge. She really dared to swear at Eric like that? She was really going all out. Harrison, too, was shocked, his mouth agape. Carrie, you are truly fearless. Eric was dumbstruck. Avril Green covered her mouth slightly, her eyes filled with surprise as she looked at Carrie. She stepped forward and grabbed Carrie's hand. You're my guest tonight, I can't let you leave like this. Calm down, the matter has been cleared up, and Eric wouldn't dare let the media write anything false. Right. Avril's latter words carried a hint of threat. Carrie shook off Avril's hand and said impatiently, you only now remember that we're also guests. Forget it. In fact, Carrie had been somewhat annoyed for a while but hadn't lost her temper. Now that she had let off some steam and remembered that she needed help, she held back a little more. Avril apologized repeatedly. It's my fault, but I just wanted to clear things up and maintain your and Harrison's reputation. Am I right? Carrie forced a grim smile. What's the big deal about a reputation? Even if it wasn't clear, so what? It's just that I'm a believer in singlehood. Otherwise, a good man like Harrison should be tied down and taken home for a normal life. Harrison pointed at his nose, dumbfounded. Am I that good? At this moment, Eric was now completely left out of the conversation. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't open his mouth. Avril glanced at him from the corner of her eyes, squinting slightly. Young Master Eric, I didn't host you well tonight, and I didn't know about your issues beforehand. I'll host a private dinner party for you in the future, apologizing for my mistake, all right. Eric couldn't believe his ears. She was actually kicking me out? Eric Mitchell felt very bewildered. Avril Green must know what her statement meant. She was actually willing to offend herself to death for these two people? Eric really didn't understand. Was he so unbearable? Although Avril Green had a deep background and was fearless, did she dare to be so disrespectful in this small town in Oxfordshire? Was it worth it for her to do this? Lucia, I was just making some harmless jokes. Is that really necessary? He said reluctantly. Avril Green still had a gentle smile on her face, very mild and calm. She nodded implicitly, but firmly. Mr. Eric, please. You. Eric habitually raised his finger, as if to point to Avril Green. But seeing her calm smile, he finally held back. Good, very good. He clenched his teeth coldly, glared fiercely at Harrison Clark and Carrie Thomas, and turned around to leave. Before, when he dealt with Carrie Thomas, his actions were private and quiet. Even if he suffered repeatedly, he didn't feel too humiliated. But this time, he had been injured to the utmost in both face and inner pride. Being driven away so sullenly from Avril Green's birthday party, he not only lost face but his business would also be affected as well. The elders at home would not let him go lightly. They would definitely blame him for not being able to handle such simple interpersonal relationships and social interactions. He also failed to fulfill their repeated orders to handle his relationship with Avril Green's daughter. How could he not be angry and frustrated? But what made him even angrier was that even if he was about to go crazy inside, he still had to pretend to be elegant on the outside. He felt a little regretful, as if he shouldn't have started this trouble here today. Sigh. Not to mention Eric Mitchell, neither Harrison Clark nor Carrie Thomas expected Avril Green to express herself like this. It was unclear whether it was because Eric Mitchell's weight was too light or their own weight in Avril Green's heart was too heavy. Anyway, Carrie Thomas, who had already made up her mind to leave and wanted to get away from this place of right and wrong as soon as possible, ended up staying. Please come inside, both of you. Watching Eric Mitchell leave, Avril Green invited them in enthusiastically again. She also said to Lucy Haywood, who was standing awkwardly by the side, not knowing what to do, "Since you know each other, why don't you take them to the inner courtyard?" "Oh, okay. Lucy finally remembered her job and quickly responded. Carrie Thomas was slightly uncomfortable with Avril Green's enthusiasm, but she didn't make a scene since Avril Green was being friendly. As the two were walking inside, Harrison Clark couldn't help but give Carrie Thomas a thumbs up. Carrie Thomas asked, puzzled, "What does that mean?" "I didn't expect you to be so mighty, don't judge a book by its cover." As he spoke, he mimicked the squatting horse stance that Carrie Thomas had just made. "Haha, you didn't pay close attention to Eric Mitchell's expression just now, he was stunned, you know." Carrie Thomas's face turned red with embarrassment. Don't mention it anymore. Now she knew to be shy. By the way, there seemed to be a gift shelf at the entrance. "We forgot to give the gift." Carrie Thomas took out a poorly wrapped CD case from her pocket and turned around to walk out. "I'll go put the gift first." She might want to escape, or she might have just remembered. Harrison Clark's hand, wanting to hold her back, stiffened in midair. He wanted to say that the gift boxes of others were so beautiful. Should we get a more decent packaging? But it was already a step too late. Never mind. Outside the door, Avril Green was very thoughtful in greeting the guests. Although Eric had left, the group that had been surrounding him was still there. "Everyone, don't let this little interruption spoil your mood. I will naturally explain things to Eric later, so don't worry too much. I, Avril Green, am not someone who likes to show off, and the purpose of this birthday party is just to give everyone a chance to get to know each other and deepen our relationships. I did indeed disrespect Eric today, but you all shouldn't think that he didn't disrespect me by provoking my guests on my turf, right? Even if there really are some unresolved grudges, I hope that both parties can let go of them here. Or, at least, please don't ruin the atmosphere of my birthday banquet." Furthermore, he is making groundless accusations with filthy language and suppressing newcomers in the industry on my turf. If this gets out, what will people think of me? What will they say about me? Avril's voice was loud, not only heard by Carrie who had just left, but also by Harrison Clark, who was sitting on the sofa in the inner courtyard, bored. Although Harrison didn't witness the scene outside, he could imagine it. The feeling was subtle. Avril, who was so gentle in private, had a strong aura in public, where she would constantly talk about face and gaining respect. Is this the natural charm of wealthy families' descendants? He couldn't help but envy it. Harrison had to admit that he felt slightly sour, hoping that one day he could have a prestigious image like Avril and enjoy a comfortable life. After Avril expressed her stance, the people outside thought about it and realized she was right. Those who were still feeling sorry for Eric suddenly felt relieved. With just a few words, Avril had gracefully and politely resolved this non-crisis situation. Avril and her closest girlfriends came to the pile of gifts. She was doing this to show her appreciation for the gifts without opening them in front of everyone. She personally moved each gift from the shelf to a cart prepared by the assistants. Jenny Hart, Leah Clark, and a few other close friends from the circle also helped out. "Jenny, what's the name of that new song the girl just sang a couple lines of?" Avril asked casually. Jenny didn't suspect anything. "It's called Deep in the Night, with a rock style, quite suitable for me. Haven't you heard it, Avril?" Avril didn't want to admit that she had never listened to the song, even though she had known of its existence, and didn't even know its name. Now she felt a bit intrigued and eager to find out more. She was curious about the standard of Harrison's second work. If it's as impressive as his previous song Boring, it'd be terrifying. She couldn't reveal her excitement too obviously, or Jenny might think she was trying to snatch the song away from her. I've never heard it. I only listened to the first 2 lines just now, and it was really good. But it's a pity I couldn't enjoy the entire song. Jenny, you better start working on it soon. I can't wait to hear the finished product. Avril said with a tone of regret. Hey, if you really want to listen, it's your birthday anyway. I can play and sing the whole song for you to liven up the atmosphere and take advantage of your popularity to promote my new song. Jenny said casually without any scheming. Sometimes, whether a song becomes popular or not relies on quality, as well as coincidence and luck. A crudely shot short video posted online might not seem helpful, but it's possible that such a casual, lifelike video, if it captures the right emotions, can resonate with the audience and create a viral effect. However, Jenny just mentioned it casually and didn't expect Avril to agree. After all, Avril was the star of the day, and Jenny shouldn't steal the spotlight. Avril, however, only hesitated for a few seconds before firmly agreeing, "Sure. As long as you don't mind, Jenny, I'm all for it." Avril nodded resolutely. In her heart, there was a subtle sense of guilt towards Harrison that others couldn't detect. She regretted not standing up for Harrison earlier, which caused him and Carrie to be wronged. Helping to promote this song would be helping not only Jenny but also Harrison. She decided to do something to make it up to him. What do you think Miss Green is thinking? Isn't she being too harsh on Eric Mitchell? Yeah, it seemed like Eric Mitchell was already admitting his mistake. There was no need to drive him away, right? You guys didn't see Eric Mitchell's face when he left. He looked like he wanted to eat someone. Miss Green doesn't fear Eric Mitchell, but the elders of Mitchell family might be a little tricky. She should have been more thoughtful. I don't know what she sees in those two. Who knows? But she said she'll talk to Eric Mitchell later. With Miss Green's status, a few sweet words should be enough for him to step down gracefully. Can't figure out the minds of big shots. Although Avril Green's handling of the situation was perfect, it's inevitable for people to have doubts, especially those in the business and entertainment circles who had been flocking around Eric Mitchell since they arrived today. These people were quite hurt. With their status, they didn't have the opportunity to truly connect with Avril Green, they could only exchange pleasantries and show their faces. It's unlikely that Avril Green would collaborate with them. Their purpose for coming here today was not just to suck up to Eric Mitchell, but to seek his help in their own respective fields and businesses and try to reach a tentative agreement with him. They were here to build connections, networks, and talk business. But now that Eric Mitchell has been driven away and they're still here, it's a bit awkward. Everyone knows that Eric Mitchell is petty. It's hard for these people not to worry. If they didn't take action to support him at the critical moment, will he hold a grudge? If they couldn't climb up the business ladder, they might even end up offending him. But if they had the chance to choose again, they would still stay. Leaving would offend Avril Green. Staying would offend Eric Mitchell. Which is more important? Everyone knew the answer. However, their biggest pain point was that even if they didn't offend Avril Green, they couldn't gain any benefits and could only gather together to grumble quietly. At this point, amplified sound from the small courtyard indicated that Avril Green was about to speak on stage. She started by briefly thanking the guests for taking their precious time to attend and then cracked a few light-hearted jokes to liven up the atmosphere. These things were of no real substance or connotation, but social interactions were often made up of such content. As you all know, it's my rule to usually sing 2 songs. However, since Jenny has just released a new song, I invited her on stage to sing for everyone. How about that? The crowd clapped politely to show their welcome. A few bosses and executives in traditional CD distribution channels even publicly committed to increasing their purchase volume and marketing efforts. The representatives from several domestic internet music platforms also showed their support, offering high-standard Tier 2 contracts on the spot. The vice president of Spotify Top even took out their top-tier A-class contract. Spotify Top's previous strategy of acquiring a large number of newcomers and new songs in an attempt to overtake Number 1 Fly was very successful, and they were almost able to kill Number 1 Fly. But the divine boring turned all of Spotify Top's heavy investments and fierce pursuits during the quarter into a complete waste. This hurt Spotify Top dearly. The head of Cool Song Copyright Department, Louis Brown, was even transferred from his position, ostensibly for a lateral move, but in reality, it was a demotion. Although Louis Brown performed well in trying to acquire boring, with a keen eye and accurate judgment, in the business world, the focus is more on results than the process. Only those who produce results go up, and those who do not go down. Louis Brown's failure to secure the song for Spotify Top further widened the gap between the company and Number 1 Fly. Someone had to take the blame, and it could only be Louis Brown. When Jenny Hart took the microphone with an electric guitar in hand, the onlookers who had been closely following the conflict between Harrison Clark, Carrie Thomas, and Eric Mitchell sensed the underlying intrigue. Wasn't the new song that the college student sang the one Harrison Clark wrote for Jenny Hart? I'm grateful to Lucia for giving me this opportunity. Now I'll present you with my new song, Deep in the Night. Since we haven't started formal production, there's no accompaniment. I'll play and sing myself, said Jenny Hart after tapping on the guitar in her arms. Without missing a beat, Avril Green interjected, "Did you hear that, everyone? Today we're blessed to have this truly collectible new song in its original form." "Thank you, Jenny." Hearing that it was a private collectible edition, the atmosphere in the venue heated up a bit. The crowd was instantly silent. Jenny Hart smiled, plucked a couple of chords, then paused. "This is a rock song. It seems that just playing the guitar doesn't give it enough flavor. How about I invite the exceptionally talented musician and creator of Deep in the Night, Harrison Clark, to play the drums for me?" As she spoke, staff members brought the drum set on stage. The people didn't consult with Harrison Clark beforehand, catching him off guard. He did learn to play the drums in The Last Dream, but he wasn't as proficient as the guitar. In his own opinion, his performance was barely passable. More importantly, he had never performed publicly. He didn't intend to go on stage. However, Jenny Hart's reasoning was too substantial for him to decline. "Do you know how to play drums?" Carrie Thomas asked quietly. She had heard Harrison Clark playing the guitar many times, but never the drums. Avril Green and Jenny Hart on stage were waving at Harrison Clark. The two had never considered whether Harrison Clark can play drums or not. How could someone who composes such a song not know how to play the core instrument in the melody? "I'll do it," Harrison Clark said and stepped up onto the stage. Avril Green's smile was radiant. Jenny Hart looked forward to his performance. Carrie Thomas glanced at his back with a rare hint of worry. Sitting on the drum set, Harrison Clark looked around and then personally adjusted the arrangement and placement of the drums. It was his habit. As the saying goes, a true expert shows their skill right away. In the eyes of those knowledgeable, Harrison Clark's simple operation carried an inexplicable charm. He had always considered himself as a craftsman instead of someone with talent. So Harrison Clark's approach to learning was very rigid. He didn't hope for any sudden bursts of inspiration or creativity, but just strived for accuracy in restoring the original. He never thought there was anything special about his little habit, given he'd never discussed playing with anyone else before. When it came to performing on stage, he severely lacked confidence. I should clarify that I can write songs, but my performance may not be that great. You might not believe it, but 2 months ago, I was a complete outsider. I just learned drums this month. Sorry if I mess up, please don't laugh at me. He spoke in a very humble and low-key manner, revealing a certain truth. Jenny Hart and Avril Green were surprised. Jenny Hart asked, "Really?" Harrison Clark nodded, "Absolutely. I just learned this month." Avril Green hurriedly asked Carrie Thomas, who was living with him, "Is he not joking?" Carrie Thomas nodded, "I really haven't heard him play drums before. He didn't even buy drums." Avril Green was at a loss for words. She and Jenny Hart felt a little embarrassed. It seemed that they had made a common-sense mistake, thinking that Harrison Clark, being a composer, would know how to play instruments. It also made sense that, as a semi-professional player who entered the scene halfway, he wouldn't know everything. Perhaps his talent lies in composing and music theory, and he wasn't all that versatile in terms of playing instruments. "How about you?" Jenny Hart quietly asked Avril Green. Avril Green shook her head. "T've never seen the score before, how can I play?" The two looked at Carrie Thomas again. Carrie Thomas thought for a moment, "I haven't practiced this song either, but I can try to jump right in." What she meant was that she didn't need practice, she could just start playing. However, Harrison Clark denied Carrie Thomas's idea. This was already her song, and it would be too much to ask her to play drums accompaniment for others. "Although my morals were shattered long ago, occasionally I should pick up some pieces. It's okay, I'll try first. If I really can't do it, I'll step down, and Mr. Hart can do a solo." "All right." The audience had been waiting for too long, there was no time to delay any further. After a brief tuning, the performance finally began. Jenny Hart turned her head and gave Harrison Clark an encouraging look. Harrison Clark responded with a calm smile. The tearing sound of the electric guitar quickly echoed through the small courtyard. Homey Rose was located in a busy area, with not many residents nearby, so there was no need to worry about disturbing people. Although the architectural layout of Homey Rose looked antique, the sound system was designed by a master, using the effect of sound chamber resonance, not much external transmission, but forming a dynamic resonance inside. The people in the venue felt the sound was shocking, while those outside could only faintly hear some hazy music. On the other timeline, Carrie Thomas composed deep in the night before she became famous, and her life fortunes had not changed. Therefore, the song has a strong and intense flavor of cynicism. At the beginning, the main melody of the song was complaints and hatred, hating the injustice of the world that made her talented but unappreciated. The style was both explosive and suppressed, making the listener hold their breath. Jenny Hart hadn't had the sheet music for long, but she still revealed the seemingly low-pitched, yet actually rolling lava-like emotion hidden under the rock with her proficient technique. Avril Green's breath was caught just by listening to the intro of the accompaniment. The other people in the courtyard also had their eyes light up. This song was really strong in stirring the listener's emotions. And this was just the beginning. Boom! The drum beat sounded. The tense string in everyone's heart suddenly broke, like a volcanic eruption. Jenny Hart's throat suddenly opened. At the time of her fame, she was known as the Iron Lung Singer. It was not an undeserved reputation. Although the people present were so-called successful people, and usually had a wide range of experiences, many of them still couldn't help but be completely lost in the music at this moment. Harrison Clark's drumming became more and more intense, like a relentless storm. Jenny Hart's guitar strumming fingers almost left afterimages under the lights. Drum beats, guitar sounds, and singing voices intertwined perfectly, as if a 1,000-foot waterfall was rushing off a cliff. Jenny Hart became more and more immersed in the performance, not knowing if it was her own emotions being ignited, or the song itself, or the pleasant discovery that Harrison Clark's drumming skills were surprisingly good beyond her expectations. As a professional artist, she had collaborated with many bands, but she had never felt a drummer who could play drums so exquisitely. Originally, as a rock music piece, the guitar should be the main tone, but Harrison Clark's drums were so precise that they led her instead. Although her skills were high, she was not familiar enough with this song, and there were occasional deviations in pitch. But Harrison Clark's drumming was too powerful, always able to bring her back to the correct pitch in time. After a long while, Jenny Hart on the stage suddenly shook off her electric guitar, and the echo faded away. The performance was over. She turned her head and threw a flirtatious glance. That little expression seemed to say, "Is this what you call a beginner? Are you kidding me?" Jenny Hart wiped the sweat from her forehead and bowed slightly to the audience. "Thank you, everyone." After showing her gratitude, the venue still remained silent. Harrison Clark felt a bit uneasy sitting up there. Since no one was giving their opinions, he had no idea how well he performed. As far as he was concerned, he played just fine with accurate beats, but there wasn't much emotional fluctuation in his performance. At the side of the small stage, Avril Green, who had been holding her breath, suddenly burst into applause. The next moment, the whole audience erupted in applause. Harrison breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like it went well. Avril walked up to him, lowered her voice and asked, "Did you really just start learning drums a month ago?" Harrison nodded. "Yes, what's up? Did I do all right?" Avril was at a loss for words for a moment. After a while, she held her forehead and said, "This is crazy." Jenny Hart, who had come over, rolled her eyes, not knowing what to say. Carrie Thomas in the audience saw the reactions of the two superstars, Avril Green and Jenny Hart, and thought that this scene seemed familiar. Not long ago, when she first heard Harrison's guitar playing, she had the same feeling. This must be what they call a one-of-a-kind genius. It took a few minutes for everyone in the homie rows to calm down before Avril laughingly asked everyone how they felt about the performance. Naturally, everybody couldn't stop praising it. I just asked again. A few months ago, Mr. Clark was indeed just an apartment manager and had never been involved in music. Boring and Deep in the Night were his very first works. What do you all think of these two songs? Everyone was incredibly complimentary. It wasn't blind praise. Those who knew music understood that this was genuinely amazing. A complete beginner creating two classic songs in less than 3 months since being introduced to music? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought it was a myth. The reason for Avril's attention on Harrison was now apparent. Those who want to buy his songs, remember one thing: you snooze, you lose. While saying this, Avril winked at Leah Clark not far away. The advertisement Avril had done for Harrison had come to an end with this. Surely, after today's performance, the other singers present and perhaps several executives of talent management companies would no longer overlook Harrison Clark, the extraordinary genius songwriter. Harrison was naturally very busy afterwards. Various people flocked to him, asking for his phone number and contact information. In just under 10 minutes, he had at least added 20 potential clients' phone numbers to his mobile phone. Finally, when there were fewer people around him, he found the time to thank Avril sincerely. "Thank you." Avril smiled sweetly. "No need to thank me, it's my pleasure. But remember, we agreed before, you have to satisfy Leah's requirements first." Harrison nodded. "Of course, no problem." He came here today intending to sell the remaining 3 female-oriented songs as a package to Leah. "By the way, why do I always feel that the songs you write have a female perspective?" Avril suddenly asked, seemingly casually. "Huh?" Avril asked. Just now, even though it was very rock and roll, the image in my mind could only be of a female protagonist. Harrison felt there was no way to discuss this. He sneakily glanced at Carrie Thomas, who was exchanging insights with Jenny Hart in the distance. He thought, could they not be focused on females? These songs were written by a woman, for goodness sake. Seeing that he couldn't respond, Avril showed an "I know what's going on" expression and walked away, satisfied. Harrison was left standing there, dumbfounded. "What exactly do you know?" "Wait a second, people say she's very guarded around men, so why does she seem so relaxed around Harrison? Could it be?" "Oh, my goodness?" Harrison wanted to explain, but he felt that it would be too deliberate. He couldn't bring himself to say it. He had a vague feeling that it was problematic to emphasize his normal sexual orientation with a woman. Moreover, this woman was not an ordinary person. She was a super celebrity with thousands of fans and soaring popularity. Just as others gathered around him, they didn't give Harrison a chance to dwell on his thoughts. This time, there were no familiar faces around Harrison, only these semi-strangers. Their purpose was simple: they wanted to buy songs, and they were eager to do so. Exchanging contact information was just a way to leave a chance for further negotiations later, but the best outcome would be to form a stronger intention at the event itself. Harrison had planned to sell songs, and he was open to all comers, listening enthusiastically to everyone. He still had 6 songs in his pocket. 3 songs for female singers had already been reserved for Leah and couldn't be taken out. He could only play Tai Chi, saying that he would definitely tailor-make something for them later and so on. But the 3 songs for male singers that he borrowed from Logan Lee hadn't found a suitable buyer yet, and he was still looking for the right one. Before today, Harrison thought that as long as people were willing to pay and the price was reasonable, he could sell the songs to anyone. He didn't care about what kind of results these second-tier songs would achieve in the end. He just wanted to pocket the money as soon as possible. But within just an hour at Avril's birthday party, Harrison experienced a very fresh term: instant peak. At an incredibly fast speed, he went from being a newly debuted songwriter with only one representative work to the hottest songwriter of the moment. Although the incident only happened in the small courtyard of Homie Rose, with the highly developed internet today, the news would quickly spread throughout the country. Countless producers, studios, agencies, and singers would become aware of his existence as a supernova songwriter. The world would have a clearer and more specific understanding of his talent. So now Harrison started to choose his buyers carefully. He kept probing the tonality and style of many male singers who came to negotiate and took note of their representative works pledged by agents. He planned to listen to them later and make a decision. Even if it was only Logan Lee's songs, he wanted to sell them for a better price and to a better buyer. Otherwise, if someone else made the song flop, it would still damage his own reputation. Harrison is really popular, isn't he? At the window on the second floor of the inner courtyard, Leah was watching the bustling pavilion in the courtyard where Harrison was interacting with everyone. She was slightly envious. Leah was worried about whether she could get her songs as scheduled. After all, before this, Carrie had intercepted a song from Harrison that was meant for her. At this moment, there were 2 young and beautiful newcomers flirting with Harrison. They even rubbed against him from time to time without making any sound. In this respect, Leah admitted that she couldn't do it. Avril, who was casually unwrapping gifts next to her, comforted her. "You can put your heart at ease. Although I've only known him for a short time, I don't think he's a person who breaks his promises. Since he made a commitment, there's nothing to worry about. Look at that girl. Goodness, the newcomers these days really have no shame. She's almost trapping Harrison's hand in her chest." Shouldn't we hurry up and invite him up here to sign a contract? Leah pointed angrily downstairs. Avril glanced up and burst into laughter while covering her mouth. Don't you see that he's trying to avoid her? Wow, you're right. If you observe carefully, the people he takes the initiative to talk to are all men. Male singers and male producers. But isn't he also talking to Sister Wiang? Think about it, who is Sister Wiang's client? Tough guy singer Long Yi Yang? Oh, right. Did you spot the problem? I see it. If they're not familiar, he seems to only want to write songs for male singers. How strange. Isn't he good at writing from a female perspective? Avril laughed deeply, because, after a while, Leah pretended to understand, so that's it. These shameless little girls want to seduce him, but they chose the wrong tactics. Exactly. If Harrison knew that these two were gossiping about him like this upstairs while he was painstakingly picking buyers for Logan Lee's 3 songs downstairs, he would probably choose to kill them first and then commit suicide to escape legal punishment. Hey, what's this CD disc about? Avril, who had been unwrapping gifts, suddenly picked up a CD disc with a simple plastic case from the table, looking puzzled. Ignoring the contents of the disc, all the other gifts were beautifully packaged for a birthday. This disc, however, stood out as being unusually plain. Is it a mistake? There's no name on it. Who sent it? Leah took the disc from Avril and examined it carefully. There's no design printed on the disc either. I don't know what it is. Should we just throw it away? Wait, I'll ask the greeter who sent it. There should be a record there. After making the call, Avril hurriedly took the disc back from Leah and placed it back in the case with great care. I found out. It's from Carrie. She said it's her newly recorded song that hasn't been finalized yet. Oh, so it's a private collector's edition. That's valuable. Yay, I really want to hear it. Avril smiled and looked at the disc up and down, her eyes hazy and curious. Since she's downstairs chatting with Jenny, why not ask her if we can play it here? If she's so sincere, you should treat her sincerity with more respect. All right. The two went downstairs together and found Carrie Thomas, who was having a great time talking about her singing experience with Jenny Hart regarding the song Deep in the Night. Carrie Thomas was quite arrogant when it came to music, but she wasn't intentionally antisocial. She still admired and respected those who were talented like her. In the future, she would become very strong, surpassing her times, but what she was really good at now was her incredible inspiration and was in the stage of relying purely on her talent. What's worse, her inspiration was often killed in the womb due to the existence of a certain plagiarist who didn't want to reveal his name. In terms of professional level, Carrie Thomas was still in a period of rapid absorption and progress and had not yet reached her peak. Communicating with real talents like Jenny Hart, who had accumulated in-depth knowledge, was of great help to Carrie Thomas. I personally have no objections. But this is, after all, your birthday party. Jenny has just sung a new song, and it doesn't seem quite appropriate for me to do the same. After hearing Avril Green's idea, Carrie Thomas was initially hesitant. She wasn't someone who liked to show off. Avril Green, there's nothing wrong with it. However, releasing a new song is a very serious matter. If you feel that you're not ready yet, you don't have to force yourself. I just thought it was the right opportunity. Leah Clark, who couldn't help her itching heart, then asked, has this song been copyrighted? If not, it would be indeed inappropriate. But if it has been, I think today would be a great stage to release it. Jenny Hart also encouraged, Harrison has put a lot of effort into hyping up the event, and the news must have already spread. Come to think of it, if both of us release new songs at Lucia's birthday party, it would definitely become a hot topic in the industry. Alright then, thank you very much. Carrie Thomas wasn't as familiar with Avril Green as she was with others, so there was still some awkwardness and distance in her words. Avril Green didn't mind and handed the CD to the housekeeper. At this point, Harrison Clark still didn't know that Carrie Thomas's CD was about to be publicly played, so he finally decided on a few options in his mind and hid in a corner to take a breather. Dude, you have some guts to offend Eric Mitchell like that. Aren't you afraid he'll take revenge on you later? Upon hearing this, Harrison Clark looked up and saw a dark shadow coming towards him. What a round, burly man? The other party's figure was so wide that it completely blocked the light. He was taken aback and, hearing Eric Mitchell's name, assumed the stranger was someone Eric had arranged to come and cause trouble for him. So he shifted slightly backward, and subconsciously thrust his palm out, aiming for the other person's throat. Thanks to his extraordinary individual combat ability, perfected through high-intensity military training, his intuitive response was very experienced. In just a blink of an eye, his claw sank into the layers of fat. His iron grip successfully caught the other's neck. The other party let out a startled cry and retreated. What the hell are you doing? When the man stepped back, Harrison Clark saw that he was wearing a party outfit. He recognized the round face a bit. Previously, while chatting with others, the round face had been peeking around outside the crowd. Harrison Clark rubbed his hands awkwardly, as if to wipe away the greasy feeling. I'm sorry, but when you mentioned Eric Mitchell taking revenge on me, I just lost control. The fat man rubbed his neck, sat down beside Harrison, and gave him a thumbs up. Nice moves, dude. Your hand technique is good, and so is your ability to dodge blame. If it weren't for the extra meat on my neck, you would have snapped it. Harrison Clark gave an embarrassed smile. No, I can control myself. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Ward Owen. The fat man spoke as he slowly reached out his hand again. Harrison shook his hand briefly, Harrison Clark. I know your name is Harrison. Okay, Mr. Owen, what can I do for you? Are you interested in buying one of my songs? Ward Owen nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Harrison, do I look like a very talented singer? Harrison Clark pulled a face as he looked the man up and down. Who knows how well nourished this guy was to be so fat? This man was about 5 feet 10 inches tall, and his waist was probably also 5 feet 10. His round face had waves of folds on both sides, like splashing water. Although Carrie Thomas had said that a singer's image wasn't important, this fellow was really something else. Seeing that Harrison Clark was speechless, Ward Owen reluctantly stepped back a little, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "All right, I admit I don't look very talented. Can I be an idol singer then?" "Excuse me." Harrison Clark bowed his hand and got up to leave. What a pain in the ass. This fat guy must be here to annoy him on Eric Mitchell's behalf? Such ill intentions, extreme malice, and incredible force. Mr. Owen, what are you talking with Harrison about? At this moment, Avril Green came over. The staff over there was about to play the CD, and Avril Green thought she might as well inform Harrison Clark about it, so she came over on purpose. Ward Owen squeezed an even uglier smile than crying, pointed at Harrison Clark, and said to Avril Green, "Lucia, I asked him if I have the talent to be a singer, and he actually told me to excuse him. He's bullying me." Avril Green covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. Harrison Clark hurriedly defended himself. "Nonsense. You clearly said idol singer. I absolutely do not discriminate against fat people, but you really should have some self-awareness. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't mess with me. No, you keep saying you're not obsessed with looks, but isn't this still judging someone based on their appearance? Besides, if I lose weight, I'll definitely be good looking too. Why don't you lose weight first before saying that? Can you not be so sure about something that hasn't happened yet?" Harrison Clark wasn't exactly a people person. On the contrary, he had a strong defensive wall against strangers, and he wouldn't readily accept their friendship. But 90% of Ward Owen's skill set probably all went into making good connections with people. Although Harrison Clark felt somewhat exasperated, the inherent distance he maintained with strangers had been unconsciously bridged somehow. "All right, enough joking around. Harrison, let me introduce you." Avril Green intervened just in time, as their bickering seemed endless. "This is the future heir of the Whale Group, Ward Owen." Whale Group. Harrison Clark hesitated for a moment, then realized, the same whale group that is involved in everything people consume, live in, and use in England. Cough cough, that's quite an exaggeration, Harrison. My dad's just running a small business, trying to make a living. Ward Owen said modestly. Harrison Clark nodded, eating really well, I see. Ward Owen, I'll get upset if you keep saying that. Harrison Clark smirked, as if you're not already upset. Let's not talk about that now. You see, I've already called you teacher. Bro, I'm serious, please sell me a couple of your songs. I really love music, and if I don't get some recognition soon, I'll. Harrison Clark, you'll have to go home and inherit a billion-dollar fortune, right? Ward Owen was shocked. How did you know? Harrison Clark laughed. Wasn't it obvious? He really wanted to refuse outright, since no matter how he looked at it, this fat guy wasn't reliable. Asking him to sing would probably lead to producing an album at his own expense, which would hardly sell, thus damaging his reputation as a musical genius. However, since Avril Green stepped in to introduce them, refusing too bluntly wouldn't be good. I'm not familiar with your singing skills or style. How about this, send me a couple of your representative songs later, and I'll think about whether I can write for you. Don't blame me if it's not suitable. Repressed pain contorted Ward Owen's chubby face, resembling a poorly wrapped meat bun. I don't have any representative songs. Harrison Clark was instantly stupefied and was tempted to use this as an excuse to cut him off. But back then, it was for the same reason that he had faced nothing but rejections, and the only person who had given him a chance was Avril Green, who was sitting right next to him. Forcing a friendly smile onto his face, he patted Ward Owen's shoulder. That's all right. You can just sing someone else's songs you're really good at. All right, I'll prepare right away. I have some recordings, but they're on my assistant's phone. I'll get them sent over. After saying this, Ward Owen turned around and left. It was only after he left that Harrison Clark wiped the sweat off his forehead and complained to Avril Green beside him, "Aren't you just giving me a tough problem to solve?" Avril Green shook her head. "I'm actually helping you. You've offended Eric Mitchell too deeply this time. I managed to suppress him today, but my influence only works here. Once you step out of this door, if he tries to give you trouble again, I won't have any solution. However, if you become friends with Ward Owen, Eric Mitchell won't be so brazenly reckless anymore." Only then did Harrison understand her true intentions. "Thank you." The Whale Group was a local business in England, Oxfordshire, but with great strength. Its numerous subsidiaries spanned the spheres of materials, energy, construction, environmental protection, and more, making it the leading real economy in England. Having Ward Owen's support would certainly ease his mind a lot. You don't have to feel like you owe him too many favors either. He's just like that. In the small social circle of Oxfordshire, everyone knows that Ward Owen and Eric Mitchell are at odds. He's never really liked Eric, and tries to put him down on various occasions. Today, he just arrived a bit late, otherwise, he probably would have stepped in when Eric was causing you trouble earlier. Harrison Clark finally understood, so that's how it is. Ward Owen is also sincere about wanting to sing. He hasn't hesitated to throw money at it, and even though he works hard, it still hasn't paid off. As far as I know, he has an agreement with his father that if there is no improvement in 2 years, he'll really be forced to go back. Alright, I'll listen to his songs first. At this point, after weighing the pros and cons, Harrison was already tempted. It was then that Avril Green remembered the main purpose of her visit and asked if Harrison could play her CD. Of course, Harrison Clark wouldn't refuse this free publicity opportunity and agreed without hesitation. Avril Green excitedly went off. A minute later, the prelude to A Dull Life resounded through the courtyard. In a room on the second floor, several popular female singers sat with Carrie Thomas. Avril Green gave a slight exclamation, asking, "The same style as boring?" Carrie Thomas nodded. "The style is consistent, but it has evolved." The others looked at her with mild surprise. The word evolved seemed light and casual, but the intention was quite significant and not to be said casually. Carrie Thomas was really confident. However, after the simple prelude passed and Carrie Thomas's singing began, the others gradually understood her meaning. At first listen, both Boring and A Dull Life indeed had the same structure, but some extremely subtle elements made the two songs fundamentally distinct. The people in the courtyard outside were also gradually attracted by the singing. At first, everyone was merely curious about this seemingly new song that they had never heard before. However, without much time passing, their emotions gradually got drawn into the singing. The voices of conversation at Homie Rose slowly faded, leaving only the singing. "Everyone, how's the song?" It had been a while since the music ended, and the room was still silent, so Carrie Thomas broke the silence and asked. In fact, she wasn't really seeking other people's opinions. She knew the song was good, and she just felt that she should say something to break the silence. After a while, it was Leah Clark who spoke up first. "Mr. Harrison is absolutely amazing, beyond imagination. If I had known about this song earlier, I would have paid $1 million to buy it." Sigh, but still, it's not too late to buy it now. If Mr. Harrison has a new song, I'll offer $1 million. Don't fight with me, everyone. I'm desperate to release a new album. Leah Clark didn't expect that after missing out on Boring just a month ago, she also missed two very classic songs, Deep in the Night and A Dull Life. She was originally the first one to express her intention to buy Harrison Clark's songs, so it must be because her low offer wasn't taken seriously. Offering $200,000 would definitely be a joke considering the quality. Jenny Hart reportedly paid $800,000 for Deep in the Night, so it seems that she really must offer $1 million to show her sincerity. The others were slightly surprised. $1 million for a single song was definitely a shocking sky-high price in the industry. Leah Clark's determination was evident. Everyone thought privately that if Leah Clark and Harrison Clark really reached this price, it would naturally signify that Harrison Clark would become the highest-priced music producer in the country. This set a benchmark for the others present. In the future, if they were to buy Harrison Clark's songs again, they probably wouldn't be able to offer a lower price, would they? The people here didn't know that outside, Harrison Clark had been caught up by Ward Owen. Ward Owen had just finished listening to A Dull Life and immediately cornered Harrison Clark. "Mr. Harrison, this is also written by you, right?" "It must be. Please, give me one as well. I'll pay double whatever others offer you." "Double?" Harrison Clark grinned. Really? He was very happy with the smile. Because 3 seconds ago, a message came through his WeChat from Carrie Thomas. "Leah Clark wants to buy your new song at a price of $1 million per song." The joy of doubling was quite delightful. This poor sap. Being conned by him, he still had to say thank you and cover him up. What a good person.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.